For the past few days Meow Meow had stayed inside the mysterious space and never come out. Nangong asked about her several times, and Gu Lingma only said Meow Meow went out to have some fun. She won't be back for a few days. Since taking Meow Meow as his disciple Nangong, he had gradually grown used to having her at his side. Now that several days had passed without seeing her, he suddenly found the quiet a little unfamiliar. Yet Nangong, he understood Meow Meow's temperament well. He knew she loved to play and wander, and was probably off somewhere running wild again. That day as usual Nangong, he was practicing in the courtyard. Suddenly, he heard a cheerful call of Master. Nangong, he turned around, and saw Meow Meow running toward him in small hurried steps. Meow Meow, you're back. Nangong, he exclaimed, unable to hide. Meow Meow rushed the last few steps, and threw herself into Nangong Yi's arms. Ever since she had bowed to Nangong Yi as her master and moved into the Nangong residence, Meow Meow, who had lived for thousands of years as a spirit, finally felt truly alive, as though she had found a real family. She regarded Nangong Yi not only as her teacher, but also as a father. You little rascal, where did you run off to play? Nangong Yi asked with a smile. Meow Meow blinked her large eyes, face full of excitement. Master, this time, I went all the way to the mountains in the outskirts. There were so many little animals I'd never seen before, all of them so adorable. And there were countless strange flowers and herbs. Meow Meow chattered on, her words tumbling out in a delighted rush. Listening to Meow Meow chirp away Nangong, he felt his heart grow warm. He gently brushed his hand over her head, and said with a smile, you little girl, you're becoming more and more mischievous. Still seeing you play so happily, I'm relieved, he added. Next time you go out, remember to tell your master first, so I won't worry. Meow Meow nodded obediently. I understand, master, she said sweetly. Next time I'll definitely tell you. Oh, and I brought you a gift, Meow Meow said. As she spoke, she reached into her robe and took out a small, delicate jade pendant, offering it to Nangong. Nangong accepted the pendant and examined it carefully. The jade was crystal clear, radiating a soft, gentle glow, and within it pulsed a mysterious power that stirred his inner strength. It was clearly no ordinary object. Meow Meow, this pendant. Nangong began. Meow Meow replied proudly, I found it deep in a cave high in the mountains. I thought it suited you perfectly, so I brought it back for you. Nangong looked at Meow Meow with deep emotion. Thank you, Meow Meow. I truly like this gift, he said. Meow Meow had known all along that her master would love this pendant. It was something she had collected long ago, saturated with energy, but worn over time it greatly helped to strengthen one's inner power. Meow Meow, you've just returned and don't yet know that your senior sister's family has come from Min County to the capital, Nangong said. When you have time, you should bring some gifts to pay them a visit. All right, master. I'll go this afternoon, Meow Meow said, blinking her large eyes. Remember to choose appropriate gifts, Nangong, he reminded her. Don't worry, master, I will, Meow Meow replied, earnestly nodding again. In her heart, she was already planning what gifts to choose. Master, I'll return to my room first, Meow Meow said. Very well. Join me for lunch at noon, Nangong replied. I'll have Steward G tell the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes. Thank you, master, Meow Meow said, and then dashed away down the corridor back to her room. Still such a child, Nangong, he murmured with a fond sigh, watching her retreating figure with indulgent eyes. As soon as Meow Meow entered her room, she began selecting gifts. Her room was filled with all kinds of little curios and collectibles. From a pile of multicolored gemstones, she picked out a few of the most brilliant ones. Then from a stack of fine fabrics, she chose a bolt that was the softest and most delicate. She thought to herself that her senior sister's family would surely like these. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays bright and fervent. Meow Meow stepped lightly into the front hall, her footsteps quick and lively, as though carrying a trace of joy with them. In the front hall, Nangong and Gu Lingma were deep in conversation. They sat on comfortable chairs, their expressions focused and serious. However, the moment Meow Meow walked in, Nangong immediately set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and warmly invited her to sit. Meow Meow, you're here. Come sit over here, Nangong, he said with a smile, a hint of indulgent affection flickering in his eyes. Meow Meow walked over to Nangong Yi's side, and sat down obediently. Then she turned her head toward Gu Lingma, and asked with a cheerful grin, Senior brother, when did you arrive? Gu Lingma answered with a smile, I've been here for a while. I came to see Master. Master just mentioned that you had gone up into the mountains in the outskirts. How was it there? Meow Meow nodded lightly, a thread of excitement in her voice. It was quite nice. I liked it very much, she replied. She glanced somewhat guiltily at Gu Lingma, thinking to herself, humph, he clearly knows I was in the space training with the little flood dragon, yet he still if I don't bend the truth a little, what am I to do? I can hardly say I was inside the space, she mused. Gu Lingma saw the plaintive look in her eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, but he did not press her any further. Just then a maid entered carrying a tray laden with dishes, and set them on the table. Meow Meow's gaze was immediately drawn to the food. She couldn't help licking her lips, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Noticing Meow Meow's reaction, Nangong chuckled softly. Come eat, Meow Meow. You probably haven't been eating properly out in those desolate mountains these past few days. You've even grown thinner, he said. Meow Meow nodded vigorously, her eyes shining. Yes, master. These are all my favorite dishes. Thank you, master, she said. Gu Lingma watched her happy demeanor, and couldn't help feeling a wave of satisfaction. He looked at Meow Meow's round chubby face and thought to himself that this child was truly adorable. Yet when he recalled Master's comment that Meow Meow had grown thinner, he could not help feeling a little speechless. Her face was so round that a second chin was almost forming. How could that possibly look thinner? After lunch, Meow Meow took the gifts and went with Gu Ling Ma to the Lin residence. When they stepped down from the carriage, the first thing that met their eyes was the Lin family's main gate, imposing and solemn. A plaque bearing the two characters Lin residence hung high above the door. Gu Ling Ma stepped forward and knocked. Shortly a young servant opened the door a crack. Seeing that it was Gu Ling Ma, the servant hastily opened the door wide. "Young Master Gu, you've come. Please come in," he said respectfully. Gu Ling Ma nodded and led Meow Meow into the Lin residence. The moment she entered, Meow Meow was captivated by the scene before her. The Lin residence courtyard was spacious and elegant, with dense shade from green trees and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. It felt as if she had stepped into a painted landscape. Every step left her quietly marveling. The residence was truly designed beautifully, and Meow Meow liked it very much. Gu Ling Ma's steps remained steady as he led Meow Meow quickly. All the way there, Meow Meow looked around with curiosity, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Inside the main hall, Lin Ming, Lu Tsuetsue, and Lin Doudou had already been waiting for some time. When they saw Gu Ling Ma and Meow Meow enter, smiles of delight appeared on their faces. Lin Doudou rose to greet Gu Ling Ma. "Ling Ma, how is it that you've come together with Meow Meow?" she asked. Gu Ling Ma smiled slightly and gave Lin Doudou a playful blink. "I visited Master today and happened to find that Meow Meow had just returned, so after lunch I brought her along," he said. Lu Tsuetsue also came forward, taking Meow Meow's hand kindly. "Little girl, your name is Meow Meow, isn't it?" "What a lovely name," she said warmly. "You must be Doudou's little junior sister. You're truly very pretty. Come sit down," Lu Tsuetsue added. Meow Meow lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Thank you, Aunt Lin." Lin Xiaohua also ran over to Meow Meow's side. Looking at Meow Meow's plump smiling face, her eyes shone with affection. "Meow Meow, you're so cute." "I'm Lin Xiaohua," she said. Meow Meow looked at Lin Xiaohua happily and said, "My name is Meow Meow. It seems we're about the same age. Could we play together in the future?" "Of course. Whenever you're free, come find me to play," Lin Xiaohua replied, taking Meow Meow's small hand. "Great. Then we'll be good friends from now on," Meow Meow said, laughing happily. "By the way, these are the gifts I prepared for you. I hope you like them," Meow Meow said, extending the presents she had brought. "Meow Meow, you're too polite. In the future, just come visit. You don't need to bring presents," Lu Tsuetsue said as she accepted them. Meow Meow smiled and replied, "These are little surprises I prepared especially for you. Please open them and take a look." Unable to wait, Lu Tsuetsue and Lin Xiaohua opened the gifts and found inside a selection of multicolored gemstones and finely crafted bolts of fabric. "Wow, these gemstones are so beautiful," Lin Xiaohua exclaimed. "Thank you, Meow Meow," Lu Tsuetsue added happily. "You're welcome. I'm glad you like them," Aunt Meow Meow replied with a smile. Since arriving in the capital, nearly half a month had passed, yet the matter of Lin Yang's academy remained unresolved. That day, Gu Ling Ma and his father Gu Feng came to the Lin residence, bringing generous gifts with them. Upon hearing from the steward that Minister Gu and Gu Ling Ma had arrived, Lin Ming and his family were stirred with excitement. They hastily straightened their clothes and walked quickly toward the gate to receive their guests. They understood that the minister's visit was not only a sign of respect for their family, but also a recognition of Lin Doudou. Lin Ming and his family bowed together to Gu Feng, their voices filled with respect and sincerity as they offered their formal greeting. They were keenly aware of Gu Feng's status and position and understood how important this courtesy was. Seeing this, Gu Feng hurried forward a few steps and personally helped Lin Ming and his wife to stand, speaking with a gentle smile that such formality was unnecessary and urging them to rise. He reminded them that since their children were betrothed, there was no need for such rigid ceremony between them, suggesting they address each other as brothers and regard their two families as one. Hearing his words, Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue felt a warm current rising in their hearts. They could clearly sense the sincerity and kindness within Gu Feng's tone. In an era of rigid social hierarchies and strict notions of family status, someone of Gu Feng's high standing choosing to set aside formality and treat them as equals left them deeply honored. A glimmer of emotion flickered in Lin Ming's eyes. He knew such treatment was hard-won. Overcome with feeling, he expressed that the Lin family was merely ordinary and that earning Gu Feng's favor was a blessing beyond measure for them. His tone carried heartfelt gratitude toward Gu Feng and revealed his own modest, self-effacing nature. Gu Feng replied with a faint smile and steady gaze, assuring him that there was no need for such modesty. Since their families were now joined, they ought to support one another and move forward hand in hand. Inviting them inside, Lin Ming led the way through the courtyard. As they stepped in, a fresh fragrance of flowers drifted on the air, lifting the spirit. The courtyard was arranged with tasteful simplicity and warmth. Several lilac trees were in proud bloom, lending the small yard a touch of vitality and gentle warmth. Inviting Gu Feng to take the seat of honor, Lin Ming directed him toward the main room. Guiding Gu Feng into the sitting room, Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue showed him to the main seat. The room was already prepared with steaming tea and small refreshments, everything arranged with thoughtful care. Smiling Gufeng remarked that they were being far too courteous, though in his heart, he was thoroughly pleased by the Lin family's careful arrangements. As he glanced around, he saw that while the furnishings were not luxurious, they exuded a sense of warmth and harmony that made one feel naturally relaxed and at ease. Gufeng then stated sincerely that their union as in-laws was a matter of fate, and that in future if there was anything the Lin family needed, they could call upon the Gu family, who would gladly give their full support. Lin Ming responded with great joy, saying that with Gu Feng's words, he could set his heart at ease, knowing Gu Feng's character and ability would make the Lin family's prospects in the capital far brighter. The atmosphere in the sitting room grew even more congenial and harmonious as Lin Ming and Gu Feng exchanged light-hearted conversation. At that moment, Lin Yang entered the main hall. Lin Ming called out for Lin Yang to pay his respects to his Uncle Gu. Lin Yang stepped forward and offered a formal greeting to Gu Feng. Gu Feng told him to rise, praising him as Doudou's younger brother, and noting that he was truly handsome and promising just as outstanding as his elder. As Gu Feng studied Lin Yang, his eyes were filled with admiration. He knew the Lin children were exceptional, their talents and conduct both worthy of deep respect. Hearing such praise, a gentle warmth rose in Lin Yang's heart. He knew Gu Feng's commendation was sincere and felt keenly his responsibility to bring honor to the Lin family. Lin Yang replied with modesty that he still had much to learn, his voice filled with respect and gratitude toward Gu Feng. Laughing, Gu Feng remarked that such humility was a good trait in youth. He had heard of Lin Yang's accomplishments in his studies and believed that in time he would surely succeed in the examinations and become the pride of the Lin family. The more Gu Feng looked at Lin Yang, the more fond he grew of him. Having only one son, Gu Lingma, this was the first time in many years he had felt such affection for another child. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, saying he had a request that might be somewhat presumptuous and was unsure whether it was proper to voice it. Lin Ming reassured him to speak freely, saying that since their families were related by marriage, there was nothing that could not be spoken openly, though he was curious what the request might be. Gu Feng explained that the more he saw of Lin Yang, the more he came to admire him. His talent and character both commanded respect. He then said that if possible he wished to take Lin Yang as his adopted son, and asked what Lin Ming thought of this. Lin Ming was filled with pleasant surprise at these words. He knew that for Gu Feng to make such a request meant he took Lin Yang's worth and potential very. At the same time, he understood that for Lin Yang this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Lin Ming admitted that he was taken aback, yet felt it was great fortune for his son to be favored in this way. He said that he himself had no objection and considered it a blessing for Lin Yang to win such favor, but that the final decision should rest with Lin Yang. At that moment, Lin Yang himself felt both surprised and delighted. He had not expected Gu Feng to propose taking him as an adopted son, and the thought filled him with warmth and honor. Gathering himself, Lin Yang declared that he was willing, his voice trembling slightly with emotion, filled with gratitude and reverence toward Gu Feng. He knew this request was a sign of trust and recognition, and an important milestone on his path of growth. Gu Feng responded with repeated words of approval, his face aglow with satisfaction. He explained that he had come in haste, and had only prepared gifts for Lin Yang's parents. Among them was a jade pendant with 2 matching pieces. One he had already given to Lingma, and the other he now wished to offer to Lin Yang as a first gift from his adoptive father. As he spoke, Gu Feng removed the jade pendant from his person and extended it toward Lin Yang. Lin Ming hurriedly protested that such a gift was too precious, but Gu Feng replied that there was no such thing as too much, now that Lin Yang was his adopted. Lin Yang quickly voiced his thanks to his adoptive father. Gu Feng then asked with concern whether Lin Yang had already chosen an academy. Lin Yang answered sadly that he had not yet decided which academy to attend, his heart filled with confusion and unease. Gu Feng laughed, and said that this was actually good, then told Lin Yang that in a few days he should go directly to the Imperial Academy Guozijian. When Lin Yang repeated the name and surprised, Gu Feng confirmed it Guozijian, the foremost academy of their dynasty, where only the most exceptional students could study. Gu Feng patiently explained that studying there would greatly benefit Lin Yang's future. Upon hearing this, a flash of wonder and longing passed through Lin Yang's eyes. Yet he hesitated, voicing his fear that the threshold of Guozijian was too high and questioning whether he was truly capable. He knew his own abilities were limited and worried deeply about whether he could gain entry to such an academy. Smiling, Gu Feng patted his shoulder and encouraged him not to belittle himself. If he had confidence, he could succeed. His voice was gentle yet firm, giving Lin Yang tremendous encouragement and urging him to believe in himself. Looking gratefully at his adoptive father, Lin Yang nodded. Gu Feng again patted his shoulder and told him that as long as he applied himself, he would surely shine at Guozi. He added that if any difficulties arose, his adoptive father would be there to help. Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged through Lin Yang's heart. He answered that he would work hard and would not let his adoptive father down. Gu Feng, satisfied, smiled, and said that in the coming days Lin Yang should make his preparations, and that he himself would escort him to Guozijian to enroll. Lin Yang agreed, his heart both excited and nervous. He understood this would be a major turning point in his life, and silently vowed to study diligently at Guozijian and never disappoint his adoptive father's hopes. Hearing Gu Feng's words, Lin Ming and his wife Lu Tsuitsue were deeply comforted. They knew that for an ordinary family like theirs, Lin Yang's chance to study at Guozijian was an extraordinary opportunity. Lin Ming thanked Gu Feng, saying that the Lin family could never truly repay such kindness. Gu Feng replied that Lin Ming was taking it too heavily. Now that Lin Yang was his adopted son, it was only natural for him to consider the boy's future, and that Lin Ming should no longer feel distant from him. Gu Feng emphasized once more that Lin Ming should not feel estranged from him now that Lin Yang was his adopted son. On this day, Mingwei residence was opening for business. The morning sunlight bathed the entire street, adding a festive touch to the inauguration of Mingwei residence. Lin Ming and his family arrived early at Mingwei residence, their hearts brimming with excitement. Joy and pride were evident on every face. Gu Lingma and Nangong also arrived early at Mingwei residence. As the opening time drew near, more and more guests began to gather at the entrance. Some were drawn by the unique decor of Mingwei residence, others came upon hearing of its exquisite cuisine, and still others were friends and relatives of Gu Lingma and Nangong, coming specially to show their support. To celebrate the opening, Mingwei residence launched a special promotion today. Any order over 3 taels of silver would receive a complimentary plate of crispy fried tenderloin, and orders over 5 taels would receive a complimentary plate of braised pork offal. The more one spent, the better the complimentary dish, and a 30% discount was offered on the entire menu. Such generous deals attracted many patrons, and the restaurant quickly filled to capacity. Lin Doudou, her family, Gu Lingma, and Nangong were all busily attending to the guests, enthusiastically introducing dishes and recommending signature specialties. The kitchen of Mingwei residence was a hive of activity. Chefs meticulously prepared each dish, ensuring every plate would meet the guests' expectations. The guests ate with delight, and Lin Doudou and Lu Tsuitsue were equally busy and content. They constantly shuttled between the kitchen and the main hall, smiles of satisfaction never leaving their faces. Just then a commotion erupted at the entrance. Lin Ming instinctively looked up, his gaze fixed on the door. He saw a crowd of people escorting a man in resplendent attire into the restaurant. The man wore a gentle smile, carried himself with elegance, and exuded an aura of wealth. "Isn't that young Master Kong?" Someone in the crowd. Young Master Kong was a renowned wealthy merchant in the capital and also a gourmand. He frequently visited various restaurants to sample fine cuisine. His arrival at Mingwei residence today undoubtedly caused quite a stir. Young Master Kong said to Lin Ming with a smile, "I heard that the dishes at Mingwei residence are exceptional, so I came specially to try them." Lin Ming quickly stepped forward, warmly welcomed young Master Kong, and led him to a reserved private room. He then personally took the order, introducing some signature and specialty dishes. "Young Master Kong, what would you like to eat?" Lin Ming handed over the menu. "Thank you for attending to me personally, Master Lin. Please bring one of every dish on the menu. I want to try them all." "Very well, young Master Kong. Please have some tea and wait a moment." Soon one exquisite dish after another was brought to the table. The dishes were a feast for the eyes and the nose, mouth-watering. Young Master Kong picked up his chopsticks and eagerly took a few bites. "Wow, the taste is truly wonderful." Young Master Kong was full of praise, especially the braised pork belly. It was rich but not greasy, melting in the mouth, truly a divine delicacy. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This dish is absolutely delicious. Your chef is incredibly talented." "I'm glad you like it, young Master Kong. Please also try this braised pork intestines. It's another specialty of our restaurant." Young Master Kong was surprised by Lin Ming's introduction. He hadn't expected Mingwei residents to serve such a universally despised ingredient as pork offal. "Young Master Kong, please also try this braised pork intestines. It's another specialty of our restaurant." Lin Ming introduced with a smile, his eyes brimming with confidence in his own dishes. Upon hearing Lin Ming's introduction, young Master Kang's face showed surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Mingwei residents would present such a reviled ingredient as pork offal on the dining table, and moreover, it looked so enticing. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to try this unconventional dish. He picked up a piece of braised pork intestines and took a gentle bite. Instantly a rich aroma spread through his mouth. The texture of the intestines was soft and glutinous without being greasy, and the flavor of the braising sauce was mellow and delicious. Young Master Kang's eyes lit up. He had never imagined that a dish he had considered unpalatable could possess such a wonderful taste. "Master Lin, this braised pork intestines is absolutely delicious." Young Master Kong exclaimed in admiration. "I never thought pork offal could be made into such a delightful dish." Lin Ming explained with a smile, "Young Master Kong, pork offal is not inherently an unpalatable ingredient. As long as it is properly handled and cooked with skill, it can become a delicious delicacy. At Mingwei residence, we are committed to culinary innovation, hoping to offer our guests a unique dining experience." After hearing Lin Ming's explanation, young Master Kong regarded Mingwei residence with even greater respect. He decided to become a regular patron of Mingwei residence. In the main hall, guests at every table were expressing their admiration for the dishes. They savored each meticulously prepared delicacy, their faces beaming with satisfaction and happiness. In the main hall, guests at every table were full of praise for the dishes, the atmosphere lively and warm. "This is the first time I've had candied sweet potatoes. They're so delicious," a guest exclaimed excitedly. The candied sweet potatoes in his hand were golden in color with strands of sugar connecting them, making them irresistible. He eagerly took a bite, savoring the sweet taste and delicate texture, and was utterly enchanted. Nearby guests chimed in. "Yes, these candied sweet potatoes are absolutely incredible. I've never had such delicious sweet potatoes before." As they spoke, they continued to enjoy the dish. "And this braised pork belly, rich but not greasy, melting in the mouth, is truly a divine delicacy," another guest praised. He picked up a piece of braised pork belly, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly, savoring the intense meaty aroma, and this steamed fish. "The flesh is tender, the broth is delicious. Truly a top-tier seafood dish," yet another guest added. He scooped up a spoonful of fish broth, tasted it gently, and was captivated by its exquisite flavor. The guests savored the food and exchanged their... Everyone was full of praise for the dishes at Mingwei residence, believing them to be not only delicious, but also uniquely distinctive. They expressed their intention to return for more culinary delights. The entire hall was filled with laughter and the aroma of delicious food. The guests were immersed in a joyful atmosphere, thoroughly enjoying this wonderful time. The hall was filled with laughter and the aroma of delicious food. Guests exchanged their admiration and appreciation for the dishes at Ming. They remarked that Mingwei residence not only offered an elegant environment and attentive service, but more importantly featured unique flavors that left a lasting impression. Lin Doudou, her family, Gu Lingma, and Nangong, he stood to one side watching the guests enjoy their dishes, their hearts filled with satisfaction and pride. Business was exceptionally brisk today. The reputation of Mingwei residence spread instantly. From morning till night, the restaurant buzzed with lively chatter and activity. Many guests arrived to find no available seats, and they eagerly reserved tables for the evening or the next day just to taste the exquisite cuisine of Mingwei residence. Lin Ming looked upon this scene, his heart stirred with excitement and emotion. He knew that all of this was due to the efforts of his daughter Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma, as well as the collective dedication of everyone at Mingwei residence. They had put their hearts into every dish and served every guest with care, which had brought about today's bustling success. As night fell, the lights of Mingwei residence glowed warmly and invitingly in the darkness. Although the day's guests had departed, Lin Doudou knew this was only the beginning of Mingwei residence's culinary journey. She looked forward to tomorrow, to welcoming more guests to share in this feast of flavors. After the guests left, Lin Doudou walked into the kitchen with a smile and began to prepare a sumptuous dinner. She personally selected ingredients, carefully washed, cut, and cooked them, preparing a table of delicious dishes for her family and the restaurant's chef. The kitchen was filled with mouth-watering aromas. When the dishes were brought to the table, everyone stared in amazement. "Wow, miss, you can actually cook. And it's so delicious," one staff member exclaimed in astonishment. Another couldn't help but praise. "I never imagined that our miss is not only beautiful and kind, but also an exceptional cook." Lin Doudou replied with a smile. "Thank you for your compliments. I just enjoy cooking. I hope you all enjoy the meal." Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to taste the food, each bite bringing a sense of satisfaction. "It's so delicious. Miss, you are so good to us, even cooking for us yourself," a staff member said gratefully. Other staff members nodded in agreement. "Yes, miss, you are truly kind-hearted. We will work hard and live up to your expectations. Remember, Mingwei residence has never regarded you as servants. You are all friends and family of the Lin family. You exchange your labor for compensation, so never think of yourselves as lowly or inferior. In the Lin family and Mingwei residence, there is never any such thing as a servant." Lin Doudou's words were warm and resolute. She understood the rigid class distinctions of this era, but she also knew that such divisions had no place in her home or her establishment. Hearing Lin Doudou's words, Nangong, Yi, and Gu Lingma were deeply moved. Their hearts swelled with admiration for her. In this era of strict hierarchy, Lin Doudou's words were a refreshing stream. The belief that everyone is equal with no distinction between high and low brought them immense comfort. At the dinner table, candlelight flickered, illuminating the smiles on everyone's faces. They gathered together, savoring the food, and even more cherishing this rare bond of family and friendship. Lin Doudou looked at this scene, her heart brimming with satisfaction and contentment. This dinner gave everyone a sense of home and strengthened the bonds between them. Lin Doudou knew that only by treating others with sincerity could she earn their respect, and this kind of relationship would become a crucial pillar of support for her future success. On this fine morning, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the face. As the gates of Mingwei residence had just swung open, a luxurious carriage slowly came to a halt before the shop. A woman adorned in resplendent attire descended gracefully with the aid of her maidservants. She was tall and slender with a delicate countenance, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance and disdain. Behind her followed 4 maids equally dressed in finery, and together, they entered Mingwei residence at a leisurely pace. One of the maids stepped forward and addressed the shop assistant. "Is that village girl Lin Doudou from your establishment here? Our princess has matters to inquire of her." Her tone was laced with obvious contempt and impatience. The manager of Mingwei residence, Manager Li, had originally been transferred from the Gu residence by Gu Lingma, and thus knew something of Princess Luaning. He was well aware that this Princess Luaning had long harbored a deep affection for Gu Lingma, and had repeatedly asked her father Prince Luaning to propose marriage on her behalf. However, Gu Lingma held no affection for Princess Luaning and had declined her advances many times. Despite this, Princess Luaning remained obstinate, fixated on marrying Gu Lingma. Manager Li sighed inwardly, knowing that Princess Luaning's visit today would not end peacefully and could likely stir up a commotion. Thus, he discreetly arranged for a shop assistant to hurry to the Gu residence to deliver a warning, while also dispatching 2 other assistants to the Lin residence and the Nanfu residence respectively. In this way, if any unexpected situation arose, they could receive timely reinforcements. Manager Li mused to himself that Princess Luaning's visit today was likely because she had learned of the engagement between Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou. Princess Luaning's infatuation with Gu Lingma was renowned throughout the capital, yet Gu Lingma had never taken her seriously. She must have heard that Lin Doudou was brought back from the village by Gu Lingma, which was why that maid referred to Lin Doudou as a wild country girl. As he instructed the assistants to summon reinforcements, he hurried forward with a broad smile plastered on his face. "Ah, if it isn't Princess Luaning. What a rare and honored guest. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to our humble establishment? Please come in." Princess Luaning cast a sidelong glance at Manager Li, a cold smirk curling at the corner of her lips. "Manager Li, where is that girl Lin Doudou of yours? I have come here today specifically to find her. There are matters she needs to clarify." Manager Li's heart tightened, but his face remained composed as he hastened to reply, with a smile. "Princess, our young lady Lin is indeed here, but she is currently busy in the kitchen developing new dishes, so I fear she cannot immediately receive you. How about I first escort you to a private room for tea, and once she is free, I will have her come to you." As he spoke, Manager Li gestured with a sweep of his hand, indicating for Princess Luaning to follow him. At the same time, he secretly signaled to a nearby assistant to hurry and notify the others. Princess Luaning raised an eyebrow. "Humph, a wild country girl from some village, and she dares to keep me waiting. I have no time to waste here. Go summon her at once. I have words for her." Manager Li realized that today's affair would not be resolved easily. With no other choice, he steeled himself and turned to instruct an assistant to fetch Lin Doudou, all the while praying that Gu Lingma or someone from the Lin or Nanfu residences would arrive quickly. Before long, Lin Doudou was led into the hall by the assistant. She was simply dressed with a delicate and fresh face, a stark contrast to Princess Luaning's opulent attire. Upon seeing the princess, she was slightly surprised, but still greeted her courteously with a bow. "Princess, you wish to see me?" Princess Luaning looked Lin Doudou up and down, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "Humph, so you are the one who seduced Gu Lingma. Let me see today what charm you possess." Lin Doudou realized that the visit was about Gu Lingma. She and Gu Lingma were in love and had already become engaged. What reason did this Princess Luaning have to cause trouble? She had neither the time nor the inclination to quarrel with this princess. "Princess Luaning, Gu Lingma and I are already betrothed, and the Gu family has presented the betrothal gifts. I wonder why you say I seduced him." Lin Doudou's face was calm, her eyes resolute, and candid. "My relationship with Gu Lingma is built on genuine affection and mutual love. The engagement has been acknowledged and approved by both families. Your words, princess, are utterly groundless. I hope you will see the truth." Princess Luaning's face changed slightly as if in disbelief, yet she could not find a rebuttal, and could only snort coldly. "You country bumpkin, how dare you compete with me for Lingma? Do you think you are worthy?" At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Whether she is worthy is not for you to decide." Everyone turned to look and saw Gu Lingma walking slowly to stand behind Lin Doudou. His icy gaze fell upon Princess Luaning as he said coldly, "And what are you after all? Which woman in the capital would be as shameless as you? I have clearly rejected you many times, yet you still come to harass my fiancé." Hearing these words, Princess Luaning's face turned deathly pale, but she still forced herself not to show weakness. Gu Lingma continued, "I tell you in my heart her position is more important than anything. Compared to her, you are not even 1/10th of her worth. Although she is merely a village girl, she at least knows self-respect. You, on the other hand, a princess, have no understanding of basic propriety and shame. Where have your lessons in the 3 obediences and 4 virtues gone? Have you not learned what honor and integrity mean?" Just then Nangong Yi's voice came from outside the door, tinged with authority and displeasure. "I wonder who is causing trouble at my disciple's place." As his voice fell, Nangong Yi strode in with vigorous steps, his brocade robe rustling in the wind, his eyes blazing as he swept his gaze around. When he saw Princess Luaning, his expression darkened, clearly displeased with her actions. "Princess, why must it be so? A forced union will not bring happiness." Nangong Yi spoke earnestly, his tone carrying both admonition to Princess Luaning and recognition and defense of the relationship between Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou. Princess Luoning gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with resentment and fury. She glared at Lin Doudou, as if to etch the face of the woman who had stolen her beloved into her memory. Yet under Nangong Yi's authoritative presence, she dared not cause further trouble, and could only snort coldly. We'll see about that. With that, she swept out of Mingwei residence in a huff, her maids trailing behind, leaving a series of crisp footsteps echoing in the air. Gu Lingma watched her retreating figure and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the storm had passed for now, but the road ahead was long, and his relationship with Lin Doudou would yet face many trials. "Thank you, Master," Lin Doudou said gratefully, her eyes shining with sincerity and warmth. She knew that without Nangong Yi and Gu Lingma's protection today, she might have found herself in an even more awkward predicament. "It's nothing, no need to thank me. If she ever dares to cause trouble again, just let me know." Nangong Yi patted Lin Doudou on the shoulder, his tone full of care and encouragement. He knew that although Lin Doudou came from a humble background, she was strong-willed and kind-hearted, a promising seedling worth nurturing. I understand." Lin Doudou nodded, her heart filled with gratitude and determination. She knew she could not always rely on others for protection, but she had to learn to grow and face difficulties on her own. After everyone had dispersed, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma exchanged a smile, their eyes brimming with hope and anticipation for the future. They knew that as long as they stood by each other and worked together, no matter what challenges or trials lay ahead, they would face them hand in hand. It was the day Gu Feng was to escort Lin Yang to the Guozijian. The Gu family carriage sent to pick up Lin Yang had arrived early at the gate of the Lin residence waiting. After breakfast, Lin Yang went outside and boarded the carriage. Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue followed him out, giving him earnest advice. "Yang, when you see your adoptive father, you must obey him and must not act rashly." Lin Yang nodded and said, "Father, mother, rest assured. I understand." With that, he waved goodbye. Gu Feng, seeing this from the carriage, smiled and nodded to Lin Ming and his wife. The journey was silent, and soon they arrived at the Guozijian. After Gu Feng helped Lin Yang complete the enrollment procedures, he escorted him to the classroom door. "Adoptive father will go in now," Lin Yang said nervously. Gu Feng patted him on the shoulder and encouraged, "Don't be afraid. Study hard. If anything happens, come to your adoptive father." Lin Yang took a deep breath, nodded, and walked into the classroom. He found an empty seat, sat down, and began arranging his books and stationery. Just then a voice sounded beside him. "Hey, are you new here?" Lin Yang looked up and saw a chubby boy looking at him. The boy smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Zixuan. From now on, we're classmates." Lin Yang smiled back and replied, "Hello, I'm Lin Yang." And so Lin Yang began his studies at the Guozijian. In the days that followed, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of life there. Every morning, he would go to the classroom with Lu Zixuan to begin the day's studies. The Guozijian's curriculum was rich and diverse, encompassing classical Confucian teachings, as well as practical skills such as archery, calligraphy, and kuju. Lin Yang was deeply interested in every subject. He listened attentively, diligently took notes, and in the evenings he would review the day's lessons in his dormitory. Gu Feng often visited Lin Yang, inquiring about his studies and living conditions. Whenever Lin Yang encountered difficulties or confusion, he would seek advice from Gu Feng, who always patiently offered answers and guidance. During his time at the Guozijian, Lin Yang not only acquired knowledge, but also made many like-minded friends. He often discussed academic matters with Lu Zixuan and several other classmates, encouraging each other and progressing together. They also participated in various activities organized by the Guozijian, such as poetry competitions and calligraphy exhibitions, achieving commendable results. As time passed, Lin Yang's reputation at the Guozijian grew increasingly prominent. His diligence and talent earned unanimous recognition from both teachers, and whenever new students arrived, everyone would point at Lin Yang and say, "Look, that's Lin Yang. He is one of the best students here." Lin Yang knew that all these achievements were inseparable from Gu Feng's careful guidance and his parents' encouragement and support. He silently resolved to study even harder so as not to let their Thus Lin Yang's life at the Guozijian was fulfilling and joyful. Meanwhile, Lin Doudou had found a tutoress for her. Lin Xiaohua studied etiquette and needlework under the tutoress. She was clever and quick to learn, and the tutoress praised her highly. At the same time, Lin Yang's performance at the Guozijian became increasingly outstanding. His knowledge was profound, and his martial arts also improved. Gu Feng observed this with joy in his heart, and valued him even more. However, an accident caused Lin Yang to be injured. While practicing archery, he accidentally shot his arm, resulting in a severe injury. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was extremely anxious and immediately summoned the best physician to treat him. Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue also rushed over upon hearing the news, staying by their son's side. After several days of treatment, Lin Yang's injury finally healed. Meanwhile, at Mingyu, business was as booming as ever. One noon, with the sun shining just right and a gentle breeze, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma met and came here. As soon as they stepped through the gate of Mingyu, they were drawn by the lively atmosphere inside. The shop was filled with guests' laughter and cheerful voices ceaseless. Waiters bustled about attending to every customer. They found a corner seat relatively quiet, allowing them to enjoy this rare leisure time. It seems our business is getting better and better, Gu Lingma said with satisfaction, looking around at the bustling scene. His eyes revealed a sense of pride and accomplishment. Yes, thanks to your great ideas, Lin Doudou replied with a smile. She looked at Gu Lingma with gratitude, knowing that all this prosperity was inseparable from his wisdom and efforts. Together they managed this shop, witnessing its growth and expansion. Just then a waiter brought up several dishes that were delightful in color, aroma, and taste. The two were immediately captivated. They ate and chatted, enjoying this rare gastronomic time. By the way, how is Lin Yang's injury? Gu Lingma suddenly asked. He remembered that Lin Doudou's younger brother had been injured earlier and was still some. It's already healed, nothing serious, Lin Doudou replied, her tone showing relief and comfort. He is doing very well at the Guozijian, and everyone. She felt proud of her brother's excellence. Gu Lingma nodded. That's good. He is really a promising child. His eyes showed admiration and expectation for Lin Yang. He knew that Lin Yang possessed extraordinary talent and potential, and he would surely shine brilliantly. After finishing their meal, the two discussed some matters concerning the shop. They discussed how to further enhance Mingyuage's reputation and popularity, and how to attract more customers. Lin Doudou also discussed improvements to new dishes with Gu Lingma. Lingma, I think we can add this chicken pot. This dish goes very well with rice. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingma smiled slightly and nodded. The aroma of the chicken pot is indeed enticing and can attract many diners. We can try adding some special spices to the chicken pot to make it even more delicious, making it one of Mingyuage's signature dishes. After discussing matters, they left Mingyueju contentedly. Walking home, they were in exceptionally good spirits. They knew that as long as they worked together, Mingyueju's future would be even brighter. After Lin Doudou and Gu Lingmo's continuous research and refinement of new dishes, Mingwei residents recently launched 3 innovative creations: chicken pot, honey glazed duck, and lotus leaf roasted goose. Now Lin Doudou's space boasted a vast number of chickens, ducks, and geese, with hundreds of thousands in the Villa Estates farm, multiplying at an astonishing daily rate. Thus, after discussion, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma decided to use the chickens, ducks, and geese from the space as ingredients for Mingwei residents' new dishes. Simultaneously, to launch the new dishes, Lin Doudou retrieved various seasonings previously hoarded from the space: dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, rock sugar, white sugar, oyster sauce, cooking wine, star anise, and other condiments. The first dish introduced was the chicken pot. It's tender and juicy chicken cooked with a variety of spices and a secret sauce. The primary ingredient was tender chicken from the space, the crucial first step for a successful chicken pot. The chicken required meticulous preparation, removing excess fat and sinew to ensure a tender texture. Each piece of chicken was cut into uniform sizes, guaranteeing even heating during the stewing process and better absorption of the spices' aromas. Next, various spices and the secret sauce were prepared. These were the essence of the chicken pot, imbuing the chicken with a rich. The spices included star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, while the sauce was meticulously blended from multiple seasonings, offering both a savory soy aroma and a mild spiciness. During the cooking process, mastering the heat was also vital. The chicken first needed to be marinated, allowing the sauce to fully permeate the meat. This process required patient waiting, letting the chicken slowly absorb the essence of the sauce. Then the marinated chicken was placed in a pot. An appropriate amount of water was added, and it was gently stewed over medium-low heat. During the stewing, the chicken's savory aroma and the sauce's richness melded together, forming the unique flavor of the chicken pot. When the chicken was cooked until tender and flavorful, a sprinkle of chopped green onions and cilantro enhanced the fragrance before it was served. At this point, the chicken pot featured tender, juicy chicken that melted in the mouth. The broth was rich and thick with an enticing aroma. Whether paired with rice or noodles, it whetted the appetite immensely. Tender and succulent, the sauce was rich and delicious, leaving a lingering aftertaste with every bite. The chicken in the pot was fragrant and juicy, each mouthful releasing an intense aroma that was unforgettable. Next was the honey glazed duck, a standout among classic duck dishes. The main ingredient was a duck weighing about 3 gene from the space, braised with a special sauce. First, the fresh duck was thoroughly cleaned, especially removing the tail and any fine feathers or impurities from the skin to ensure the purity of the meat. Next, using a sharp knife, a few light slits were made on the duck's skin, helping the salt to penetrate deeper into the meat, enhancing both texture and flavor. Then an appropriate amount of salt was evenly rubbed all over the duck, which was left to marinate for about 10 minutes. Subsequently, seasonings like cooking wine, ginger slices, and scallion segments were added, continuing the marination for 2 shirchen, allowing the duck to fully absorb the aromas and tastes of the seasonings. Next, honey, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and white sugar were mixed in a specific ratio and stirred thoroughly to create the unique honey glazed sauce. The long marinated duck was carefully placed in a steamer and steamed over medium heat for about 30 minutes until fully cooked. Once steamed, the duck was carefully removed from the steamer and any excess liquid in the dish was discarded. At this point, a brush was used to evenly coat the duck all over with the prepared honey glazed sauce, ensuring every part inside and out was covered with the delicious mixture. For the final step, oil was heated in a pan, and the glazed duck was gently placed in, turning the heat to low and slowly pan-frying it. During the frying process, the duck was constantly turned to ensure even heating on all sides, achieving the best cooking result. Finally, the duck was placed on a cutting board to cool slightly before being chopped into pieces and plated. A delicious honey-glazed duck was thus completed. This dish was not only visually appealing, but also boasted a tender, juicy texture with a rich honey sweetness and the fragrance of seasonings. The duck meat was exceptionally tender, the sauce thick and luscious, every bite suffused with a sweet aroma. The last new dish was the lotus leaf roasted goose. This dish featured premium geese from the space, each weighing about 6 g, carefully wrapped in fresh lotus leaves, and then roasted. The fresh fragrance of lotus leaves merged with the savory taste of the goose, creating a unique gustatory experience. Each bite felt like being amidst refreshing nature. These 3 new dishes at Mingwei residence were unique both in the selection of ingredients and the cooking techniques. On the day of the new dishes launch, the restaurant was packed, every table laden with delights that were perfect in color, aroma, and taste, the air filled with an enticing scent of food. People tasted the new offerings, their praises overflowing, faces beaming with satisfaction and joy. This chicken pot is absolutely delicious, the chicken so fresh and tender, the sauce just right. Truly a heavenly delicacy, exclaimed one diner excitedly, traces of sauce still at the corners of his mouth. The honey-glazed duck tastes so authentic, sweet without being cloying. I could have another serving. Another diner could not help but praise, his eyes revealing boundless fondness for the dish. The lotus leaf roasted goose has such a unique texture, carrying the fresh scent of lotus leaves, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Yet another diner lauded the dish's distinctive flavor after tasting it. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma listened to the customers' accolades, satisfied smiles spreading across their faces. Their eyes sparkled with pride, for these new dishes were the fruit of their joint efforts. From ingredient selection to cooking techniques, every detail had been meticulously planned and repeatedly refined by them. It seems our innovative attempt has succeeded, Lin Doudou said softly, her tone carrying an indescribable joy. Indeed, these new dishes are not only unique in taste, but also excellent in color, aroma, and flavor. No wonder the guests love them so much, Gu Lingmo remarked with emotion. Lingma, look at how thriving Mingwei residence is now, especially after launching these new dishes. Customers are coming in an endless stream. I worry that your Yanbin Tower's business might be affected. How about we also introduce some new dishes there to attract more customers? Lin Doudou frowned slightly, a hint of concern in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingma gave a gentle smile, his gaze full of confidence and composure. Don't worry, Doudou. Yanbin Tower has its own unique features and signature dishes. It doesn't conflict with Mingwei residence. Our dishes have distinct tastes and flavors with a loyal customer base. Moreover, I have always believed that true cuisine lies not in formal innovation, but in the careful selection of ingredients, culinary skill, and heartfelt service to the diners. As long as we adhere to these principles, Yanbin Tower's business will surely remain as prosperous as ever. As he spoke, he gazed tenderly at Lin Doudou, seemingly conveying confidence and strength through his words. Listening to Gu Lingma, Lin Doudou's worries gradually dissipated. Lin Ming and Lu Tsuitsue sat in the mansion's garden, savoring fine Longjing tea, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on them, bringing waves of warmth. Life these days is truly becoming more flavorful, Lin Ming remarked with emotion, a satisfied smile on his face. He glanced at Lu Tsuitsue beside him, and saw her eyes also filled with happiness and contentment. Yes, with Doudou and Lingma looking after Mingwei residence's business, we are at ease. Xiaohua is also growing up so well, now proficient in needlework, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Lu Tsuitsue said, a proud smile curving at the corners of her mouth. And Yang, his performance at the Imperial Academy is truly impressive. Every time I hear news of him, I feel immensely proud. Lin Ming added, his eyes sparkling with admiration and expectation for his son. Yes, the children have grown up and made something of themselves. It's time for us to enjoy life, Lu Tsuitsue said softly, her tone revealing a love and appreciation for life. They sipped tea, chatted, and relished this rare peace and happiness. They knew that their current life had not come easily. They felt immensely satisfied and content, hoping that the days ahead would remain as beautiful. Lin Doudou went to check the shop that Nangong he had mentioned. The location was excellent, and after bargaining, she purchased the 3-story establishment for 30,000 silver taels. The deed was written in Lu Quicua's name. After acquiring the shop, Lin Doudou had a clear plan in mind. She intended to transform this 3-story building into a distinctive beauty salon. This beauty salon was a gift for her mother, Lu Tsuitsue. Having already opened a restaurant for her father, Lin Ming, she now wished to surprise her mother as well. When Lu Tsuitsue learned that Lin Doudou was going to open a beauty salon for her, she was overjoyed. She had never imagined owning a shop in the capital. Doudou, I'm so happy. But doesn't opening a beauty salon require a lot of money? Lu Tsuitsue asked, holding Lin Doudou's hand. Mother, rest assured. Your daughter is never short of money, Lin Doudou comforted her. You little rascal, Lu Tsuitsue said affectionately, poking her. But Doudou, I don't know how to run a beauty salon, Lin Doudou said with some hesitation. Mother, you just need to collect the money. Leave everything else to me. Lin Doudou declared with confidence. In the following days, she began renovating the beauty salon. She hired the finest craftsmen and meticulously designed every room. On the first floor, she planned to set up a reception area and a cosmetics boutique. The reception area would be warm and cozy, allowing customers to feel relaxed and joyful. The cosmetics boutique would sell the beauty products she had hoarded in her space, mainly toiletries like shampoo, conditioner, facial cleanser, toner, lotion, serum, sunscreen, primer, and face masks. However, Lin Doudou only intended to sell the cheapest and most basic items, keeping the rest for herself and her family. The space was incredibly intelligent, transforming the product's packaging to match the current era. On the second floor, Lin Doudou planned to create a high-end beauty service area. This area would feature more private and comfortable beauty rooms, offering premium skincare and customized services. The decor would be more luxurious and elegant, allowing customers to feel a sense of distinguished status and refined taste while enjoying beauty treatments. Lin Doudou believed that whether a customer was a commoner or a noble lady, everyone must feel respected. On the third floor, she planned to set up a lounge and training classrooms. The lounge would be arranged to be relaxing and cheerful, providing a comfortable resting environment and various entertainment facilities for customers to unwind while waiting or after their beauty services. The training classrooms would host beauty lectures and training sessions to enhance the staff's professional skills and service levels, while also educating customers on beauty knowledge. After all, people of this era were completely unfamiliar with these concepts. They needed to be taught gradually to accept beauty-related knowledge. In terms of decoration style, Lin Doudou also paid close attention to detail and taste. The first floor featured a simple modern style, focused on practicality and comfort. The second floor emphasized luxury and elegance, highlighting ambience and quality. The third floor adopted a light and cheerful style, prioritizing relaxation and entertainment. Each floor had its unique style and characteristics, yet they harmonized to form a distinctive beauty salon. Lin Doudou began training employees, aiming to cultivate experienced and skilled beauticians. She and Gu Lingma had purchased 30 female servants aged between 18 and 30. Each girl was delicate and charming, with skin as fair as snow, crystal clear, and as smooth and fine as mutton. They had beautiful features, exquisite facial contours, deep and captivating eyes, and glossy black hair. This was to better promote skincare and beauty products. After selecting the servants, Lin Doudou began training them, aiming to cultivate experienced and skilled beauticians. She knew these young girls had boundless potential and possibilities. She personally guided them, nurturing them into the finest beauticians. Starting with the basics of skincare, she patiently explained each step, ensuring every girl understood and mastered it. She also demonstrated personally, showing the girls the correct techniques and methods. As time passed, the girls' progress filled Lin Doudou with great satisfaction. They not only mastered basic skincare knowledge, but also learned how to provide personalized beauty services based on different skin types and needs. Lin Doudou also emphasized developing the girls' communication skills and service awareness. She told them that a good beautician must not only be skilled, but also know how to build good relationships with customers, making them feel warmth and care. After several months of rigorous training and practice, these girls finally grew into experienced and skilled beauticians. During the training, Lin Doudou noticed several girls with exceptional talent and potential. They not only learned quickly, but also had proficient techniques and a passion for the beauty industry. Lin Doudou decided to focus on training these girls to become the core team of the beauty salon. She personally guided them, sharing her experience and insights to help them continuously improve their skills and professionalism. After some effort, this group of employees gradually matured, possessing professional beauty skills and a good service attitude. Lin Doudou believed they would lay a solid foundation for the successful operation of the beauty salon. Looking at these vibrant and beautiful young women, she felt a deep sense of accomplishment. After several days of promotion, Lin's beauty officially opened. On that day, all the employees of the beauty salon stood neatly at the store entrance, wearing uniforms specially tailored by Lin Doudou at the tailor's shop. For convenience in washing, each person had 2 sets of uniforms. From today onward, our beauty salon is officially open, Lin Doudou announced loudly. On opening day, the beauty salon welcomed its first customers. Many young ladies and noble women came to Tsue Beauty Salon with a try-it-out attitude. "Can this thing called a face mask really make the skin smooth and delicate?" a young lady asked. Lin Doudou replied with a smile, "Of course. Our face masks use natural herbal essences carefully blended to deeply moisturize the skin, making it smoother and more delicate." After hearing this, though she didn't understand what herbal essence meant, the young lady was intrigued. She thought, "It's worth a try. Maybe there will be a pleasant..." So she decided to try this thing called a face mask. Seeing her enthusiasm, other customers also gathered around, curiously asking about various beauty products and services. The scene became lively. "Do you have any products that can whiten the skin?" a noblewoman asked. "Yes, we have a whitening cream that effectively improves dull skin tone," a beautician replied enthusiastically. "Do you have any products that can remove wrinkles?" another noblewoman asked. Yes, we have an anti-wrinkle serum that helps reduce the appearance of wrinkles. Another beautician explained patiently. Thus customers kept asking various questions, and the 30 beauticians warmly answered, each one guiding them to different areas based on their needs and skin types to experience corresponding beauty treatments. Wow, this hair washing thing smells so fragrant, even more so than my usual rouge and powder. He'll take this, a noblewoman exclaimed. He'll take this skincare set. It's my first time knowing that rouge and powder can be in liquid form, another customer said excitedly. As time passed, more and more customers were attracted by these novel beauty products and placed orders. The entire beauty salon was filled with laughter and a lively atmosphere. In the following days, the beauty salon's business flourished. Customers praised the beautician's professional skills and excellent service, and were full of admiration for the products in the store. Ever since the Mingwei residence and Tsui beauty salon in the capital rose to fame and became the talk of the town, the Empress also developed a keen interest in these two establishments. Not only had she heard that the cuisine at Mingwei residence was exquisitely delicious and lingered on the palate, but she also learned that the cosmetics and shampoo from Tsui beauty salon worked wonders, rejuvenating one's complexion and making hair as smooth as silk. One day the Empress could no longer contain her curiosity and decided to personally taste the delicacies of Mingwei residence. After sampling those meticulously prepared dishes, she was instantly captivated by their unique flavors, heaping praise upon them, feeling that every bite was a feast for the taste buds. As for the products of Tsui beauty salon, the Empress was even more curious and expectant. She specially sent someone to fetch the cosmetics and shampoo from there and try them herself. After using these products, she was delighted to discover that her skin had become unprecedentedly fair and delicate, as if time had turned back, making her look years younger. Her hair had become soft and smooth, exuding an enchanting fragrance that filled her with joy. These remarkable changes filled the Empress with longing for the beauty services of Tsui beauty salon. However, as the Empress, she could not leave the palace freely, which left her somewhat regretful. Just as she was troubled by this, eunuch Li came to report, mentioning that Lin Doudou was the fiancé of Gu Lingma, the son of Prime Minister Gu Feng. Hearing this, the Empress' heart stirred, and she immediately had an idea. Eunuch Li, go quickly to the Gu residence and deliver my oral decree. Tell Gu Lingma to bring Lin Doudou to see me in the palace. Say that I have matters to discuss and must request their presence. The Empress instructed, a glimmer of anticipation shining in her eyes. She thought that perhaps through Lin Doudou she could indirectly learn more about Tsui beauty salon, and even have the opportunity to invite the beautician there to serve her in the palace. In this way she could enjoy the coveted beauty services without leaving the palace for a moment. After receiving the Empress' oral decree, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma dared not delay, quickly tidied their appearance, and entered the palace together. They passed through the magnificent palace, traversed winding corridors, and finally arrived at the Empress' bedchamber. As soon as she entered the palace gate, Lin Doudou was awestruck by the opulence within. The resplendent decorations, the exquisite and delicate crafts, and the pervasive royal grandeur all made her feel both novel and tense. Gu Lingma, on the other hand, appeared relatively composed. Although it was not his first time entering the palace, each visit brought him a sense of the power and majesty within. After being announced by eunuch Li, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma slowly stepped into the Empress' bedchamber, where the luxury and solemnity inspired a sense of awe in them both. The Empress sat on the high throne, scrutinizing the two below. She had met Gu Lingma a few times before. She nodded to them, and when her gaze fell upon Lin Doudou, a flash of shock appeared in her eyes. Lin Doudou's appearance was indeed outstanding. Her skin was as white as snow, her brows and eyes like a painting, her red lips slightly parted, as if she were a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. The Empress had never seen such a beautiful woman, and a fondness arose in her heart. Lin Doudou, you are truly a striking person. No wonder the world says you are unmatched in beauty, causing young Master Gu to fall for you. The Empress said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness, Lin Doudou replied, lowering her head slightly in shy response. The reason I summoned you today is that I have a favor to ask, the Empress said, getting straight to the point, her gaze fixed on Lin Doudou. I have heard that the beauty effects of Tsui beauty salon are excellent, and I have used the products myself once. Especially the shampoo, which leaves hair incredibly smooth after use. I wish to have a beauty treatment, but as you know, I as the Empress cannot leave the palace often. So I was wondering if you could send someone to the palace to perform the skincare treatments for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Doudou pondered inwardly. She knew this was a good opportunity to curry favor with the Empress, so she decided to personally build a beauty salon for the Empress within the palace, showcasing her ability and sincerity. Your Highness, the skincare and beauty treatments from the salon are indeed difficult to perform outside, as they require equipment. The equipment is large and very inconvenient to transport. Upon hearing this, the Empress' face showed disappointment, but she did not want to trouble Lin Doudou. However, she then heard Lin Doudou say, Your Highness need not. This humble woman is willing to build a beauty salon for Your Highness in this Jingren palace. Lin Doudou's words made the Empress' eyes light up. She had not expected Lin Doudou to have such boldness and determination to build a beauty salon for her in the palace. The Empress silently admired this woman who was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also intelligent, and capable knowing well how to seize opportunities. Lin Doudou, you are truly thoughtful. To build a beauty salon for me in the palace. This sincerity and ability, I greatly appreciate. The Empress said with a smile, her tone revealing admiration and expectation. Hearing this, Lin Doudou was secretly pleased, but she also knew that this was only the beginning, the real challenge lay ahead. She needed to give her all to create a beauty salon that truly matched the Empress' status and taste. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. I will do my utmost to create a unique beauty salon for you, Lin Doudou said respectfully, while already beginning to plan the construction and operation of the salon in her mind. Seeing this, the Empress nodded with even greater satisfaction. She knew that Lin Doudou not only possessed outstanding beauty and intelligence, but also had a heart for daring to challenge and innovate. Such a woman would surely shine brightly in the palace. That's wonderful. Then I look forward to your beauty salon. As for funds and personnel, just ask, and I will do my best to meet your needs. The Empress said generously, knowing that for beauty, everything was worth it. Hearing this, Lin Doudou was filled with gratitude. She knew this was the Empress' trust and appreciation, and also the best opportunity for her to showcase herself. She would certainly give her all to live up to the Empress' expectations. Thank you for your trust and support, Your Highness. I will spare no effort to create a beauty salon that will satisfy you, Lin Doudou said again respectfully, her heart now brimming with confidence and determination. She knew this was a new beginning and a significant opportunity in her life. Your Highness, it's just that. The beauty salon is very busy, and I'm afraid I cannot spare the time to serve you personally. However, I can assign the 2 best beauticians from our shop to serve you personally. The Empress thought for a moment, and as long as someone could perform the beauty treatments for her, it would be fine. That's fine, then it'll trouble you. With that, the Empress gestured to the maid beside her to bestow some precious jewelry upon Lin Doudou. Your Highness, this is a set of cosmetics I specially brought before coming. These cosmetics are not sold at the beauty salon. They are my own special creation with effects superior to those in the salon. I humbly present them to you as a token of my admiration. Lin Doudou said respectfully, taking out a delicate and exquisite box from her bosom and presenting it. The Empress' eyes flickered with surprise. She had not expected Lin Doudou to be so thoughtful as to bring her a special set of cosmetics. She took the cosmetics, examined them carefully, and gently opened the box. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted to her nose, making her feel exceptionally comforted. The box contained various exquisite cosmetics, each appearing unique, and clearly the result of meticulous research. Lin Doudou, you are truly considerate. This set of cosmetics looks very distinctive. I like it very much, the Empress said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of appreciation. Lin Doudou was secretly pleased, knowing that her efforts had not been in vain. This set of cosmetics looks very distinctive. I like it very much, the Empress said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of appreciation. Lin Doudou was secretly pleased, knowing. The Empress nodded, gently expressing satisfaction with Lin Doudou's intelligence and thoughtfulness. She knew that this special set of cosmetics was not only a precious gift, but also a token of Lin Doudou's respect and admiration for her. Suetsue Beauty Salon was now exceptionally popular. The nobles, officials, ladies, and misses of the capital all flocked to this salon. Initially, everyone came with a tentative mindset driven by curiosity about the salon's novel products. Toners, lotions, creams, masks, and the like. Having never heard of such intriguing items before, everyone was deeply intrigued. However, after using them several times, they became utterly enamored with the salon's offerings. Not only could they purchase their desired products at the salon, but they could also acquire a wealth of knowledge about skincare. At this time, these ladies and misses particularly enjoyed patronizing the beauty salon. Here they also learned quite a few novel terms such as sensitive skin, dry skin, oily skin, and so on. One day at the salon, Lin Doudou walked in for an inspection. She saw the staff immediately and warmly attending to the customers in the store. Witnessing this bustling scene, Lin Doudou felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She strolled through the store, observing the customers as they used the products, and chatted with a few regular clients to gauge their satisfaction with the items. Just then, a magnificently dressed noble lady caught Lin Doudou's attention. The latter's face bore an expression of anxiety as she inquired about something with a shop assistant. Lin Doudou approached and asked with a smile, "Madam, is there anything I can assist you with?" The noble lady looked at Lin Doudou and said, "I've heard you have a special mask here that can make one's skin radiate brilliance. However, my skin is very sensitive. I'm not sure if it would be suitable for me." Lin Doudou replied confidently, "Our products have all undergone rigorous testing. They are gentle and non-irritating. Nonetheless, for sensitive skin types, we can first conduct a patch test to see how your skin reacts. If any discomfort arises, we will address it promptly." Hearing this, the noble lad's face lit up with a relieved smile. "Madam, please follow me. I will perform a test for you," Lin Doudou said, leading the noble lady to a specially designated skin testing area within the store. She explained each step in a gentle voice, putting the noble lady completely at ease. "Madam, if you could just wait here for a moment, I will fetch some mask samples for a patch test. The entire process is very simple and won't take up much of your time. As she spoke, Lin Doudou deftly prepared the necessary tools and materials for the noble lady nodded, gazing at Lin Doudou with gratitude. She realized that this young woman was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a trustworthy aura. A moment later, Lin Doudou gently applied a sample of the mask to the inside of the noble lattice wrist, a common site for testing skin sensitivity. As she observed the lattice skin reaction, she asked about her sensations. "Madam, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Lin Doudou inquired with concern. The noble lady concentrated for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. "No, it feels very comfortable. The texture of this mask is very fine, and it smells quite refreshing." Hearing this, Lin Doudou was secretly pleased. She knew that this initial test was already more than half successful. She continued to explain, "Madam, this indicates that your skin has not had an allergic reaction to our mask sample. Of course, to be absolutely certain, we still recommend that you undergo a comprehensive skin test before using any new products." The noble lady nodded, feeling even more reassured. "All right then, please trouble yourself to arrange a full skin test for me." Lin Doudou agreed with a smile, knowing she had successfully won this person's trust and favor. Lin Doudou then personally conducted a comprehensive skin test for her. The testing process was meticulous, every step performed with professionalism and gentle care. Based on the test results, she carefully recommended suitable masks and other skincare products for Lady Li, each one tailored to her specific skin type and needs. Lady Li was extremely satisfied with Lin Doudou's professional service. She said with a smile, "Miss, your service is so thoughtful, you've made me feel like a new person. May I ask how I should address you?" Lin Doudou replied modestly, "Madam, I am the owner of this establishment, Lin Doudou. I am delighted to be of service to you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lady Li's eyes. "Oh, so you are Lin Doudou. I've heard your name before. Mingwei residence also belongs to your Lin family, doesn't it? The food there is exceptionally delicious. I've always been very fond of it." Lin Doudou nodded with a smile. "Yes, Lady Li, Mingwei residence is indeed owned by our family. Thank you very much for your support and patronage of our family." The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. Lady Li continued, "By the way, I am the wife of Squire Li. You may call me Lady Li from now on. Doudou, I can see that your beauty salon has great potential. It will surely enjoy thriving business in the future." Lin Doudou said gratefully, "Thank you for your kind words, Lady Li. I will certainly strive to manage it well, and make this salon one of the premier beauty destinations in the capital." They chatted for a while longer, and then Lady Li left with the skincare products Lin Doudou had recommended. Watching Lady Li's satisfied retreating figure, Lin Doudou's heart swelled with a sense of achievement. She knew this was only the beginning. There was so much more she needed to accomplish in this era. She aspired to become a formidable woman of this dynasty, a pioneer of progress. "How is the recent revenue?" Lin Doudou asked as she approached the counter. "Miss, the recent revenue has increased compared to last month. Especially after the launch of new products, customer response has been enthusiastic, leading to a significant rise in sales volume." The shop assistant replied with a smile, flipping through the sales records while detailing the recent business performance to Lin Doudou. Lin Doudou nodded lightly. "Good." She looked around and saw that the store was still bustling with customers, filling her heart with joy. Just then a familiar figure walked in. It was Lady Zhang. Lady Zhang was a regular at the beauty salon and a recent close friend of Lin Doudou. "Doudou, long time no see." Lady Zhang greeted with a laugh. "Lady Zhang, hello. Are you here for a treatment today?" Lin Doudou went up to greet her. "Not a treatment today. My skin has been a bit dry lately, so I wanted to try that new hydrating mask you've launched." Lady Zhang said. "No problem, you've come at the right time. This mask is very effective. Many young ladies and madams have raved about it after using it." Lin Doudou explained the mask's benefits and usage to Lady Zhang as they spoke. After listening, Lady Zhang unhesitatingly purchased several boxes of the mask and also picked out a few other skincare products. "Thank you for your support, Lady Zhang," Lin Doudou said gratefully. "You're welcome. I trust your products," Lady Zhang replied with a smile. After seeing Lady Zhang off, Lin Doudou was filled with a myriad of emotions. She knew that the immense popularity of her beauty salon was not only due to the superior quality of the products, but also because of another crucial factor: she always adhered to a customer-centric approach, providing attentive service to every patron. She believed that whether in ancient times or modern, the most important thing was to treat customers with genuine care. After a period of preparation, the wedding date of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou was finally set, and the entire Prime Minister's residence was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Joyful smiles adorned every face, especially those of Lin Doudou's parents, who felt immense relief that their daughter had found a suitable husband. On the wedding day, the weather was exceptionally clear with bright sunshine and not a cloud in the sky. Gu Lingma, resplendent in his wedding attire, rode a tall horse at the very front of the bridal procession, looking gallant and handsome. His gaze was both resolute and tender, a slight smile playing on his lips, revealing the joy within his heart. Behind him stretched a long procession carrying 100 chests of dowry, advancing mightily towards the Lin family estate. Among the dowry were gleaming gold ornaments, dazzling jewels, precious silks, and satins, as well as various exquisite porcelains, and each item showcased the Gu family's immense wealth and the high regard they held for Lin Doudou. Meanwhile, the Lin residence was also bustling with excitement. The joyous sound of drums and gongs pierced the skies, deafening in its intensity. Red lanterns hung in every corner of the Lin residence, enveloping the entire estate in a festive aura. Lin Doudou, clad in a magnificent wedding gown, sat quietly in her boudoir, awaiting her groom. Her heart was a mix of nervousness and excitement, clutching the red veil tightly in her hands, as if she could feel Gu Lingmo's warmth. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door, followed by Gu Lingmo's familiar and warm voice. "Doudou, I'm here." Lin Doudou's heartbeat accelerated instantly. She stood up, walking towards the door with nervous yet thrilled steps. The door was gently pushed open, revealing Gu Lingma in his red attire, extraordinarily handsome before her eyes. "Lingma, you're here." Lin Doudou's voice trembled slightly, tears of happiness shimmering in her eyes. Gu Lingma stepped forward, firmly clasping Lin Doudou's hand, and said tenderly, "Doudou, I've finally waited for this day. From now on I will always protect you and never let you suffer any grievance." Lin Doudou was moved to tears. She nestled tightly in Gu Lingmo's arms and whispered, "Lingma, I feel the same way. I will always love you no matter what happens. I will be by your side." Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma exchanged smiles, their eyes full of hope and happiness for the... In that moment, they knew they had found their own happiness. Gu Lingma supported Lin Doudou as they entered the main hall together. The hall was decorated with solemnity and warmth, red lanterns, and the character for double happiness adorning the surroundings. Seated in the center were Lin Doudou's parents Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue, along with her younger siblings Lin Xiaohua and Lin Yang. Seeing his daughter and son-in-law, a flicker of reluctance passed through Lin Ming's eyes, but it was overshadowed by relief and joy. He stood up, looking kindly at Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou, his eyes slightly moist, his voice a little choked. "My dear children, you have finally reached this step. From today onward, Doudou is entrusted to you. You must treat her well." Gu Lingma respectfully bowed, his eyes filled with sincerity and determination, and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will take good care of Doudou and will never let her suffer any grievance." His gaze turned to Lin Doudou, brimming with tenderness and love, as if pledging his lifelong protection to her. Lin Doudou's heart was deeply moved, tears blurring her vision. She gently held her father's hand, feeling his warmth and care, a profound sense of gratitude welling up within her. She knew that her father had always loved her the most, and now he was entrusting her to another man, hoping they would find happiness and joy. Lin Ming patted Gu Lingma on the shoulder and said earnestly, "My boy, from now on, Doudou is your responsibility. No matter what difficulties or challenges you face, you must face them together and support each other. Remember, a family's happiness requires the joint effort of both parties." Gu Lingma nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. He deeply comprehended the weight of this responsibility and was willing to give his all for it. He would prove his love for Lin Doudou through his actions, ensuring she lived a happy and fulfilling life. At that moment, Lin Doudou felt incredibly fortunate and happy. She had a husband who loved her deeply and a father who cared for her. Lu Tsitsue slowly rose to her feet, crystalline tears shimmering in her eyes, but a brilliant smile graced her lips. She gently took Lin Doudou's hand, her voice filled with affection and blessings. "Doudou, you have grown up and are about to enter the halls of matrimony, starting your own family. Your mother firmly believes you have made the right choice and is confident that your future life will be filled with happiness." Lin Doudou's eyes welled up, tears swirling within them. She was too moved to speak, could only embrace Lu Tsitsue tightly, her voice trembling yet resolute. "Mother, thank you for your meticulous care and protection over the years. I will often come home to visit you, and I will also take good care of myself. Please rest assured." Lin Xiaohua and Lin Yang also stood up, their eyes shining with blessings, happy smiles on their faces. Lin Xiaohua tightly grasped Lin Doudou's hand, tears glistening in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Sister, you're finally getting married. I'm so happy, but at the same time I'm so reluctant to let you go. You must come back to see us often." Lin Doudou smiled and nodded, her eyes full of reluctance and emotion. She gently stroked her sister's hair and said softly, "Don't worry, Xiaohua, I will come back often. And you must take good care of yourselves too." Meanwhile, Lin Yang walked over to Gu Lingma, gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, and said with a grin, "Brother-in-law, I'm entrusting my sister to your care from now on. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off easily." Gu Lingma smiled slightly and nodded seriously, "Don't worry, I will take good care of your sister." At that moment, Lin Doudou felt the warmth and support of her family, her heart filled with gratitude. She knew that no matter what difficulties the future held, her family would silently support her from behind. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged a smile, understanding that no matter what challenges they faced in the future, as long as the family worked together, they could surely overcome any obstacle. They bid farewell to her parents and siblings hand in hand, and walked out of the main hall, stepping onto the path of their own happiness. In front of the Lin residence, a huge crowd had already gathered, a surging sea of people bustling with excitement. Everyone had come to witness this grand wedding, their faces beaming with joy and blessings. At this moment, Lin Doudou was like a blooming flower clad in a dazzling red wedding gown, its exquisite embroidery and splendid decorations a feast for the eyes. Beneath her veil, she wore an elaborate phoenix crown, its sparkling jewels radiating brilliance, accentuating her noble and elegant temperament. Her face was as delicate as a peach blossom, her skin as white as snow, exuding a captivating radiance. Every detail showcased her beauty and grace, enchanting all who beheld her. Gu Lingma carefully lifted Lin Doudou, as if holding a precious treasure. His gaze was full of tenderness and love as he slowly walked out of the house, gently placing Lin Doudou into the elaborately prepared bridal sedan. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on them, the air thick with happiness. Inside the sedan, Lin Doudou's heart was a mix of excitement and nervousness. She knew she was about to begin a new journey in life. She looked forward to the future and was grateful for the love and promises given by the man beside her. With the cry of "Lift the sedan," the bridal procession set off again, heading towards the Gu residence. Along the way, drums and gongs thundered, firecrackers crackled, creating a scene of great bustle and excitement. Gu Lingma, riding his horse, frequently glanced back at the sedan, his heart filled with joy and anticipation. On the road, people cast envious glances, praising the beautiful love of the new couple. Seated in the sedan, Lin Doudou felt the festive atmosphere around her, her heart brimming with joy and happiness. The bustling streets were crowded with people, the clamor rising and falling. The bridal procession slowly advanced, drawing everyone's attention. People stopped in their tracks, curiously watching the procession and murmuring among themselves. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation, their eyes revealing envy and admiration. "Look at Gu Lingma, he's truly handsome and extraordinarily charismatic," a young woman whispered, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She stared intently at Gu Lingma on his horse, her heart full of praise for the handsome groom. "Yes, his eyes are deep and captivating, as if they can see through everything," the man beside her agreed, also drawn by Gu Lingma's demeanor, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a man is truly rare in this world." As for the bride, Lin Doudou, sitting in the sedan, people were equally generous with their praise. "Is Lin Doudou the owner of Mingwei residence? I've seen her a few times, she's exceptionally beautiful," a lady said, a hint of astonishment in her tone. "I've also met Miss Lin Doudou of the Lin residence. She is very approachable and makes you want to get close to her." Another older woman nodded in agreement with a smile. She looked at the sedan, imagining the bride's feelings at that moment, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. "I truly hope they can be happy and grow old together," an elderly woman said emotionally, her voice filled with deep blessings. The people around nodded in agreement, all wishing the new couple a wonderful future together. The bridal procession faded into the distance, leaving behind an atmosphere of joy. People continued to discuss the wedding, their hearts full of blessings for the new couple. Finally, the bridal procession arrived at the Gu residence. Gu Lingma dismounted and personally helped Lin Doudou out of the sedan. His gaze was full of tenderness and love, gently taking her hand, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Lin Doudou shyly lowered her head, her heart full of joy and anticipation. Hand in hand, they entered the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. Inside, the mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners brimming with joy. Red lanterns and the character for double happiness adorned every corner, making the entire residence exceptionally beautiful. The air was filled with a festive aura, intoxicating all who breathed it. The guests rose to their feet, applauding and cheering, welcoming the new couple with enthusiastic applause. Amidst the crowd, Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou slowly walked towards the main hall. The main hall had already been arranged with solemnity and sanctity. In the center was a table for the wedding ceremony, bearing the spirit tablets of heaven and earth with blazing candles on either side. The candlelight flickered, illuminating their happy smiles. The steward called out loudly, "First bow to heaven and earth." At the command, Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou knelt down, simultaneously paying their respects to heaven and earth. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, filled with a sense of solemnity and sanctity. In that moment, they bound their destinies closely together, embarking on the journey of their future lives. Next, the steward called out again, "Second bow to the parents." The two turned around, facing Gu Feng, Gu Lingma's father, who sat in the seat of honor, and respectfully performed 3 bows. A smile graced Gu Feng's face, his eyes revealing relief and blessings. Then the steward announced the final ritual. Husband and wife bow to each other. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou stood facing each other and bowed deeply. Their eyes met, as if silently conveying endless love and promise. Finally, Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou bowed once more to heaven and earth, completing the solemn and sacred wedding ceremony. Night fell and the lanterns were lit. The entire capital was illuminated, a scene of prosperity. Amidst the lively atmosphere, one place was particularly serene, the Gu residence. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou finally entered their bridal chamber. The room was filled with a rich fragrance, intoxicating all who entered. Candlelight flickered, casting light on their happy smiles. Gu Lingma gently lifted the red veil from Lin Doudou's head, his gaze tender and affectionate. Lin Doudou raised her head slightly, exchanging a smile with him, her eyes full of love. My wife, you are truly beautiful today, Gu Lingma said softly, his voice carrying a hint of endearment. Lin Doudou shyly lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her face. Thank you, my husband. Her voice was gentle like a breeze brushing past the ear. They picked up their wine glasses, gazing into each other's eyes, and slowly drank the cross. At that moment their hearts were connected, their feelings for each other growing deeper. After drinking they sat side by side on the bed and began to talk. From now on we are family. I will take good care of you, Gu Lingma said, holding Lin Doudou's hand tightly, his tone resolute and sincere. Lin Doudou nodded, touched. I will also do my best to manage this household well. Her eyes were full of anticipation for their future life. They talked about their future days, sharing their dreams and expectations. Gu Lingma hoped to give Lin Doudou a happy and fulfilling family, allowing her to live without worries. Lin Doudou wished to become a virtuous wife and loving mother, supporting Gu Lingma's career. The moonlight outside the window was like water spilling onto the windowsill, as if casting a silver veil over the entire room. Gu Lingma gently pulled Lin Doudou into his arms, feeling her warmth. Their breathing gradually steadied, immersed in the atmosphere of happiness. Suddenly a gentle breeze blew and carrying the faint fragrance of flowers. Lin Doudou looked up towards the window, seeing the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, its pure white blossoms blooming like snow, emitting a delicate fragrance. So fragrant, Lin Doudou whispered. This is our osmanthus tree, it seems to be celebrating our wedding too, Gu Lingma said with a smile. Lin Doudou leaned against Gu Lingma's chest, listening to his strong, steady heartbeat, her heart filled with peace. She knew that from this moment on they would walk through every stage of life together, creating their own happiness. On this beautiful night, their love, like the osmanthus tree, bloomed with fragrant blossoms, enduring through the ages. In recent days the Gu Manor has been filled with a festive atmosphere. Preparations for Lin Doudou's important return home after 3 days began early at the Gu Manor. At the entrance of the manor, bright red lanterns were hung, their cheerful colors reflecting the grandeur of the Gu Manor. In the courtyard flowers bloomed, colorful silks fluttered, and every detail revealed the manor's emphasis on this return. Meanwhile the Lin Manor was also busy preparing for their daughter's return. The entrance of Lin Manor was decorated festively, with large red double happiness characters plastered across the door, showcasing their blessings for their daughter. Inside, the manor's servants busily scurried about, cleaning and arranging, ensuring everything was perfect. Lin Doudou's mother, Lu Chui, insisted on cooking herself, preparing a sumptuous feast for them, with each dish reflecting Lin Doudou's favorite flavors from her childhood. She hoped that through these familiar dishes her daughter would feel the warmth of home and the unchanging love of a mother. Additionally, the Lin Manor specially prepared an elegant guest room for Gu Lingma, decorated warmly and comfortably to express their respect. Gu Lingma also prepared return gifts for Lin Doudou's parents and siblings. Finally, on the day of the return, Lin Doudou woke up early to dress up. She wore a magnificent gown, her makeup exquisite and enchanting. Gu Lingma brought along a group of servants carrying generous gifts, accompanying Lin Doudou to the Lin family. Along the way, envious glances were cast upon them. Upon arriving at the Lin family, Lin's parents saw their daughter's happy demeanor, unable to contain their joy. At last the day of the return arrived. Gu Lingma rode a tall horse, gently bringing Lin Doudou into the Lin Manor. Lin Ming and Lu Chui along with Lin Xiaohua and Lin Yiyang had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them return, they all hurried forward to welcome them, voices of blessing rising one after another. As Lin Doudou stepped into the Lin Manor, familiar sights and the smiles of her family surged warmth in her heart. She took Gu Lingma's hand, and together they bowed to her parents. Lin Doudou tightly held Gu Lingma's hand. After bowing to her parents, Lin Ming, with a beaming smile, kindly said to Gu Lingma, we have finally welcomed Doudou back. Seeing how well you two get along, we can finally rest easy. Lu Chui then stepped forward, gently taking Lin Doudou's small hand, her eyes filled with loving concern, asking, Doudou, are you living well at the Gu family? Have you faced any grievances? Lin Doudou smiled, and shook her head, gently replying, Mother, you don't need to worry. I am doing quite well at the Gu family. Lingmo has always taken very good care of me. After saying this, she turned to Lin Xiaohua and Lin Yiyang, asking with full concern, Xiaohua, Yiyang, how have you both been lately? Have you been listening well to your parents? Lin Xiaohua and Lin Yiyang answered in unison, Sister, we have been very obedient, always listening to our parents. The family gathered around, chatting and laughing, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Finally, on the day of the return, Gu Lingma rode a tall horse, gently bringing Lin Doudou into the Lin Manor. Gu Lingma presented the return gifts one by one. First was a valuable calligraphy, and painting the scrolls, slowly unfurling to reveal the masterful ink art, the strokes vigorous and powerful, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing this, Lin's parents praised repeatedly, knowing this artwork was undoubtedly a rare treasure in their home. Next was an exquisite jade carving, entirely translucent, intricately carved, with delicate patterns lifelike, as if alive. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Yiyang's eyes widened in curiosity and delight at such exquisite art pieces. There was also a box of precious jewelry, each gem sparkling with dazzling brilliance, emanating a captivating allure. Seeing these gifts, Lin Doudou felt a wave of emotion. She knew Guling Mo had truly put in a lot of effort for this return. After presenting the valuable gifts to Lin's parents, Guling Mo did not forget Lin Doudou's younger siblings, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Yiyang. He specially prepared 2 special gifts for these 2 children. For Lin Xiaohua, Guling Mo gifted her a beautiful stationery set. This set included a brush carved with delicate patterns, a warm-toned inkstone, and several sheets of high-quality rice paper. He knew Lin Xiaohua enjoyed writing and painting, and this gift would undoubtedly help her on her learning journey. For Lin Yiyang, Guling Mo gifted him a finely crafted sword. This sword was exceptionally well made, the blade flashing with a cold light, and the hilt inlaid with a small gem. He noticed Lin Yiyang had a strong interest in martial arts, hoping that he would not only achieve success in his studies, but also shine in martial arts. Lin Yiyang carefully accepted the sword, feeling the cool touch of the gem inlaid in the hilt, a surge of indescribable excitement, filling. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Lin Yiyang exclaimed excitedly, his voice filled with gratitude and joy. Lin Xiaohua also looked at the exquisite stationery set. Guling Mo gave her eyes sparkling with surprise and appreciation. She gently caressed the brush carved with intricate patterns, feeling its warm touch. A wave of indescribable warmth surged within her. "Brother-in-law, this gift is truly beautiful," Lin Xiaohua exclaimed sincerely. "I have always wanted a set like this for writing and painting to record the beauty of life. You are so thoughtful, thank you." Guling Mo smiled at the Lin family, saying, "These are gifts I specially selected for my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and younger siblings. I hope you all will like them. Thank you for marrying Doudou to me." Lin's parents felt a surge of comfort and gratitude upon hearing this. They knew Guling Mo was not only an outstanding young man, but also someone who treasured family and cared for loved ones. They felt more reassured about their daughter's marriage and looked forward to the bright future of both families. After chatting for a while, Lu Chui personally went to the kitchen to busy herself, her face glowing with a mother's tenderness. She carefully selected fresh ingredients, preparing to cook a sumptuous meal for her daughter Lin Doudou. She skillfully chopped the vegetables, the knife clashing against the cutting board, producing a crisp sound. The vegetables were cut into even small pieces, emitting a fresh aroma. Lu Chui placed the chopped vegetables into the pot, gently stir-frying them, perfectly controlling the heat to ensure each piece was evenly cooked. Next, she began preparing the meat. She sliced the meat thinly and marinated it for a while with seasonings to enhance the flavor. Then she placed the slices into a hot pan, frying them until golden brown, releasing an enticing aroma. Lu Chui also prepared a soup, slowly simmering bones and vegetables in the pot to make the soup rich and delicious. During the cooking process, Lu Chui occasionally tasted the dishes, adjusting the flavors to ensure each one suited her daughter's palate. After making Lin Doudou's favorite braised fish, soon a table full of delicious dishes was set. Lu Chui wiped the sweat from her forehead, satisfied as she looked at her masterpiece. "Dinner is ready," Lu Chui cheerfully announced. Everyone gathered around the table, and Lin Doudou excitedly said, "Wow, all the dishes today look so..." Saying this, she eagerly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable stir-fried noodles and put it in her mouth. "Mother's cooking is the best." Lin's father laughed and replied, "Haha, they are all your favorites, try them out." Lin's mother then asked Guling Mo with concern, "Ling Mo, you should eat too. Try this braised pork and see if it suits your taste." Guling Mo politely replied, "Thank you, mother-in-law." Lin Doudou picked up a piece of braised fish for Guling Mo and playfully said, "You should try this, my mother's braised fish is delicious." Guling Mo also took a bite, praising Aunt's culinary skills are truly exquisite. This braised fish is visually appealing and delicious. As the family ate and chatted, laughter echoed continuously. This meal was filled with the warmth of family, allowing Lin Doudou to experience it. Soon it was time for lunch, and the table was filled with sumptuous dishes, with the Lin family seated together, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lin's father said, "Ling Mo, in the future come home to eat with Doudou whenever you have time. Now that Doudou has married into the Gu family, she will come back less often, but you both must visit us more." Guling Mo smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Sure, father-in-law, I will." Everyone enjoyed the delicious food, while happily chatting, laughter echoing throughout the room. After lunch and dinner, Lin Doudou and Guling Mo strolled through the courtyard. Lin Doudou reminisced about the amusing stories from her childhood and shared them with Guling Mo, the two occasionally bursting into joyful laughter, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Xiaohua ran over, tugging at Lin Doudou's sleeve, whining, "Sister, can you come home often to visit in the future? I will miss you." Lin Doudou gently stroked Lin Xiaohua's head, promising, "Of course, sister will miss you too." Guling Mo watched this scene, silently vowing to treat Lin Doudou while ensuring her everlasting happiness. Seeing Lin Xiaohua's innocent smile filled Guling Mo's heart with warmth. He softly said to Lin Doudou, "No matter how busy we are, we will always find time to come back to visit father-in-law and mother-in-law." We will also take Xiaohua and Yang out to play. Although you have married into the Gu family, this will always be your home, and we can return anytime." Upon hearing this, Lin Doudou's eyes sparkled with happiness. She tightly grasped Gu Lingmo's hand gratefully, saying, "Lingmo, thank you. With you by my side, I feel incredibly happy." The two stayed a while longer at the Lin Manor before returning to the Gu Manor. Lin's parents stood at the door filled with reluctance. Their gazes revealed endless love and concern. Lin's mother gently held her daughter's hand, tears glistening in her eyes, as she choked out, "Doudou, take care of yourself at the Gu family. Remember to eat on time, and don't stay up late. If you encounter difficulties, do not be afraid, you face them bravely. Your father and I will always be your strong support." Lin's father then patted his daughter's shoulder earnestly, reminding her, "Since you are married, you must fulfill your duties as a wife, and be filial to your in-laws. Be kind to the servants, and respect others. Also pay attention to your safety, and protect yourself." Lin Doudou felt her parents' reluctance and love as she turned around and tightly hugged Lin's father and mother, saying, "Father, mother, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You should also take care of your health and not overexert yourselves." Lin Yang and Lin Xiaohua were also reluctant to part with Lin Doudou. "Everyone, don't worry, I will often come back to visit Doudou. You can also come and stay at my manor when you have time." Gu Ling Mo comforted seeing this scene. Finally, Lin Doudou waved her hand and stepped onto the carriage. As the carriage gradually moved away, Lin Doudou looked back through the window, tears blurring her vision. She saw her parents standing at the door, their figures growing smaller, but the deep bond of family love would forever be etched in her heart. She resolutely decided to live well with Gu Ling Mo to reassure her parents. On the way back to the Gu Manor, Lin Doudou fell silent. Noticing Lin Doudou's unhappiness along the way, Gu Ling Mo said, "Doudou, don't be sad. We can come back often to visit." Gu Ling Mo gently patted Lin Doudou's hand. Lin Doudou raised her head, forcing a smile. "I know it's just a bit hard to adapt after leaving home all of a sudden." Gu Ling Mo looked at her with concern. "I understand, a home is always hard to leave. But we now have our own little home, and I will give you warmth." Lin Doudou leaned on Gu Ling Mo's shoulder, nodding slightly. "I believe you." Gu Ling Mo held Lin Doudou tightly, and the carriage continued on its way toward the... At night, Lin Doudou and Gu Ling Mo leaned against each other by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Gu Ling Mo gently said, "Doudou, our life will surely get better and better in the future." Lin Doudou nodded, leaning in his arms, dreaming of happy times ahead. As days passed, the relationship between Lin Doudou and Gu Ling Mo grew stronger. They managed their little home together, filling every moment with warmth and sweetness. Gu Ling Mo always took great care of Lin Doudou, whether it was a cup of hot tea in the morning or a warm lamp at night. His love flowed through every... Lin Doudou gradually adapted to her new life, starting to participate in the management of the Gu Manor, winning unanimous praise from everyone with her intelligence and kindness. She often discussed household matters with Gu Ling Mo, their harmony and cooperation, ensuring that life in the Gu Manor was orderly, filled with harmony and happiness. They would also take walks in the manor's garden hand in hand, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Sometimes Gu Ling Mo would play a tune for Lin Doudou, the melodious sound seeming to cleanse the dust of their souls, making Lin Doudou feel incredibly at peace. Whenever night fell, they would lean against each other by the window, gazing at the bright moon and sharing their dreams and hopes. Gu Ling Mo would often softly tell Lin Doudou, "No matter how many storms the future holds, I will be by your side, protect you, and give you happiness." Lin Doudou would always firmly respond, "I believe in you, and I believe our future will continue to improve." Since the news of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou's grand wedding spread throughout the city, Princess Luning's resentment had nearly reached its zenith. She could neither understand nor accept why Gu Lingma, who had once been as cold as ice toward her, would develop a deep affection for a woman from a mountain village with no background whatsoever. In Princess Luning's eyes, Lin Doudou was nothing but a country bumpkin possessing no qualities worthy of praise. She herself as a princess held a noble identity and status, far surpassing Lin Doudou in family background, talent, and appearance. Countless times she had fantasized about standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Lingma, sharing in wealth and prestige, only to have her dreams shattered by such a woman seizing the opportunity first. Yet love is often not measured by status and position. Perhaps Gu Lingma chose Lin Doudou precisely because of her innocence, simplicity, and kindness, qualities that those living in high places could never. Though noble Princess Luning's heart was filled with jealousy and resentment, emotions that only twist and uglify a person. The flames of jealousy burned within Princess Luning, and she could not accept the happiness of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou, resolving to destroy their marriage at any cost. Her eyes flashed with determination, and she plotted various vicious schemes in her mind. "Father, could you go to Uncle Emperor and ask for a marriage decree on my behalf?" Princess Luning suddenly spoke to her father, Prince Luo, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, but more firmness than anything else. Upon hearing that his daughter had a sweetheart and wished for the emperor to issue a marriage decree, Prince Luo was momentarily stunned, then a joyful expression spread across his face. He thought his daughter had finally come to her senses, abandoning the unattainable Gu Lingma, who had occupied her heart. Wonderful, which noble young master has caught my precious daughter's eye. Tell me, father, Prince Luo said cheerfully, his heart brimming with anticipation as he awaited her answer, believing she had finally found her own. However, Princess Luning's next words shocked him greatly. Father, I want Uncle Emperor to betroth me to Gu Lingma, she declared, her voice calm, yet revealing an unyielding resolve. Prince Luo's face instantly turned livid. He had never imagined that his daughter would still be fixated on Gu Lingma, who was already married. Nonsense! Prince Luo exclaimed angrily. Gu Lingma is already married. Is the daughter of Prince Luo going to be his concubine? You are bringing shame to our Luo family. Ninger, come to your senses. Prince Luo tried to persuade her. Gu Lingma has already married Lin Doudou, and they share deep feelings. You cannot intervene, and as a princess, how could you become someone else's concubine? Princess Luoning remained unmoved, looking coldly at her father. Father, I only ask for your help in this matter. As for the rest, I have my own ways to handle it. Prince Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew his daughter was stubborn, but he never expected her to be so resolute this time. Absolutely not. Prince Luo refused categorically. I will never agree to you becoming a concubine. A cold glint flashed in Princess Luning's eyes as she stared at her father. Father, do you care so much about face? If I can become a concubine in the Gu family, it would also be a glory for our Luo family. Moreover, I believe I have the ability to win Gu Lingmo's heart. Hearing this, Prince Luo trembled with rage. He pointed at his daughter and roared furiously. You are utterly insane. For a man, you would throw away your dignity. Princess Luoning sneered. Father, don't get worked up. Father, you don't understand. I only want to have Gu Lingma, who I don't care about anything else. Once I enter the Gu family, I will surely make Gu Lingma fall in love with me. Then I will have him divorce that woman and make me his lawful wife. In this way, the status of our Luo family will also rise. Hearing this, Prince Luo's resolve began to waver. He knew his daughter was intelligent and clever if things turned out as she said, she might achieve her wish. But at the same time, he worried she might get hurt. But Prince Luo hesitated. What if things don't go as you expect? Princess Luoning said confidently, Father, rest assured. I will definitely succeed. After a moment of silence, Prince Luo finally nodded, helplessly agreeing to her request. He thought to himself, perhaps this was the will of fate. He hoped his daughter could find happiness, and that her plan would go smoothly. Prince Luo looked at his daughter's resolute expression, and a wave of powerlessness surged within him. He knew this daughter was stubborn, and once she made up her mind, it was hard to change. But he also understood that letting her become a concubine was utterly impossible. This would not only disgrace the Luo family, but also plunge his daughter into a lifetime of unhappiness. Prince Luo gazed at his daughter's determined back, his heart filled with helplessness and worry. He knew this woman was trapped in the quagmire of her emotions, unable to escape. As a father, he could do nothing but silently pray that she would soon come to her senses and find true happiness. Princess Luoning returned to her room, clenching her fists, vowing silently to marry Gu Lingma. She took out paper and a brush, began writing a letter to Gu Lingma, expressing her affection and hinting that if he did not comply, she would resort to certain measures. After finishing the letter, Princess Luoning sent a trusted servant to deliver it. On the other side, upon receiving the letter, Gu Lingma threw it into the fire without even a glance. His life with Lin Doudou was simple and happy, and he wanted no one to disturb it. At that moment, he was unaware that Princess Luoning had secretly vowed never to give up until she achieved her goal. Seeing no response from Gu Lingma, Princess Luoning grew anxious, but did not show it. She knew Gu Lingma was cold and unapproachable, which only intensified her desire to conquer him. Since gentleness failed, she decided to use force. Thus, Princess Luoning began to devise a new plan. She intended to use her family's influence, having her father petition the emperor to decree her marriage to Gu Lingma as his equal wife. She knew this was a risky move, but to achieve her goal, she was willing to take the gamble. Princess Luoning went to her father using all her charm and wiles and finally convinced him to help her petition the emperor. Although her father doted on her, he was also well aware that Gu Lingma was not easy to control, and he felt some concern. However, faced with his daughter's resolute request, he ultimately decided to give it a try. Soon the emperor's marriage decree arrived. When Gu Lingma heard the news, he could hardly believe his ears. He had never imagined that already married, he would be forced into another marriage, least of all with Princess Luoning. His heart filled with anger and helplessness. He knew it must be Princess Luoning's doing. Yet the imperial decree could not be disobeyed, and Gu Lingma had to accept the fact. He began to think about how to deal with this sudden change, and how to protect his and Lin Doudou's happy life from being destroyed. He knew it would be a difficult battle, but he was prepared to fight to safeguard his love and life. The next day, Gu Lingma, dressed in a black robe, his posture tall, and his face cold, walked into the palace with firm steps. A hint of determination gleamed in his eyes. He had only one thought in his heart: to request the emperor to revoke the decree bestowing Princess Luoning upon him. Entering the magnificent palace, Gu Lingma walked slowly, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. His emotions were complex, filled with uncertainty about the future and steadfastness in love. Finally he arrived before the emperor bowed respectfully, his movements revealing solemnity and sincerity. Lifting his head, he looked directly into the emperor's eyes, which shone with unyielding resolve. He said earnestly, "Your Majesty, I humbly beg you to revoke the decree bestowing Princess Lawning upon me. I am fully aware that this is your Majesty's grace and a great honor, but I already have a beloved in my heart. In this life I can have only one wife, and that is Lin Doudou." The emperor frowned slightly, somewhat surprised by Gu Lingmo's request. He paused for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Then he asked slowly, "Minister Gu, do you understand what it means to reject the imperial marriage decree? It is not only disrespectful to Princess Lawning, but may also bring trouble to your family. Moreover, Princess Lawning is willing to lower her status to be your equal wife, showing her deep devotion to you. Can you not share your love like the legendary sisters?" A flicker of pain passed through Gu Lingmo's eyes, but he answered without hesitation, "I understand. I am grateful for Princess Luning's affection, but my feelings for Lin Doudou are unwavering. If I cannot be with her, I would rather live alone for the rest of my life than betray her deep love." The emperor looked at Gu Lingmo's resolute expression and could not help but be moved. He pondered for a moment, as if considering Gu Lingmo's courage and determination. Then he said slowly, "Very well, I respect your choice. But remember, your decision may have consequences, including conflict with Princess Lawning and her family, and may even affect your position at court." Gu Lingma bowed again, saying gratefully, "Thank you, your Majesty, for your understanding. I am willing to bear all consequences. As long as I can be with Lin Doudou, I fear nothing." With that, Gu Lingma turned and left the palace, his steps becoming light and firm. His heart was filled with joy and anticipation, as if he could already see the beautiful future he would share with Lin Doudou. He knew he would face challenges and difficulties, but he firmly believed that as long as they loved each other, they could overcome all obstacles and create their own happiness together. When Princess Luoning learned that Gu Lingma had gone to the palace and at all costs called off the marriage, she flew into a rage in her residence. Her face twisted with fury, and her beautiful eyes blazed with anger. She violently smashed the teacup in her hand to the floor. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed in the room. Her breathing quickened, her chest heaving as if to release all the fury within her. "Gu Lingma, how dare you treat me like this?" she said through clenched teeth, her voice filled with hatred. Then she picked up nearby vases and ornaments, throwing them recklessly in all directions. The room was soon in a mess, shards scattered everywhere. The maidservants were too terrified to approach, watching the princess vent her anger from a distance. They knew the princess was always proud and arrogant. Being rejected by Gu Lingma was a great humiliation for her. After a long while, Princess Luning's emotions gradually calmed. She sat on a chair, her eyes empty, a look of despair on her face. "I will not let it go. Gu Lingma, you will regret this," she swore to herself. When Prince Luo learned that Gu Lingma had dared to go to the emperor to refuse the marriage, he erupted like a volcano. His face instantly turned livid, his eyes wide, as if they could spew blazing flames, burning all obstacles to his will into ashes. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his whole body trembling not from fear, but from extreme rage. In his heart, he cursed Gu Lingma, every word filled with hatred and resentment. "Gu Lingma, you insolent fool!" Prince Luo bellowed, his voice thundering through the room. He kicked over a chair in fury, as if venting all his dissatisfaction and anger on the innocent furniture. With the roar, the entire room seemed to tremble, the air growing tense and heavy. Prince Luo's face was as dark as the sky before a storm, sparks of anger flickering in his eyes. His chest heaved violently, his breath rapid, clearly unable to control his emotions. His roar echoed through the palace, carrying boundless authority and oppression. The onlookers turned pale, feeling the deep anger and dissatisfaction within Prince Luo. No one dared to make a sound, fearing to provoke this powerful man. The flames of rage in Prince Luo's eyes seemed ready to burst forth. His lips were tightly pressed, teeth clenched, facial muscles taut, his expression hideously twisted. At that moment, he looked like a provoked beast ready to pounce on its enemy and tear it apart. He could not believe that Gu Lingma would openly defy his will, refusing what he considered a marriage already unfair to his daughter. This was not only an insult to him, but also a challenge to the authority of the Luo family. Prince Luo swore in his heart that he would make Gu Lingma. He wanted Gu Lingma to know the consequences of defying his will in this world where power reigns supreme. His heart was filled with hatred and fury, as if it would devour everything. "Fine, you Gu family, you Gu Lingma. My daughter humbled herself to be an equal wife, and you still aren't satisfied. You truly have no regard for me, Prince Luo. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Fine, you Gu family, you Gu Lingma. My daughter humbled herself to be an equal wife, and you still aren't satisfied. You truly have no regard for me, Prince Luo. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Because Gu Lingma unhesitatingly rejected the marriage proposal with Princess Luoning, the rage within Prince Luo's heart blazed like a wildfire stirred by a gale, impossible to quell. Though deep down he was unwilling to see his beloved daughter relegated to the status of a secondary wife in the Gu household, Gu Lingmo's refusal was an unmistakable affront to Prince Luo's authority. Moreover, the matter was unique because the emperor had already betrothed Princess Luoning to Gu Lingma, a gesture that not only bestowed imperial favor upon the Luo prince's mansion, but also honored the entire Luo family. Yet within less than a day of the imperial decree being issued, Gu Lingma had so rashly rejected it, trampling upon Prince Luo's dignity with ruthless disregard. Prince Luo was well aware that the capital must already be abuzz with gossip and speculation. How would people view their Ning prince's mansion? How would they perceive him, Prince Luo? Would they become the laughingstock of the entire capital, a topic of idle chatter over tea? All of this filled Prince Luo with searing fury and humiliation. He had to find a way to salvage this situation to prevent Gu Lingma from so easily trampling the Luo family's honor. Otherwise, his standing and prestige in the capital would plummet beyond recovery. Prince Luo's countenance darkened like the sky before a tempest, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Standing by the study window, he stared into the pitch-black night outside, his heart churning with boundless anger and resentment. After a moment, he turned and coldly addressed his trusted aide standing nearby. You go at once to arrange men. I will make Gu Lingma understand the consequences of rejecting a marriage alliance with the Luo prince's mansion. Upon hearing this, the aide's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Knowing well Prince Luo's temperament and methods, he dared not show any negligence. He promptly nodded in assent, and was about to turn and leave when Prince Luo called him back. Wait. Prince Luo's voice grew even icier. This operation must be secret and swift. I want Gu Lingma to vanish without a trace, caught completely off guard. Do you understand my meaning? The aide shuddered, and quickly nodded to indicate his comprehension. He knew that this mission was no trivial matter. Failure would not only invite Prince Luo's severe punishment upon himself, but could also plunge his entire family into an abyss of ruin. Go. Prince Luo waved his hand, signaling for the aide to depart. He stood in the center of the study, his gaze cold and resolute. He had already made up his mind, no matter what, he would make Gu Lingma pay the price he deserved. After the aide received his orders and left, Prince Luo sat down in his chair, closed his eyes to rest, and pondered his next move. On that moonless, windy night, Gu Lingma's residence was suddenly attacked by unidentified black-clad assailants. These men were well-trained and swift in their movements, clearly hostile in intent. However, for Gu Lingma, this was nothing more than a trivial challenge. Since he and Lin Doudou had been diligently cultivating in that mysterious space, every day his martial arts had reached an unparalleled level. Now his form was agile as a specter weaving among the black-clad figures. Every strike was precise and lethal. Though the attackers were numerous, in Gu Lingma's eyes they were like lambs to the slaughter. He wielded his longsword, its blade flashing with light, and each swing drew a spur. The black-clad men fell one by one, their attacks utterly futile before Gu Lingma. His martial prowess had surpassed ordinary imagination, achieving a perfect fusion of speed, strength, and technique. He was like a killing machine, mercilessly reaping the lives of the intruders. In the end, when the last assailant fell, Gu Lingma sheathed his longsword, his face devoid of any expression. He knew this was only the beginning, the true challenges lay ahead. Yet he also understood that no matter the enemy, he possessed the confidence and ability to protect himself and those around him. For in that mysterious space, he and Lin Doudou had cultivated martial arts unmatched by any. Gu Lingma stood in the courtyard of his residence, surrounded by the fallen black-clad men, the air thick with the heavy stench of blood. His expression was grave, his eyes revealing a profound chill. He knew these men were no ordinary assassins, but killers dispatched by Prince Luo. He had been prepared to face all consequences for his decision to reject the marriage. But he had not expected Prince Luo to be so enraged as to send assassins against him. This only strengthened his resolve. He would never yield to any threat. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the stars in the night sky, a fierce fighting spirit surging within him. He knew that rejecting the marriage had thoroughly offended Prince Luo, and the path ahead would be far more treacherous. But he also understood that only by persevering could he protect himself and his loved ones. He took a deep breath, sheathed his longsword, and turned to walk deeper into the residence. He knew there was much yet to be done. He must face every challenge with greater caution and resolve. No matter how furious Prince Luo became, no matter how many hardships lay ahead, he would never retreat. For he was Gu Lingma, a man of unwavering conviction and indomitable will. In the backyard, Lin Doudou heard the sounds of a struggle from the front courtyard. Her heart tightened with worry, and she immediately set down her tasks and hurried forward. She rushed through the corridor, her steps quick, her mind filled with tension and unease. When she finally reached the front courtyard, she saw the black-clad men strewn across the ground, some lying, some groaning, others unconscious. And in the center of the courtyard stood a tall, straight figure, Gu Lingma. His posture was imposing and upright like an unshakable mountain. His eyes were cold and sharp as if they could pierce through anything. In his hand he held a keen-edged sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light that inspired fear. Lin Doudou's heart raced at the sight. She had never witnessed such a violent scene, nor had she imagined so many black-clad intruders breaking. Her gaze fell upon Gu Lingma. His clothes were slightly disheveled, but he was unharmed. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet anxiety still Lin, are you alright? Lin Doudou hurried to his side, asking with concern. Her eyes were filled with worry and distress, clearly frightened by the scene before her. Seeing her anxious expression, a wave of warmth surged through Gu Lingmo's heart. He smiled faintly and said, I'm fine, don't worry. These men came for us, but I won't let them succeed. His voice was firm and powerful, instilling a sense of reassurance. Lin Doudou was deeply moved by his words. She knew that Gu Lingmo had always been protecting her, shielding her from harm. She tightly grasped his hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Gu Lingmo gently patted her shoulder and comforted her, don't cry. I won't let we'll face the difficulties together, and we'll get through this. His tone was resolute, yet tender, filling Lin Doudou with immense warmth. Lin Doudou nodded, wiped away her tears, and said with newfound strength, I trust you. We will get through this. Her gaze was determined and brave, as if she was ready to embrace the coming challenges. Doudou, these men are assassins sent by Prince Luo, Gu Lingmo said in a deep voice, his tone filled with resolve. Lin Doudou's face changed color at his words. She knew of Prince Luo's vast influence. Rejecting the marriage had thoroughly offended him, and the road ahead would be even harder. But she also understood that she and Gu Lingmo had a tough battle ahead. Lingmo, what should we do? She asked. Gu Lingmo reached out and gently took her hand, offering comfort and strength. Then he looked up at the stars in the night sky, a profound light gleaming in his eyes. Doudou, don't worry. No matter how many hardships lie ahead, I will protect you and safeguard our home, Gu Lingmo declared firmly, his voice brimming with determination and courage. Hearing his words, a rush of warmth filled Lin Doudou's heart. She knew that as long as Gu Lingmo was by her side, she would have the courage and strength to face any difficulty. She held his hand tightly, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. But Prince Luo won't let this go easily, Lin Doudou said, her brow furrowed. I know, Gu Lingmo replied, a flash of determination in his eyes, as if he had made a firm decision. His voice was low and resolute, but we cannot just sit and wait for doom. We must find a way to take the initiative and not let them hold the upper hand. Lin Doudou took a deep breath and nodded in agreement with Gu Lingmo's view. She looked at him, her eyes gleaming with resolve. You're right. We can't just passively take the beating. We must act to protect ourselves and those around us. But, she frowned, sinking into thought. Seeing this, Gu Lingmo comforted her, don't worry. We can come up with a good plan together. First, we need to understand the enemy's situation and their goals so we can formulate a targeted strategy. Second, we should seek allies or partners to fight the enemy together. Finally, we must make thorough preparations, including stockpiling supplies and weapons. Lin Doudou nodded slightly after hearing this, finding his words. Thus the two began to discuss in detail how to handle the current situation and formulate corresponding countermeasures. Like two wise strategists, they analyzed various possible scenarios and pondered solutions. As time passed, they gradually formed a complete plan, facing the coming challenges with confidence. A few days later, negative rumors about Prince Luo began to circulate in the city. Some said he oppressed the common people and seized farmland, while others claimed he embezzled disaster relief funds. These rumors quickly stirred public discontent, even leading to street protests. When Prince Luo learned of this, he flew into a rage, knowing that Gu Lingmo was behind it all. But since he had indeed committed these acts and the evidence was solid, he had no way to deny them. He had never imagined that failing to assassinate Gu Lingmo would leave him in such a passive position. Soon word of Prince Luo's various misdeeds reached the emperor's ears. Enraged, the emperor issued an imperial decree to investigate the matter thoroughly and ordered Gu Feng to assist in the inquiry. Gu Feng seized the opportunity to present the evidence he had gathered, exposing Prince Luo's crimes one by one. The emperor, upon seeing this, was greatly incensed. Within the hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The emperor sat high upon the dragon throne, his brow furrowed, his gaze radiating and indisputable. Below the grand hall, the Prince of Luo, stripped of his former power and glory, knelt prostrate, his face ashen. His past arrogance and tyranny had vanished without a trace. The emperor scrutinized the Prince of Luo, his voice as cold as ice. Prince of Luo, do you know your crimes? The Prince of Luo trembled, lifting his head to meet the emperor's gaze, a flicker of panic and despair flashing in his eyes. He knew his misdeeds had been exposed, and he could no longer escape the emperor's judgment. His voice quivered as he replied, Your servant confesses. You have oppressed the people, seized their lands, and embezzled disaster relief funds. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The emperor's voice thundered, echoing throughout the hall. Hearing this, the Prince of Luo felt a pang of agony in his heart. He knew he could not argue, and could only admit his guilt and submit to punishment. He lowered his head, his voice filled with endless remorse. Your servant has nothing to say and willingly accepts punishment. Seeing this, a cold glint flickered in the emperor's eyes. He knew the Prince of Luo's crimes were grave and required severe punishment to serve as a warning. He said in a deep voice, Prince of Luo, your heinous crimes of oppressing the people have tarnished the royal family's honor. Today I hereby strip you of your title, demote you to commoner status, and confiscate all your property. Do you accept? Hearing this, the Prince of Luo's heart turned to ashes. He knew his fate was sealed beyond redemption. He could only kowtow in confession. Your servant accepts and willingly submits to punishment. The emperor nodded, signaling the guards to take the Prince of Luo away. The hall fell silent once more, but this interrogation became the talk of the city's citizens over tea. They praised the emperor's wisdom and justice, and felt admiration and gratitude for the righteous acts of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou. Princess Luoning, once a favored daughter, now withered like a fallen flower, lost all her former radiance. After the downfall of the Prince of Luo, her life underwent a dramatic transformation. She was no longer the lofty princess, but a commoner stripped of all privileges and honors. The Prince of Ming's mansion was sealed, property confiscated, and her attendants and servants abandoned her. Alone she wandered the streets, tasting the warmth and coldness of the world. Those who once treated her with utmost respect now looked upon her with cold disdain, even mocking and cursing her. Princess Luoning could not accept this reality. She tried to seek help, but her former allies and friends avoided her. She finally realized that once power and status were lost, they could never be regained. She felt unprecedented despair and loneliness. Under such a blow, Princess Luoning's spirit gradually crumbled. She began to act erratically, often wandering the streets, muttering to herself about past glories and present misery. Her appearance became disheveled, her former beauty and nobility gone. Eventually, on a cold winter night, Princess Luoning collapsed in a street corner and never woke. Her body was discovered by a kind soul, but no one claimed it. She left the world in obscurity, ending her once glorious, yet tragic life. Nangong discovered that the mastermind behind the scenes was the third prince. 5 months had passed since Nangong left Xiaoyao Valley. During these 5 months, he endured countless hardships, secretly investigating the hidden hand opposing the Nangong family. After countless deductions and eliminations, Nangong finally found the enemy lurking in the shadows, constantly working against the Nangong family. It was none other than the third Prince Luo Ziheng. This outcome shocked Nangong. He never expected the opponent of the Nangong family to be a member of the royal house. The third prince, born to consort Feng, had always been deeply favored. Recalling his interactions with the third prince, a chill ran down Nangong's spine. He had thought the third prince was merely a playful and idle royal, never imagining such a deep conspiracy lay behind him. Nangong knew this discovery would bring unprecedented crisis to the Nangong family. He had to relay this news to Xiaoyao Valley as soon as possible so the family could prepare. At the same time, he began contemplating how to protect the Nangong family's safety in this struggle against the royal house. Nangong arrived at the Gu mansion. In the study, Nangong and Chancellor Gu Feng sat facing each other, the room filled with a tense and serious atmosphere. Their gazes met, both revealing concern over the current political situation. Nangong broke the silence first. Chancellor Gu, the court is now fraught with complex struggles among various factions. The emperor's health is declining, and the succession to the throne has become the focus of everyone's attention. What is your view on this? Gu Feng pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, in my opinion, the emperor is most likely to appoint the first prince as his successor. The first Prince Luo Zetian is intelligent and has the talent to govern the country with considerable support in the court. Nangong nodded slightly, and then asked, what about the second prince? He is also quite capable and deeply favored by the emperor. Chancellor Gu shook his head. Although the second Prince Luo Zichu is favored, his temperament is too impetuous and lacks stability, making him unfit for great responsibility. Moreover, his influence in the court is relatively weak and cannot compete with the first prince. Nangong frowned with concern, but the maternal family of the first prince wields immense power. If he ascends the throne, it might pose a threat to the court. Chancellor Gu sighed. That is indeed a problem. However, we cannot overlook the first prince's talents and advantages. For now, we can only closely monitor the situation's development and prepare accordingly. Chancellor Gu, over the past 6 months, someone in the capital has been continuously sabotaging the Nangong family's businesses and provoking us. I came to the capital to investigate this matter. I thought it would be easy to uncover the culprit given the Nangong family's strength, but it took me nearly half a year of secret investigation to find the mastermind. Oh, Brother Nangong, who is this mastermind? Gu Feng asked in surprise. The third Prince Luo Ziheng. Upon hearing this name, Gu Feng was startled, his face showing disbelief. What? How could it be him? I never expected it either. A flicker of surprise and doubt crossed Nangong's eyes. I have little interaction with him. I only saw him as a carefree prince. Gu Feng frowned deep in thought. The third prince. Why would he target the Nangong family? Nangong took a deep breath and said slowly, at first I didn't understand either, but later I discovered he seems to have greater ambitions. Perhaps he wants to expand his sphere of influence by suppressing our Nangong family. Gu Feng nodded in understanding. I see. However, given the third prince's current status, it is no easy task to take on your Nangong family. He must have other forces backing him. Nangong's gaze turned cold. Exactly. That's why I came to the capital this time. Not only to uncover the third prince's intentions, but also to find out who supports him behind the scenes. Gu Feng patted Nangong on the shoulder, encouraging him. Brother Nangong, if you need help, just say the word. Nangong looked at Gu Feng gratefully. Thank you, Chancellor. If I truly encounter difficulties, I will not hesitate to ask. Gu Feng suddenly frowned. Could the third prince be vying for the throne? Nangong shook his head. The exact reason remains unclear, but his deliberate provocations must have a purpose. I fear he will not stop. Gu Feng pondered for a moment. Brother Nangong, we must take a long-term view on this matter. Now that we know our opponent is the third prince, we must act cautiously. Not only must we protect our own assets, but we also need to keep a close watch on his every move. When necessary, we must enlist other forces. Nangong nodded. I will inform the family to strengthen our defenses. However, the most urgent task now is to determine the third prince's true intentions. After some discussion, they decided to split their efforts. Nangong would continue his in-depth investigation into the third prince's motives, while Gu Feng would use his connections in the court to gather more. Nangong turned and left his steps firm and resolute, as if each one trod upon the path of the family's future. Returning to the Nangong estate, he immediately summoned the core members of the family. With a grave expression, he took the seat of honor and detailed his findings and discussions with Chancellor Gu, omitting no detail. The family members listened, their faces turning somber as they grasped the severity of the situation. One elder spoke up. What should we do now? Are we to just sit and wait for our doom? Nangong looked around at everyone, his tone firm. Of course not. We must take action. From now on, strengthen the family's security measures and assign people to closely monitor the third prince's every move. I want to know what he does every day and who he meets. Another family member asked with concern, should we seek help from other families? After all, this concerns the entire Jianghu, not just our Nangong family. Nangong pondered for a moment before replying. I will personally seek out reliable allies to face the impending crisis together. But before asking for help, we must ensure our own strength is sufficient, so we have more leverage at the negotiating table. In the days that followed, Nangong was constantly on the move. He held secret meetings with major powers seeking opportunities for cooperation. Everywhere he went, he elaborated on his plans and strategies, striving to gain their support and trust. Meanwhile, the Gu family subtly maneuvered in the court, attempting to curb the third prince's expanding influence. Gu Feng leveraged his influence in the court, allying with other officials to question and refute the third prince's proposals. Whenever the third prince introduced a new policy or plan, Gu Feng would promptly identify its loopholes and weaknesses, exposing and criticizing them mercilessly. In this struggle, the atmosphere at court grew increasingly tense. The third prince also felt the pressure from Gu Feng and Nangong and began to act more frequently to consolidate his position. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not completely shake off the surveillance and obstruction of Gu Feng and Nangong. This confrontation was destined to continue until one side achieved final victory. One day, just as Tsutsue Beauty Salon had opened its doors to welcome the day's customers, a middle-aged woman with a face covered in red blotches rushed in hurriedly. As soon as she entered, she began to shout anxiously, her voice tinged with obvious panic and dissatisfaction. She claimed to be a regular customer of Tsutsue Beauty Salon, but a facial mask she had recently used had caused her severe skin problems. Her face was covered in red blotches, looking both painful and frightening. While recounting her ordeal, she emotionally accused the salon's products of being defective and demanded a reasonable explanation and compensation. This scene immediately drew the attention of other customers in the store, who cast curious and concerned glances. The receptionist quickly stepped forward to calm the woman, promising to investigate the cause as soon as possible and give her a satisfactory response. But the woman refused to listen and rushed to the entrance of Tsui Beauty Salon, standing there with her hands on her hips, her face contorted with anger. She deliberately shouted loudly, her voice sharp and piercing, attracting the attention of passersby. Everyone come and see. There's something wrong with Tsutsue Beauty Salon's products. I used their products and now my face is covered in red bumps, itchy and painful, the woman said, pointing at her face to show everyone the rash. Passersby gathered around, staring curiously at the woman. Some began to whisper, casting doubt on Tsutsue Beauty Salon's products. Seeing that she had captured everyone's attention, the woman became even more agitated, shouting, I spent so much silver just to make myself beautiful, and now I've ended up like this. Tsutsue Beauty Salon, you must give me an explanation. Her voice echoed down the street, causing quite a stir. Hearing the commotion, the salon staff came out to see what was happening. They tried to calm the woman, but she was too emotional to listen to their explanations. Don't try to fob me off. Have your manager come out and talk to me. The situation reached a stalemate. Just then, an elderly man stepped out from the crowd. He walked straight up to the woman and carefully examined her face. Madam, in my humble opinion, your symptoms may not necessarily be caused by the facial mask, the old man said slowly. The woman was taken aback. Who are you? What makes you say that? I am a physician from the neighboring clinic and have some knowledge of various ailments. These red blotches on your face look severe, but they appear to be caused by an allergic reaction. The old man replied calmly. Hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. That's right, I've used this mask before and never had this problem. Maybe she ate something or came into contact with an allergen. The woman's expression darkened, and she began to hesitate. At that moment, Lin Doudou arrived at the scene. After understanding the situation, she said sincerely to the woman, "Madam, we take your situation very seriously. How about this? We will first arrange for you to be examined at the clinic. If it is indeed our product's fault, we will take full responsibility." The woman thought for a moment and finally agreed to this plan. Subsequently, the manager accompanied the woman to the clinic. After a thorough examination, it turned out as the old man had said, the woman's skin allergy was caused by contact with an allergen. Upon hearing the results, the woman's expression shifted from tension to relief. She let out a soft sigh and said, "So that's it. I wronged the... Recently, I did get a new potted flower at home and placed it in my bedroom. I suspect the pollen might have caused the allergy." Lin Doudou gently comforted her. "Madam, please don't blame yourself. Allergies can be caused by many things, and sometimes they are indeed hard to prevent. What matters is that we have now found the root of the problem, and we can proceed with targeted treatment." The manager of the beauty salon chimed in. "Yes, madam, please rest assured. We will cooperate with the clinic to ensure you receive the best treatment. Also, as an apology, we will provide you with a series of free skin repair treatments to help you restore your skin health as quickly as possible." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of gratitude flashed in the woman's eyes. She said appreciatively, "Thank you so much. I never expected to receive such care and help. In the future, I will continue to patronize Tsue Beauty Salon and will recommend it to my close female friends. By the way, I had some red bumps on my face today and was planning to go to the clinic. Just as I got off the carriage, I ran into the owner of Hans Rue's shop. She told me that Tsue Beauty Salon's products are unusable, that they cause red bumps on the face that are both ugly and itchy, and that her shop's rouge is the best." Hearing her say that, I thought about how I had been using the mask recently and believed she was right. So I didn't go to the clinic. I was so angry that I came to confront you. Now that I think about it, I was too impulsive. I almost wronged you." Lin Doudou smiled and said, "It's all right, madam. Now that everything is clear. You were concerned about your appearance and acted out of haste. But in the future, when encountering such situations, you should stay calm and not easily believe what..." The woman nodded. "I understand. I owe it all to you this time. By the way, who is that old man? How was he so skilled as to know at a glance that I had an..." Lin Doudou introduced him. "That old man is a physician from the neighboring clinic. He is experienced and highly skilled. Whenever we have a headache or a fever, we go to him for a checkup." The woman exclaimed, "Truly, masters are hidden among the people. I must thank him properly." With that, the woman took her leave. The storm had subsided, and Tsue Beauty Salon's reputation was salvaged. Lin Doudou decided to set up an educational corner in the store to remind customers about the proper use of cosmetics and potential issues to prevent similar incidents from happening again. This incident made Lin Doudou deeply understand the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. She realized that Tsue Beauty Salon's fame in the capital had grown immensely, even earning the favor of the Empress, which undoubtedly aroused the jealousy of other competitors, Hans Rue's shop being one of them. Lin Doudou pondered inwardly, knowing that as the manager of the beauty salon, she could not rest on her laurels. She needed to have a long-term vision and be prepared to face various challenges. Thus, she decided to strengthen the salon's internal management, enhance the service level of her staff, and develop more unique and effective beauty products to solidify Tsue Beauty Salon's position in the capital. After a month of meticulous preparation and construction, the Empress Rear Palace Beauty Salon was finally completed. Nestled in a secluded corner of the Empress Palace, the salon was surrounded by exquisitely trimmed flowers, plants, and trees, forming a paradise on earth. Its architectural style was unique, blending classical and modern elements, exuding both solemnity and elegance. The interior was supremely luxurious, with every detail reflecting imperial dignity and grandeur. The Empress was immensely satisfied with the salon. She personally named it, and Lin Doudou selected a team of highly skilled beauticians to serve. These beauticians had undergone rigorous screening and training to ensure they could provide the most professional and attentive beauty services for the Empress. On the very first day of operation, the Empress eagerly came to experience it. She indulged in various beauty treatments, feeling her skin grow finer and smoother under the skilled hands of the beauticians. The Empress was full of praise for the results, declaring that the salon would become her secret garden for relaxation and maintaining beauty. That day, the Emperor visited the Empress. "Empress, I have heard that the beauty salon in your Jingren Palace is already built. How does it feel? Your Majesty, take a look at my complexion. How is it?" After the Empress spoke, the Emperor examined her closely, then pinched her cheek with a smile. "Indeed, your complexion is much rosier." The Empress smiled proudly. "This is all thanks to the beauty salon. Your Majesty, would you like to try it?" "Very well, today I shall also experience it." With that, the Emperor and Empress walked to the salon. Once there, the Empress enthusiastically introduced the facilities and services. "Your Majesty, this is the massage room, over there is the hydrotherapy area, and those are the dedicated beauty treatment rooms. I have also invited several renowned beauticians from outside the palace, ensuring that all consorts receive the best care." The Emperor nodded in approval. "I have heard that this salon has many novel devices. Seeing them today, they are indeed unique. Are there any beauty methods suitable for me? The Empress smiled. Your Majesty, I have already inquired. The salon does have beauty methods suitable for men. They offer treatments specially designed for male skin as well as services to relax the mind and relieve fatigue. Your Majesty, would you like to give it a try? Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. All right, I trust that the professionals here will provide me with suitable and comfortable service. At that moment, a beautician approached and bowed to the Emperor and Empress. Welcome, Your Majesties. We will wholeheartedly serve you. Do you have any special requests? I wish to maintain the smoothness and firmness of my skin. I wish to relieve fatigue and relax my mind. The beautician said understood. We have prepared a facial care package for the Empress, including cleansing, moisturizing, and massage. For the Emperor, we recommend a full body massage and a hot spring bath. The Emperor and Empress exchanged glances and nodded. It sounds wonderful. Let's follow your suggestion, the Empress said. The beautician smiled and led them into the VIP room of the salon. Soft candlelight and a faint fragrance made everything seem harmonious and tranquil. The Empress began her facial treatment. The beautician's techniques were skillful, every step meticulous. Cleansing, moisturizing, and massage. The Empress's face gradually revealed a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the Emperor started his full body massage and hot spring bath. The masseur's hands were firm, yet gentle, making the Emperor feel his fatigue. The hot spring bath made him feel as if he were in a fairyland with all worries drifting away with the wind. Time seemed to stand still. Both the Emperor and Empress were immersed in this rare beauty moment, savoring every second of tranquility and relaxation. When it was all over, they smiled at each other. The Empress's face was more radiant and charming, while the Emperor appeared especially refreshed. It seems I should come here more often, the Emperor said with a smile. Empress, this massage truly made me feel very relaxed. Yes, Your Majesty, my skin feels much smoother too. After the beauty treatments, both the Emperor and Empress were thoroughly satisfied. Your Majesty, in the future we can come here often to— The Emperor smiled. Good, I will definitely visit your Jingren Palace beauty salon often. You are thoughtful. But wouldn't it be a waste if only you and I used— The Empress understood his meaning and quickly said, Your Majesty, I have an idea. Why not open the salon to the other consorts in the palace so they can also enjoy it? The Emperor greatly approved of this proposal and decided to let the Empress handle the arrangements. The Empress's heart leaped with joy. I thank Your Majesty for your permission. I will make sure everything is properly arranged. I think the ladies in the palace work hard too. Having a place to relax would be wonderful. I plan to first select a few capable maids, train them, and teach them how to provide beauty services for the noble ladies of the palace. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction. You have thought it through thoroughly, and I am at ease. However, the expenses for the salon are considerable. You must be frugal and not increase the palace's expenditures too much. The Empress smiled. Your Majesty, rest assured. I have my own plans. I thought we could sell some idle items from the palace or hold small court events inviting noble ladies from outside the palace to participate and charging a fee to subsidize the salon's expenses. This way we can save palace expenditures while also allowing noble ladies from outside to experience our court's beauty methods. The Emperor laughed heartily. You are truly brilliant. To have a consort like you, I am extremely fortunate. Very well, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. I look forward to seeing the salon shine brilliantly in the palace. The Empress was filled with joy. I thank Your Majesty for your praise. I will do my utmost to live up to your trust. Thus the Empress's beauty salon officially opened in the palace. Not only did it allow the palace ladies to enjoy beauty benefits, but it also became a splendid sight within the imperial court. That night, under a hazy moon and scattered stars, Lin Doudou prepared for bed in her chamber. She changed into a soft nightgown, gently combed her long hair, and pondered the tasks awaiting her the next day. Guling had gone to Nanganji's place for an important discussion, leaving her alone in the tranquil night. The flickering candlelight in the room cast a warm glow on her gentle features. Just as she was about to extinguish the candle, she heard a strange commotion outside, like whispers carried by the night breeze or stealthy footsteps in the darkness. Her heart tightened, and she instantly became alert, yet she did not panic. Instead, she crept to the window and peered through a crack. Several black-clad figures landed in the courtyard like phantoms. Their movements were swift and agile, their tight black garments blending seamlessly with the night, making them nearly imperceptible. Lin Doudou was secretly startled. These men were clearly no ordinary thugs. Their arrival must have a hidden purpose. As she contemplated her next move, her two shadow guards, Ruiying and Suifeng, who were protecting her in secret, had already detected the danger. They emerged from the shadows like two streaks of darkness, engaging the black-clad assailants in a fierce battle. Amidst the flashing blades and sword shadows, Ruiying and Suifeng displayed remarkable agility and lethal techniques, locked in a deadlock with their opponents. Lin Doudou stood still in the center of the room, her gaze icy and sharp as if it could pierce the darkness. Suddenly she vanished and reappeared outside the room like a specter. Before the black-clad men outside could react, she was already before them. Her movements were lightning fast, her strikes fierce, each blow brimming with formidable power. Her figure flickered erratically, making it impossible for the attackers to track her. Her fists and feet rained down on them like a violent storm, producing dull thuds. Lin Doudou's martial skills were exquisite. Each move was perfectly timed, leaving the black-clad men no chance to catch their breath. Her offense flowed like water, seamless and dazzling to behold. Under her relentless assault, the attackers fell one by one, utterly defeated. Not a single drop of blood stained her clothes. Her expression remained cold, as if the fight had been a trivial game. Ruiying and Sui Feng were stunned by her decisive ruthlessness. They had never imagined that their mistress possessed such profound martial prowess. "Madam, your martial arts are truly extraordinary," Ruiying exclaimed in awe. He had never thought that a seemingly delicate woman could wield such astonishing skills. "Indeed. We must be even more vigilant in protecting Madam from now on," Sui Feng echoed. He knew that her safety was crucial to the entire family, and they had to remain constantly alert. Lin Doudou smiled faintly, a glint of confidence in her eyes. "Thank you for your concern, but rest assured I am fully capable of protecting myself." She gently patted their shoulders in gratitude. Ruiying and Sui Feng exchanged glances, their hearts filled with admiration. They knew that their mistress was not only intelligent and resourceful, but also a rare talent with formidable skills. However, her expression turned serious. Frowning, she murmured to herself, "Who sent these people? Why are they attacking me?" Ruiying and Sui Feng fell silent for a moment before Ruiying replied, "We do not know either. Their identities are mysterious and their skills are formidable, not like ordinary martial artists." Sui Feng added, "Perhaps someone is jealous of Madam's talents, or they seek to seize power within the family. Regardless, we cannot let them succeed." Lin Doudou nodded, her gaze resolute. "Whoever they are, since they dare to offend me, they must pay the price. Investigate their origins, and see if you can find the mastermind behind this. And remember, do not tell Ling Ma about tonight's events. I do not wish—" "Yes, madam," Ruiying and Sui Feng replied in unison before turning to leave. They resolved to launch an immediate investigation, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Doudou watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. This attack made her realize that more dangers and enemies might be lurking around her. She must remain constantly vigilant and continue to enhance her strength to face future challenges. Slowly she returned to her room and closed the door. The chamber fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. Sitting on the bed, Lin Doudou found it hard to calm her mind. She knew this storm was far from over, more trials awaited her. Yet she felt no fear, for she possessed the strength and wisdom to overcome anything. She closed her eyes, steadied her breathing, and gradually drifted into sleep. In her dream, she saw a beautiful sea of flowers. A gentle breeze blew, sending petals fluttering down like a celestial paradise. She strolled through it, savoring the peace and beauty. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto Lin Doudou's face. She slowly opened her eyes. After the previous night's events, she decided to train even harder to improve her skills. After breakfast, she went to the courtyard to practice her swordplay. Her movements were light and graceful, her sword technique nimble, like a butterfly dancing in the air. Just then Ruiying and Sui Feng approached to report their findings. "Madam, we discovered that these black-clad men belong to a mysterious organization that seems to be plotting something sinister," Ruiying said. Lin Doudou frowned deeply. "What is this organization's goal? Why are they targeting me?" Sui Feng continued, "We are not yet certain of their specific aims, but one thing is clear: they will not give up easily. Madam, please be careful." She nodded. "I will be careful. You must also heighten your vigilance and not give them any opening." In the days that followed, Lin Doudou redoubled her training efforts while keeping a close watch on the mysterious organization's movements. She knew that only by becoming stronger could she protect herself and her family. Meanwhile, the mysterious organization was secretly brewing a larger conspiracy. Finally, on a dark and windy night, they struck again. This time they sent even more assassins, attempting to kill her in one fell swoop. Surrounded by enemies, Lin Doudou showed no fear. Her long sword danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, cutting down foes in a river of blood. Yet the enemies kept coming in endless waves, and she began to tire. Just when she thought she might meet her end, a figure charged into the fray like a whirlwind. It was Gu. His arrival instantly turned the tide. Fighting side by side, they routed the enemy. After the battle, Lin Doudou looked at Gu Lingma, her eyes brimming with gratitude and love. Gu Lingma gently wiped the blood from her face and said tenderly, "Doudou, are you alright? Do not face danger alone again." She smiled and nodded, her heart filled with happiness. From then on, they faced life's challenges hand in hand. Gu Lingma was handling affairs in his study when suddenly Lin Doudou's personal maid Zhuing rushed in. "Something terrible, young master. The madam is missing." "What? How could she be missing?" Gu Lingma exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair. At that moment, Ruiying and Sui Feng also hurried in. "Young master, the madam is gone." "Young master, the madam has already been ambushed twice within the manor." "What? Twice? Why didn't you inform me?" Gu Lingma said. "We are at fault," Ruiying and Sui Feng replied in unison. Gu Lingma furrowed his brows, his heart brimming with anxiety. He turned and hurried toward his and Lin Doudou's bedchamber, his mind racing with thoughts. Upon reaching the door, he found the room empty. Gu Lingma's heart sank instantly. He searched frantically for Lin Doudou. Stepping out briskly, his eyes swept the surroundings with a piercing glare of foreboding dread surging within him. He immediately summoned Ru Ying and Sui Feng, his voice unwavering with authority. Search immediately. Turn every corner upside down if you must, but find the madam. Ru Ying and Sui Feng acknowledged the order and vanished from Gu Lingmo's sight in a flash, embarking on a thorough room-to-room search of the entire manor. Gu Lingmo remained rooted in place, clenching his fists as he struggled to compose himself. He began to recall recent events, seeking any clue. Who wanted to assassinate Lin Doudou? What was their motive? How could such a thing occur within his own residence? As he was lost in thought, Ru Ying rushed back, a hint of urgency on her face. Young master, we found traces of the madam in the rear courtyard, but she appears to have been taken hostage. Upon hearing that Lin Doudou was in danger, Gu Lingmo's face darkened instantly. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, aching fiercely. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He had already assigned secret guards to protect Doudou. How could anyone still harm her? His gaze was filled with self-reproach and regret, longing to fly to Doudou's side. Yet he knew this was no time for blame. He must find her and ensure her safety. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He told himself not to lose composure, lest it worsen the situation. Thus he swiftly turned and issued orders to those behind him. Investigate at once. Find out who did this. His voice was icy, laden with boundless fury and murderous intent. Then he looked at Ru Ying, his eyes resolute and unyielding. No matter who it is, I will make them pay. With that, he blurred into motion, racing at top speed toward the direction Ru Ying had indicated. At that moment, only one thought consumed his mind. Save Doudou no matter the cost. As he sped forward, he silently prayed for Doudou's safety. He dared not imagine how he would face the world if he lost her. His heart ached as if pierced by knives, wishing time could turn back to a moment before danger struck. But he knew reality could not be altered. He could only press on to rescue Doudou. He quickened his pace, traversing patches of forest until he finally reached the place Ru Ying had described. The scene was a mess, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. His heartbeat grew more intense as he anxiously searched for Doudou's figure. At last he saw Doudou lying on the ground. Her face was pale and bloodless, her body bearing multiple wounds, most notably a deep gash on her abdomen that was shot. Gu Lingmo was overcome with heart-wrenching pain. He rushed forward, gently cradling Doudou in his arms, feeling her faint, trembling breath. His eyes were filled with endless worry and sorrow as he softly called her name, as if that could rouse her from her suffering. Tears blurred his vision unbidden, but he did not wipe them away. He only held Doudou tighter, as if to channel all his strength into her. He swore that whoever had harmed Doudou would pay a heavy price. He would find the culprit and avenge her with his own hands. At the same time, he realized deeply that he must guard Doudou with even greater devotion, shielding her from any harm whatsoever. He would become her steadfast shield, weathering all storms for her. Lingmo, don't panic. Let's enter the space. Lin Doudou's weak voice reached Gu Lingmo's ears like a ray of warm sunlight, piercing the gloom in his heart. All right, Doudou, let's go into this. Gu Lingmo's lips trembled as he hastily agreed. He knew the space she spoke of was their shared sanctuary, home to a miraculous spiritual spring that could heal all wounds. With a thought from Lin Doudou, they instantly appeared beside the spiritual spring well. Gu Lingmo gently set Doudou down, quickly drew a cup of crystal clear spring water, and carefully fed it to her. The spiritual spring water seemed to possess magical power. As soon as it touched Doudou's wounds, it began to work rapidly. The injuries healed at a visible pace, and the pain gradually faded. Before long, Lin Doudou's spirit fully revived, and her complexion regained its rosy hue. Gu Lingmo watched her gradual recovery, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifting. He gripped Doudou's hand tightly, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Doudou, I will never let you come to harm again. I will always guard you forever. Lin Doudou leaned against Gu Lingmo's chest, nodding slightly. I believe you. But we still need to find out who wanted to kill me. Gu Lingmo gently stroked Lin Doudou's hair, comforting her. Don't worry, I've already sent people to invest. Anyone who dares to touch my woman will pay the price. The two exited the space. Just then Ru Ying and Sui Feng arrived. Young master, we found out. It's an assassin guild from a neighboring country. They took a commission from a mysterious figure to take the madam's life. Gu Lingmo's eyes turned icy. No matter who it is, I will never let them off. Issue orders to reinforce the manor's defenses and dispatch scouts to monitor the neighboring country's movements. Lin Doudou looked at Gu Lingmo with concern. Lingmo, you must be careful too. Gu Lingmo smiled gently. Don't worry, I have the strength to protect you. What you need most now is to rest. Once you've fully recovered, we'll figure out how to deal with our enemies together. With that, he lifted Lin Doudou into his arms and returned to the Gu residence. In the days that followed, Gu Lingmo tended to Lin Doudou with even greater care while intensifying the investigation into the assassin guild. Gu Lingmo knew deep down that this assassination attempt was no mere coincidence. A profound and unfathomable conspiracy lurked behind it. To uncover the truth, he mobilized every resource and connection at his disposal, launching an unprecedented investigation. After days of meticulous inquiry and covert surveillance, the clues gradually converged into a secret path leading to the third prince. Gu Lingma found it hard to believe. He had never imagined that the mastermind behind the assassination would be the third prince, the seemingly gentle, refined, and unrestrained nobleman who in reality was a deeply scheming member of the imperial family. He recalled his interactions with the third prince. Those seemingly friendly smiles and polite words now appeared so hypocritical and ruthless. A surge of intense anger and grief welled up in Gu Lingmo's heart. He realized that he had been manipulated by the third prince all along like a pawn in his hands. He clasped Doudou's hand tightly, as if drawing strength from her. He understood that this struggle had only just begun, and he would go to any lengths to seek justice for Doudou, expose the third prince's true face, and make him pay the price he deserved. Doudou, I will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Gu Lingmo's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he gently stroked her hair, as if making an eternal vow to her. And Doudou held his hand tightly, her eyes shining with trust and support. She knew that no matter how many hardships and dangers lay ahead with Gu Lingma by her side, she would fear nothing. Lin Doudou tapped lightly on the table, her gaze revealing a contemplative glint. Lingma, think about it. My business has grown rapidly in recent years and has already encroached upon the interests of many in the royal family. Especially the third prince's maternal grandfather. His business conflicts with mine in several areas. Gu Lingma nodded at her words, his eyes also showing a hint of agreement. Indeed, your business has expanded too quickly in the past 6 months, drawing the attention of many. Especially those merchants connected to the royal family. They certainly wouldn't want your business to continue growing and threaten their status. Lin Doudou continued, moreover, I always feel that the third prince is not as detached from worldly affairs as he appears. He must also harbor ambitions for the throne, but he has hidden them while never letting anyone detect them. Gu Lingma clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger and resolve. Doudou, you're right. The third prince has been lurking in the shadows. Outwardly mild and refined, but with a deeply calculated. He certainly wants to contend for the throne, and the conflict between your business and his maternal grandfather's is very likely the reason he orchestrated this assassination. Lin Doudou gently took Gu Lingmo's hand, her eyes shining with determination. Lingma, we cannot simply wait for doom to strike. We must expose the third prince's true nature and make him pay the price. At the same time, we need to be more cautious and guard against another attack from him. Gu Lingma looked into Doudou's resolute eyes, held her hand tightly, and spoke with unwavering determination. Doudou, rest assured, I will protect you. At the same time, I will expose the third prince's conspiracy and make everyone see his true face. We will overcome him and safeguard the happiness that belongs to us. Gu Lingma understood that the reason Lin Doudou's business had outperformed the third prince's maternal grandfather's was her commercial acumen and strategic management. With her intelligence and courage, Lin Doudou had made a name for herself in the business world, gradually becoming a force to be reckoned with. However, it was precisely her success that aroused the jealousy and resentment of the third prince's maternal grandfather's family. Unwilling to be outdone by a young woman, they had orchestrated the assassination. Gu Lingmo's heart was filled with anger, and he knew that in this court rife with power struggles and conspiracies, anyone could become a victim. Lin Doudou was merely an innocent target whose life had been threatened. Doudou, since the third prince has been deliberately concealing his desire for the throne all these years, let's help him out. Expose him completely, so everyone sees his true colors. The emperor detests princes who scheme behind his back. A faint smile curled at the corner of Gu Lingmo's mouth, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Lin Doudou looked at him puzzled, and asked, Lingma, do you have a good idea? The emperor detests princes who scheme behind his back. A faint smile curled at the corner of Gu Lingmo's mouth, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. For instance, we can spread rumors through certain channels about his ambition for the throne, making the court officials doubt his motives. At the same time, we can deliberately create topics related to him on various occasions, drawing everyone's attention and discussion. In this way, his disguise will gradually be stripped away. After hearing this, Lin Doudou's eyes lit up with excitement. That's a great idea. As long as everyone knows his ambition, the emperor will certainly lose trust in him. Then he'll have no chance to contend for the throne. Gu Lingma nodded, satisfied. Exactly, that's my plan. We need not only to expose the third prince's true face, but also to ensure our own safety. However, we must act cautiously, considering every step carefully so he doesn't detect our intentions. Otherwise, he might take countermeasures in advance, and we would be in danger. Lin Doudou patted her chest confidently and assured Gu Lingma, Lingma, leave this to me. I can handle it. Don't worry, you'll be careful, and won't let him find out our plan. He'll use the spatial movement function to get close to the third prince and search for evidence of his crimes. Moreover, I can use the modern recording devices from the space, such as voice recorders and recording pens, to secretly record his conversations with his men or his discussions about illegal matters with other royal members. These recordings will become irrefutable evidence of his guilt, leaving him no place to hide. He'll make sure every piece of evidence is clear and unmistakable, so that he is exposed before everyone and pays the price for his actions. Gu Lingma smiled and patted her head, saying gently, "Then I'll leave it to you, Doudou. Remember to stay safe and not get caught. I know you're smart and capable, but I still have to remind you, be extremely careful. The third prince is not a simple man who he must have many subordinates working for, so you must protect yourself and not make me worry." Lin Doudou nodded, her eyes shining with resolve. "Don't worry, Lingma. I will. For our future to expose the third prince's true face, he'll act cautiously and won't give him a chance to harm us." As the night deepened under a sky adorned with a few bright stars and a crescent moon, Lin Doudou, clad in a tight black suit, moved silently through the shadows of the imp. Her heart was a whirlpool of tension and anticipation, for she knew that tonight's operation would determine whether she could unveil the third prince's unspeakable secrets. Utilizing her spatial movement ability and an invisibility cloak, Lin Doudou navigated the imperial city with effortless grace. She quietly arrived outside the third prince's mansion, mentally commanding, "Take me to the third prince's study." Instantly, she felt an invisible force envelop her, rendering her body ethereally light, as if traversing a tunnel through time and space, and in the blink of an eye she stood outside the third prince's study. Within the study, candlelight flickered as the third prince conspired with his trusted confidant about usurping the throne. Lin Doudou's heart tightened. She knew she must act with utmost caution, alerting no one. She crept stealthily to the study's window, peering through a crack in the pane. There she saw the third prince's face etched with malevolence, speaking to his confidant. "We must devise a plan to make Father Emperor regard me with newfound respect. Only then can I have a chance to become the crown." The confidant nodded obsequiously and proposed, "Your Highness, we could fabricate incidents to entrap the other princes, thereby allowing you to stay." Upon hearing this, a ruthless glint flashed in the third prince's eyes. "A brilliant idea, but we must execute it cleanly without anyone suspecting our scheme." Lin Doudou had already grasped the gist of their plot. She knew she needed solid evidence to expose the third prince's true nature. Thus, she quietly pulled out a recording device from her pocket, capturing every word of the third prince's conspiracy. However, at that moment, a gust of wind caused the study window to creak softly. The third prince lifted his head alertly, his gaze darting toward the window. Startled, Lin Doudou realized she must flee immediately or risk discovery. She hastily recited a spell, and the invisibility cloak instantly shrouded her, rendering her body transparent. She floated gently away from the window, gliding out of the study. Yet just as she was about to escape the study, the third prince bellowed, "Who goes there?" Lin Doudou's heart raced, but she knew she could not stop. She continued to soar away from the study, mentally commanding, "Take me away from here." Instantly, that invisible force enveloped her once more, and her body traversed the temporal tunnel, leaving the third prince's mansion in the blink. By the time she returned to her dwelling, it was deep into the night. She understood that this evidence would be a crucial weapon in exposing the third prince's scheme to usurp the throne, but she needed more proof to truly bring him down. One day, the third prince held a clandestine meeting with several courtiers in a secluded palace hall. Lin Doudou, hidden in the shadows, fixed her gaze like a torch upon the prince. Her figure was lithe and agile, like a faint shadow weaving silently through the bustling third prince's mansion. Her mission was to surveil the prince, monitoring his every move to prevent any treacherous designs on the throne. With her acute hearing, Lin Doudou clearly captured their conversation. "Third prince, the emperor is advanced in years, and the court is fraught with anxiety. As the emperor's legitimate son, you must take action," an elderly courtier urged earnestly. The third prince pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "I am well aware of my responsibilities. However, the struggle for the throne is now fraught with undercurrents. If I act rashly, it might invite unnecessary trouble." Another courtier quickly chimed in, "Your Highness speaks wisely. But we cannot afford to wait idly. Once the emperor passes, the contest for the throne will intensify. We must prepare in advance to ensure your Highness' smooth ascent." A shadow of gloom passed over the third prince's eyes as he murmured, "I understand that well. However, we still need more support. Only by amassing sufficient power and military force can we remain invincible in the struggle for the throne." Upon hearing this, a chill crept into Lin Doudou's heart. She realized that the third prince had developed a keen interest in the throne and was actively plotting to seize it. She must relay this information to the emperor promptly to thwart the prince's treacherous ambitions. But just as she prepared to leave, the third prince's voice rang out again, "There is one more matter I need you to handle." Gu Lingmo's wife, Lin Doudou, her business has grown so large that it is severely impacting my maternal grandfather's enterprises. You must find a way to eliminate her lest she disrupt my grand plans. Lin Doudou's heart tightened upon hearing this. She never imagined that her honest business dealings would entangle her in the third prince's war for the throne, and that he had already twice sent assassins after her, now ordering her death once more. She understood that the third prince harbored a lethal intent toward her, vowing not to rest until she was dead. Lin Doudou's heart clenched, aware of her perilous situation. Yet she did not surrender. She resolved to use her wit and courage to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the third prince. Lin Doudou knew the third prince was ruthless. Since he had already set his murderous intent upon her, she must tread with extreme caution in every step henceforth. Returning home, she recounted the events to Gu Lingma and discussed countermeasures. The third prince now sees us as thorns in his side. We must find a way to protect, Lin Doudou said with a worried expression. Gu Lingma pondered for a moment before replying. Doudou, do not panic. I have a friend who is resourceful and may help us through this crisis. The next day Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma sought out this friend. His name was Su Ran, a brilliant and clever wanderer of the martial world. After listening to their story, Su Ran furrowed his brow and after a long deliberation said, to deal with the third prince we must know both him and ourselves. I need to learn more about the third prince as well as his allies and influence. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma nodded in agreement, vowing to fully cooperate with Su Ran's investigation. In the following days the trio gathered intelligence far and wide, seeking to uncover the third prince's weaknesses. After some time, Su Ran finally discovered a fatal flaw. It turned out that the third prince had an illegitimate son outside the palace. If the emperor learned of this, the consequences would be dire. Through days of secret investigation, Lin Doudou finally located the residence of the prince's mistress. She understood the gravity of this information. Once leaked, it would cause a massive upheaval in the court. Thus she decided to relay this news to the third prince's trusted maid, letting her handle the matter. That night, under the cover of moonlight, Lin Doudou disguised herself as an attendant of the third prince. She quietly slipped into the third prince's bedchamber, found the trusted maid, and whispered, I have something important to tell you concerning the third prince. The maid's expression tightened, and she quickly pulled Lin Doudou into an inner chamber, asking in a low voice, what is it? Taking a deep breath, Lin Doudou slowly said, the third prince keeps a mistress outside, and now has a son with her. This matter concerns the third prince's reputation and standing. The princess once showed me kindness, so I must inform her. The maid's face, she knew that if this news spread, it would be a devastating blow to the third princess. She pressed, are you certain? Is this information reliable? Lin Doudou nodded firmly. I am certain. I have been to the mistress' place several times. The information is absolutely reliable. The maid was silent for a moment, then said gratefully, thank you. You have done me a great favor. I will inform the third princess immediately. Lin Doudou smiled slightly. You're welcome. I only wish to help the third princess through this ordeal. You must handle this with care and ensure no one knows that I am the source. The maid nodded in understanding. She grasped the severity of the matter and appreciated the attendant's thoughtfulness. She would report this to the third prince. As the maid turned to leave, Lin Doudou gently tugged at her sleeve. With a look of utmost caution, Lin Doudou whispered, this is no trivial matter. When you tell the third princess, choose the right moment and method so that she does not make any impulsive decisions in a fit of emotion. The maid felt even more grateful. She nodded deeply. Rest assured, I understand your meaning. I will find a suitable time and inform the third princess in the gentlest manner, ensuring she is not overly distressed by this news. Lin Doudou felt somewhat relieved. She knew the maid was intelligent and perceptive, capable of handling the matter delicately. The maid thanked Lin Doudou once more before hurrying out of the inner chamber. She understood the heavy responsibility she bore to deliver this news to the third princess as quickly and discreetly as possible. Lin Doudou remained where she was, silently praying that everything would be resolved smoothly and that the third princess would not suffer too much harm. She knew that intrigues and conspiracies were ever present in the court, yet she still hoped the third princess could preserve her reputation and standing in this treacherous and calculating environment. Upon hearing the trusted maid's secret report, the third princess' face turned ashen, her eyes blazing with an incredulous fury. She sprang to her feet, the teacup in her hand, trembling uncontrollably with rage, spilling tea onto the exquisite carpet, leaving dark stains. How dare he? The third princess' voice turned shrill with anger. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she seemed not to feel the pain. How dare he keep a mistress outside? What does that make me? What does that make our marriage? The maid quickly stepped forward to soothe her. Your Highness, calm yourself. This matter requires careful consideration. You must not act impulsively now lest you alert the enemy. But the third princess' anger blazed like kindled dry wood, impossible to quell. She pushed the maid aside and strode toward the bedchamber, fuming. I will not tolerate such betrayal. I will make him know that I am not to be trifled with. The items in the bedchamber bore the brunt of her fury. She grabbed a porcelain vase and hurled it to the ground. The sharp, piercing sound of shattering echoed her inner pain and rage. He will pay for this. The third princess' voice was filled with resolve and coldness, her eyes shimmering with a determined light, as if she had made up her mind to uncover the truth of this betrayal and make the third prince pay the due price. The third princess spent a sleepless night steeped in anger and humiliation. The next morning she returned to her maiden home, her heart heavy with grief and indignation. Upon stepping into the familiar mansion, she made straight for her parents' quarters. The moment she saw them, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. Father, mother. She sobbed, her voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. Her parents, alarmed, rushed to support her, asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" "My daughter, who has wronged you so?" The third princess, trembling, clutched her mother's sleeve, and through tearful eyes recounted the story of the third prince's mistress. Her voice fluctuated between high and low, brimming with anger and resentment. After hearing her tale, her parents' faces grew stern. Her father slammed the table in fury. "How dare he treat my daughter like this? This is an outrageous insult." Her mother gently stroked her hair, consoling her. "My daughter, do not be afraid. We are here for you, and we will seek justice on your behalf." In her parents' embrace, the third princess felt a long-missed warmth and comfort. She knew she was no longer alone, for she had her family's support and companionship. She silently resolved, no matter the cost, to expose the third prince's true face and reclaim her justice. With her family's support, the third princess' emotions gradually calmed, but her determination grew even stronger. She knew that to seek justice, she must rely on the emperor's authority. Thus she decided to enter the palace and appeal directly to the emperor. She donned a dignified and elegant court robe adorned with gold hairpins and jade ornaments, and walked resolutely toward the imperial palace. Her eyes sparkled with steadfast resolve, as if prepared to face any challenge. Upon arrival at the palace, she performed the customary rites, and was led to the emperor's study. The emperor, surprised to see her, asked with concern, "Third princess, why have you come to the palace today? Do you have something to report?" Taking a deep breath, the third princess knelt, and spoke with clarity and determination. "Father Emperor, your daughter-in-law has come today to beseech you to redress a grave injustice." The emperor's expression turned serious, and he gestured for her to continue. The third princess then recounted in full detail the matter of the third prince's mistress. Though her voice trembled slightly, every word was imbued with strength and resolve. She poured out her grievances, anger, and resentment, hoping the emperor would deliver justice. After listening to her account, the emperor's face grew exceedingly grave. He pondered for a moment before saying to the third princess, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is as you say, I will not tolerate such misconduct." Hearing the emperor's promise, a wave of warmth surged through the third prince's heart. She knew she had taken the first step toward reclaiming justice. She looked at the emperor with gratitude, then respectfully bowed and took her leave. Within the imperial study, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his brow radiating an indisputable authority. "Eunuch Li, I have heard whispers lately concerning the third prince's residence, rumors that he has secretly kept a mistress. Now the third princess consort has entered the palace seeking an explanation from me. Have you heard anything of this matter?" Eunuch Li bowed, his gaze flickering. "Your Majesty, this servant has indeed heard of this matter, but without verification I dare not speak recklessly." The emperor tapped the table lightly, his voice steady. "Rumors should neither be trusted blindly nor left unexamined. Convey my oral decree immediately, ordering Zhang Huaimin of the Grand Court and Wang Yan of the Imperial Clan Court to join forces and thoroughly investigate this matter until the truth is brought to light. Remember, act discreetly, and do not disturb the palace or the common folk." Eunuch Li promptly responded, "This servant obeys the decree and shall act at once." Upon receiving the oral decree, Zhang Huaimin of the Grand Court wore a grave expression. "Lord Wang Yan, the emperor orders us to thoroughly investigate the third prince's keeping of a mistress. This matter concerns the royal family's honor. We must proceed with caution." Wang Yan nodded in agreement, his tone resolute. "Lord Zhang speaks wisely." Days later, the two sat under the dim light of candles, the desk before them covered with various intelligence reports about the third prince. Their brows furrowed. Zhang Huaimin said in a deep voice, "Wang Yan, you and I both know this is of great importance. The third prince has many trusted confidants. We must start with one of them and follow the clues to uncover this so-called mistress." Wang Yan nodded in agreement. "I have a plan. We can secretly tail one of the third prince's trusted men, who frequently visits the prince's residence and surely knows many of his secrets." Thus the two selected a shrewd and capable spy and secretly ordered him to trail one of the third prince's confidants. The spy accepted the mission and like a ghost silently melted into the night. Days later, the spy hurried into the Grand Court with a pale face. "My lords, I have found something. After tailing the third prince's confidant for many days, I discovered he frequently appears near a secluded mansion in the western city, and his movements are suspicious. I suspect there is something amiss within that mansion." Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yan exchanged glances, their hearts stirred. They knew this clue was crucial and might unveil the truth about the third prince's mistress. At a secluded mansion in the western city, Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yan, along with several capable subordinates, stealthily approached the residence. They noticed that although the mansion appeared ordinary, it was heavily guarded with hidden sentinels, clearly no ordinary place. Wang Yan instructed in a low voice, "Everyone be careful. This mansion surely holds secrets. We will split into two groups. One will guard the perimeter to prevent anyone from tipping off. The other will follow me to infiltrate and investigate the truth." Thus they executed the plan. One group set up a tight net around the mansion, while Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yan, along with a few men, quietly infiltrated the residence. They found the interior lavishly decorated, clearly a secret dwelling. Deep within the mansion, they finally encountered the woman rumored to be the third prince's mistress. The woman, startled by their intrusion, exclaimed, "Who are you? Why have you broken into my home?" Zhang Huaimin said coldly, "We are officials from the Grand Court and the Imperial Clan Court here to investigate the matter of the third prince keeping a mistress. You need not ask questions, simply answer ours truthfully." After rigorous interrogation and investigation, Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin confirmed that this woman was indeed the third prince's mistress, and this mansion was the secret residence he had prepared for her. In the interrogation room of the secluded mansion in the western city, the dim candlelight flickered, casting shadows on the stern faces of Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin. They sat at the interrogation table, their gazes piercing, fixed on the woman bound in chains. This woman, rumored to be the third prince's mistress, had a true identity, far more complex. Zhang Huaimin asked in a low, forceful voice, "What is your relationship with the third prince? Answer truthfully or face the consequences." The woman's expression was complicated, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but she finally spoke. "My name is Lin Doudou. I am the third prince's mistress. I am also an orphan of the previous dynasty. The third prince hid me here because he knows my true identity and intends to use me to achieve his goals." Wang Yin frowned upon hearing this, and pressed, "An orphan of the previous dynasty. What exactly is your identity? And what does the third prince plan to use you?" Lin Wanqing took a deep breath as if making a resolute decision. "I am the niece of the last emperor of the previous dynasty, and I grew up wandering among the common folk. The third prince discovered my identity by chance. He claimed he could protect me, but on the condition that I become his mistress and bear him children. In truth, I am merely a pawn in his hands to be used when needed." Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin exchanged glances, both startled. They had not expected this seemingly simple case of keeping a mistress to involve the sensitive matter of a previous dynasty's orphan. Zhang Huaimin said in a deep voice, "Do you have evidence for what you say? What exactly does the third prince plan to use you for?" Lin Wanqing produced a jade pendant from her bosom, engraved with the emblem of the previous dynasty. "This is proof of my identity. As for the third prince's specific plans, I am not fully aware, but he once mentioned using my identity to control the forces of the previous dynasty to achieve his goal of contending for the position of crown prince." Wang Yin took the jade pendant and examined it closely. "This matter is of great importance. We must handle it with care. Every word you say will serve as evidence. And are you willing to cooperate with us to expose the third prince's conspiracy?" Lin Wanqing nodded, a determined light shining in her eyes. "I am willing. Although I am an orphan of the previous dynasty, I do not wish to see the royal family fall into internal strife over the struggle for the crown prince's position. Even more, I do not want my child to be caught in this turmoil. I only hope he can live a free life. If you two lords can grant this request, to let my child live freely, I am willing to step forward and reveal the third prince's true face." Her voice carried a note of resolve and firmness that moved those present. Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin exchanged a knowing smile. They knew this interrogation had not only uncovered the third prince's conspiracy, but also unexpectedly revealed clues about the previous dynasty's orphan. A storm concerning the stability of the royal family and the fate of the previous dynasty's orphan was about to erupt within the palace. After meticulous questioning and investigation, Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin gathered sufficient evidence to prove that the woman residing in this mansion was indeed the third prince's mistress and had borne him a son. The two then returned to the palace to report all findings to the emperor. In the imperial study, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his expression grave, his eyes exuding an indisputable authority. Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin entered the study, their demeanor hurried, clearly bearing important news. Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin bowed and reported in a steady tone, "Your Majesty, after days of investigation, your ministers have uncovered the truth behind the third prince's keeping of a mistress." The emperor frowned slightly and gestured for them to continue. "Oh, what is the truth? Report quickly." Wang Yin stepped forward and detailed, "Your Majesty, the so-called mistress is actually Lin Wanqing, an orphan of the previous dynasty. The third prince hid her in the western city mansion and intended to use her identity to control the remnants of the previous dynasty's forces with the aim of contending for the position of crown prince." The emperor's expression drastically changed upon hearing this, and he slammed the table as he stood. "How dare he? The third prince has committed such treason. Not only has he secretly kept a mistress, but he has also colluded with an orphan of the previous dynasty and plotted rebellion. Such conduct is a disgrace to the royal family." Zhang Huaimin quickly soothed, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This matter is of great importance. We must handle it with caution. Your servants have obtained solid evidence proving the third prince's conspiracy." The emperor took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. "Good, you two. I will personally handle this matter, and shall severely punish the third prince as a warning to others. At the same time, we must deal appropriately with the previous dynasty's orphan Lin Wanqing to ensure she does not become a destabilizing factor for the royal family." Wang Yin nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty is wise. Your ministers obey the decree." The emperor waved his hand for them to withdraw. "All right, I need to be alone to ponder how to handle this matter." At the third prince's residence, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The third prince's face was dark, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted the third princess consort. I need to be alone to ponder how to handle this matter. At the third prince's residence, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The third prince's face was dark, his eyes. The third princess consort was undaunted, retorting coldly, "Of course I know the consequences are serious, but I cannot tolerate you committing such treason behind my back. Not only have you secretly kept a mistress, but you have also colluded with an orphan of the previous dynasty. Where does that leave me? Where does that leave the honor of the royal family?" The third prince trembled with rage, pointing at her. You venomous woman. I thought you were sensible and considerate of the bigger picture, but I never expected you to be so vicious as to betray me." The third princess consort sneered. "Betrayal. You were the one who betrayed me first, betrayed our marriage, betrayed the royal family. I am merely upholding justice and defending the dignity of the royal family." The third prince, burning with rage, grabbed the princess consort by the collar. "Justice. Dignity. Don't you dare use those high-sounding words. I tell you, this matter is far more complicated than you think. If you dare ruin my plans, I will not let you off." The third princess consort met his gaze fearlessly. "I will never let your conspiracy succeed. Even at the cost of my life, I will expose your true face." The tension between them grew increasingly intense, as if a fierce conflict might erupt at any moment. However, at that moment, a guard burst into the inner chamber, breaking the oppressive silence. The guard was panic-stricken. "Your Highness, this is terrible. The Emperor has learned of your keeping a mistress, and has sent people to investigate." Upon hearing this, the third prince's face changed dramatically. His face instantly turned pale. He released his grip on the third princess consort's collar, turned around, and slumped into a chair, a glimmer of despair and panic flashing in his eyes. The third princess consort, observing his state, felt a surge of vindication. "Humph. Your retribution has finally arrived. Let's see how much longer you can remain arrogant." Yet the third prince did not respond to her mockery. He merely sat dazedly in the chair, his heart filled with regret and despair. He knew that his conspiracy had been exposed, and what awaited him was the emperor's severe punishment and the scorn of the royal family. Escorted by 2 guards, the third prince, pale-faced and heavy-footed, entered the imperial study. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze sharp as a torch, fixed intently on the entering third prince. His voice was stern, carrying an unquestionable authority. "Third prince, do you know your crimes?" The third prince knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. "Father, your son confesses his guilt." The emperor questioned furiously. "You kept a concubine in secret, colluded with the orphan of a former dynasty, and plotted treason. Do you know the magnitude of this crime? Where have you placed the honor of the royal family? Where have you placed me?" The third prince bowed his head and confessed. "Your son was momentarily bewitched and committed rebellious acts. Your son deeply understands the gravity of his sins and is willing to accept your punishment." The emperor snorted coldly, his tone revealing disappointment and anguish. "Punishment? Do you think your punishment can atone for the heinous crimes you have committed? You have not only betrayed me, but the entire royal family. How am I to explain this to our ancestors? How am I to explain this to the people of the realm?" The third prince, tears streaming down his face, choked out. "Father, your son knows he was wrong. Your son is willing to die to atone for his sins, only begging you to spare his family and clan." The emperor looked at the third prince, a complex emotion flickering in his heart. He felt both anguish and disappointment, yet the man was still his son. "Do you think death can solve everything? If you die, where will the honor of the royal family stand? How will the people of the realm perceive me?" Upon hearing this, the third prince felt a slight relief, though tears still flowed. "Thank you for your mercy, father. Your son is willing to bear all consequences, only begging you to grant a swift end." The emperor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "All right, I will grant you a swift end. But remember, the sins you have committed will forever be etched on the pillar of history's shame." Having said this, the emperor waved his hand, signaling the guards to take the third. As the third prince was escorted out of the imperial study, his heart was filled with regret and despair. He knew his fate was sealed, and what awaited him was cruel punishment and endless darkness. After handling the third prince's affairs, the emperor pondered for a moment, then summoned the third princess consort. She entered the imperial study slowly, her expression tinged with anxiety and unease. The emperor's gaze was deep, his voice carrying a mix of authority and kindness. "Third princess consort, your exposure of the third prince's conspiracy is indeed meritorious. I know the pain in your heart, and I understand your determination to uphold the dignity of the royal family." The third princess consort felt slightly relieved, but remained humble. "Your daughter-in-law merely did what was necessary and dares not claim merit." The emperor nodded gently in approval. "I have seen your character and loyalty. I am deeply pained by the third prince's actions, and know that you have suffered great." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Therefore, I have decided to restore your freedom, grant you a mansion and ample wealth as a reward for your loyalty. You are free to choose your own life, whether to remain within the royal family, or to walk another path. I will respect your decision." Upon hearing this, gratitude surged in the third princess consort's heart. With tears in her eyes, she bowed in thanks. "Your daughter-in-law thanks you for your grace. May you live 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. The emperor gently waved his hand, signaling her to rise. Rise, there is no need for such formality. I hope you can live the life you desire and find your own happiness. The third princess consort stood up, a determined light shining in her eyes. She knew she had finally broken free from that painful marriage and embraced a new life. She was grateful for the emperor's grace and resolved to spend the rest of her days pursuing true happiness and freedom. A few days later, the emperor issued an edict demoting the third prince to commoner status and exiling him to the frontier. Lin Wanqing and her child were settled in a villa on the outskirts of the capital, attended by specially assigned caretakers. Thus this turmoil finally subsided. However, Zhang Huaimin and Wang Yin knew that the internal strife within the royal family was far from over. They decided to continue monitoring court affairs to prevent similar incidents from occurring. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma found themselves completely at leisure after reporting the matter concerning the third prince to the third princess consort. The businesses of Mingwei Residence and Tsuetsue Beauty Salon were thriving, with branches opening across the Feng Dynasty. The couple planned to open a tea house in the capital. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma sat in the backyard of Mingwei Residence, savoring freshly brewed tea and enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Doudou, our Mingwei Residence, and Tsuetsue Beauty Salon are doing so well. Should we try something new? Gu Lingma gently stirred the tea in his cup, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. You're right. I've been thinking about it too. What do you think about opening a tea house? There are plenty of tea lovers in the capital. Lin Doudou put down her teacup and looked at Gu Lingma seriously. A tea house. Great idea. It can satisfy people's tea-drinking needs and promote our tea culture. But opening a tea house is no simple matter. We need a lot of preparation. Gu Lingma nodded, starting to think about the specifics. Yes, first we need to find a suitable location, good positioning, and an elegant atmosphere. Then we need to select a variety of high-quality teas to ensure our tea house has a unique taste. Lin Doudou added. Lingma, I have a huge stock of tea in my space. Even the most ordinary one would be the best in the capital. And there are many tea trees on the mountain in my space. We can use them, saving on procurement costs. The growth and harvest speed in the space is very fast, so well, the tea from the space is infused with spiritual energy and is highly beneficial for health. Lin Doudou said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Gu Lingma felt a surge of anticipation upon hearing her words. He knew Lin Doudou's space held countless treasures, but he hadn't expected such precious tea. That's wonderful. We can use the tea from your space to make various beverages. They'll surely be a huge hit, Lingma said with a smile. Lin Doudou nodded in agreement. Once people taste the tea from the space, they'll fall in love with it. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma decided to pick some tea leaves from the space and try making different flavors. They entered the space, went to the tea garden on the mountain, and felt overjoyed at the sight of the tender green tea plants. They carefully picked some tender leaves and placed them in a basket. Over the next few days, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma moved among the tea trees in the space, their nimble fingers skillfully plucking the fresh leaves. Doubted the tea trees in the space are growing so well. Look how tender this leaf is. Gu Lingma excitedly held up a leaf to show Doudou. Yes, the climate in the space is perfect, and there's plenty of rain, so the tea grows well. Let's pick more and go back to fry some excellent tea. Doudou replied with a smile, not pausing her work. After picking a full basket of leaves, they returned to the tea house. Doudou started a fire to begin frying the tea. Doudou, should we try adding something special this time? Like fruit? Gu Lingma had a sudden inspiration. Fruit? That's a good idea. We can try adding some apple or pear slices and see how it tastes. Doudou thought it was a novel idea. So they began to fry the tea leaves. Gu Lingma skillfully controlled the heat, tossing the leaves in the wok, while Lin Doudou prepared sliced apples and pears on the side. Doudou, the tea leaves are almost done. Should we add the fruit now? Gu Lingma asked, eagerly looking at the leaves in the wok. Almost. Put the fruit slices in first, and then we'll stir-fry them together. Lin Doudou nodded, signaling Gu Lingma added the fruit slices to the wok and stir-fried them with the tea leaves. Instantly, a fresh aroma of fruit and tea intertwined, filling the entire. Wow, this smells amazing. Doudou, our innovation is sure to be a success. Gu Lingma exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I think so too. It seems we're one step closer to opening our tea house. Doudou replied with a smile. Together they spread out the fried tea leaves to dry, then carefully packaged them. They knew these teas would become the highlight of their tea house, sure to attract many customers. Back at the small building in the space, Lin Doudou began experimenting with steeping tea and spices. After multiple trials, she finally concocted several unique and delicious tea drinks. Lingma tasted them and was full of praise. This flavor is incredible. I'm sure it will attract many customers in the capital. Lingma, the location of the shop is also important. It's best to be near a bustling area or a place where scholars and artists gather. Lin Doudou said while sipping tea. Gu Lingma nodded, a thoughtful glint in his deep eyes. Doudou is right. The choice of location is indeed crucial. We must find a place that can attract both the nobility and the literati, a place where they would linger and forget to leave. Perhaps we could consider opening our shop in Willow Lane at the east of the city. It is not only a bustling area of the capital, but also a frequent haunt of refined scholars, which aligns perfectly with the positioning of our tea establishment. Lin Doudou's eyes flickered with approval upon hearing this. Willow Lane is indeed a fine choice. Moreover, we can leverage the cultural atmosphere there to host some tea art events, thereby enhancing the reputation of our tea house. The two grew increasingly excited as they spoke, as if they could already envision the thriving future of the tea house. That day Gu Lingma returned to the Gu residence in high spirits. As soon as he entered, he hurried to the table and said to Doudou with a beaming face, "Doudou, after several days of careful inspection and in-depth research, I have finally found a very ideal shop front as the location for our new tea house." As he spoke, he walked into the room with excitement, holding a detailed map and a set of property documents, clearly full of anticipation for this new... Really? That's wonderful. Let me see. Lin Doudou's face lit up with joy as she took the documents from Gu Lingma and examined them closely. This place is right in the center of Willow Lane, with convenient transportation and surrounded by many gathering spots for refined scholars. I think it is very suitable for opening a tea house. Gu Lingma pointed to the location on the map and explained. The location is indeed good. But what about the shop itself? Lin Doudou asked. The shop is also quite large with 2 floors, and the decoration style suits our tea house well. I have already negotiated the price with the landlord. I'm just waiting for your nod. Gu Lingma said with a smile. That's excellent. Let's go take a look right away. Lin Doudou was eager to see the new shop for herself. The two went to the shop and after some discussion finally purchased it for 50,000 taels of silver. After Gu Lingmo's continuous selection, they decided to name the new tea house, Tea Talk and Color Contemplation. Doudou, what do you think of this name? Tea Talk and Color Contemplation. It not only encompasses the joy of tea tasting, but also hints at observing the myriad facets of life. Gu Lingma explained. This name has a lot of charm. I like it very much. Then it's settled. Lin Doudou nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma began preparing for the tea house's opening. They meticulously designed the decoration style, selected top-quality tea sets and furniture, and hired a group of experienced tea artisans. Next, the two started drafting the price list and the variety of teas. Lingma, I think our tea house should offer different grades of tea leaves to meet the needs of various customers. Lin Doudou suggested. Yes, I think so too. We can offer some high-end teas like Longjing and Biluakun, as well as some ordinary green and black teas for the general public. Gu Lingma agreed. Then we should also provide some special snacks, such as tea cakes and tea pastries. Lin Doudou added. Great idea. These snacks can complement our teas and enhance the customer's tea tasting experience. Gu Lingma nodded in approval. I think fruit tea should be very popular among the ladies and young misses of the capital. We could set up a special hall to serve them. Lin Doudou said. Gu Lingma smiled, gently approving of Lin Doudou's suggestion. Doudou, you are truly thoughtful. Such an idea will surely make our tea house stand out. Alright, it's settled. He'll start preparations immediately, striving to have the Tea Talk and Color Contemplation Tea House open its doors in Willow Lane as soon as possible. It seems we still have a lot to do. But with you by my side, I fear nothing. Let's work together and surely make the tea house a roaring success. Lin Doudou looked at Gu Lingma with a smile, her eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Doudou, your words are enough. Let's work together to make the tea house a new highlight of the capital. Gu Lingma responded with a smile. They exchanged glances, their hearts full of hope and expectation for the future. They knew that as long as they worked in unison, this tea house would surely set a new trend in the capital and become the center of attention. After some deliberation, the two finalized the price list, the variety of teas, and the special snacks. Not long after, Tea Talk and Color Contemplation opened in the capital. The tea house was elegantly decorated with a tranquil atmosphere, quickly attracting many tea enthusiasts. The signature tea drinks launched by Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma were widely praised. The fruit-infused teas had a refreshing taste and fragrant aroma, while the spice-blended teas offered a unique flavor that lingered on the palate. As the tea house's reputation grew, scholars, nobles, and ladies from the capital flocked to taste the offerings. The tea house was often packed to capacity, bustling with activity. I heard that the newly launched fruit tea drink at Tea Talk and Color Contemplation has an excellent taste. I came specially to try it. A lady dressed in splendid attire spoke elegantly, her red lips slightly parted. After taking a light sip, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. It truly lives up to its reputation. The fresh fruit aroma interwoven with the tea fragrance is truly a unique delight. Indeed, let me also try this spice-blended tea. Another dignified lady joined the conversation with great interest. This tea drink is mellow upon entry, with the spices aroma perfectly balanced, neither overpowering nor underwhelming, adding layers of depth. Truly marvelous. Moreover, the pastries here are extraordinary. A plump lady said with satisfaction. I especially love those sweet but not cloying cakes which complement the tea drinks perfectly, an absolute match. Yes, I agree. Another lady nodded repeatedly. Every tea and pastry here seems like a meticulously crafted work of art. Not only do they taste wonderful, but the presentation is also exquisite, truly a feast for the eyes. The guests at Tea Talk and Color Contemplation chatted among themselves, showering praise on the tea and pastries. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma stood aside watching the satisfied smiles of the customers, their hearts filled with a sense of achievement. They knew this was only the beginning. Tea Talk and Color Contemplation would become a shining gem in the capital, drawing more people to savor its tea. When the Emperor and Empress heard about the bustling new tea house, Tea Talk and Color Contemplation, in the capital, they too became deeply intrigued. One day, while reviewing memorials in the imperial study, the Emperor overheard a servant mentioning it. He put down his brush and asked curiously, "What is this Tea Talk and Color Contemplation? Why has it become so lively lately?" Eunuch quickly replied, "Your Majesty, it is a newly opened tea house. With its unique tea drinks and elegant environment, it has attracted many scholars, nobles, and ladies from the capital. It is said that the tea there tastes excellent, and the pastries are delicious, hence the thriving business and crowds at the door." The Emperor smiled faintly, pondering inwardly. He thought, since this tea house is so popular, why not go and taste it himself to see if it truly lives up to the rumors. Meanwhile, the Empress had also heard about Tea Talk and Color Contemplation in the harem. Her maids were all discussing the uniqueness of this tea house, piquing the Empress' interest. She thought that if it could earn such unanimous praise, it must have extraordinary qualities. Thus she decided to go and see for herself. The next day, the Emperor and Empress arranged to visit the tea house named Tea Talk and Color Contemplation in plain clothes. They looked forward to personally tasting the signature tea drinks and experiencing the unique charm. The Emperor and Empress in disguise arrived at the renowned Tea Talk and Color Contemplation tea house in the capital. As soon as they entered, they were captivated by the elegant decoration and tranquil atmosphere, silently praising it. The Emperor surveyed the surroundings, seeing every seat occupied with guests either sipping tea or chatting softly. A harmonious. He wondered who the owner of this tea house could be to have created such a popular venue. Just as the Emperor and Empress were about to taste the tea, a familiar laughter reached their ears. They followed the sound and saw two young people enthusiastically chatting with guests, their faces beaming with satisfaction and joy. "Isn't that Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou?" the Empress whispered in surprise. She hadn't expected them to be the proprietors of this tea house. The Emperor also recognized them, feeling a surge of delight. He hadn't anticipated meeting these two young people in such a setting. "Gu Lingma, Lin Doudou, what are you doing here?" The Emperor couldn't help but step forward and ask with a smile. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou were startled at first upon seeing the Emperor and Empress, then quickly bowed in greeting. They hadn't expected their tea house to attract such esteemed guests. Your Majesty, the Empress, why have you come?" Gu Lingma asked in astonishment. "We heard that the Tea Talk and Color Contemplation tea house is thriving, so we came to taste it for ourselves," the Emperor said with a smile. "Little did we know the proprietors would be you two." Lin Doudou smiled shyly and said, "We just wanted to do something we love. We never expected to receive so much recognition." The Emperor and Empress exchanged glances, expressing their admiration for the young couple's talent and courage. They tasted the tea house's signature drinks and pastries, all of which they praised highly. The Emperor especially commended Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou's intelligence and wisdom, considering them rare talents in the capital. That day, the arrival of the Emperor and Empress made Tea Talk and Color Contemplation even more lively. Consequently, Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou received more attention and acclaim, and their tea house business flourished even more. Inside the second branch of the Gu family, candlelight flickered, casting shadows upon Uncle Gus' somber face. He sat at the table, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames, his heart filled with anxiety. Aunt Gu, sitting beside him, also wore a worried expression as they conversed in hushed tones. Uncle Gu said indignantly, "Humph, look at Ling Mo, that fellow, now making a huge success in the capital, raking in money like flowing water. Ling Mo's businesses across the Feng Dynasty are already countless, and now Lin Doudou's enterprises are also spreading throughout the entire realm. What about our second branch? We're living off our savings, getting drained dry." Aunt Gu frowned, a hint of calculation flashing in her eyes. She lowered her voice. "That's right, we need to think of something. Ling Mo and Lin Doudou still don't have a child. This is our opportunity." Uncle Gus' eyes lit up at this, and he leaned in eagerly, asking, "Opportunity? What do you mean?" Aunt Gus' lips curled into a sly smile. "We can find a way to have them raise one of our children. That way we can control their wealth through the child." After hearing this, the gloom on Uncle Gus' face gradually lifted, replaced by a satisfied grin. That's a good, but how do we get them to raise our child?" Aunt Gu smiled mysteriously. "It's simple." She lowered her voice. "I have a plan. My niece from my maiden family is decent looking and has a gentle temperament. Why don't we what?" Uncle Gu asked impatiently. "Why don't we find a way to marry her into the Gu household as Ling Mo's You don't know, but our son Yuer and my niece are quite close. Then we can have her bear Yuer's child, and later Gu Ling Mo and Lin Doudou will be building up the estate for our second branch." Aunt Gus' lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. Uncle Gu nodded, greed flickering in his eyes. "Good, let's do it that way. But this must be done without a trace. They must not catch on to our intentions." He then added, but that girl Lin Doudou is no pushover. We need to tread carefully." "Of course. We need to plan thoroughly and find the right moment. After all, Ling Mo is now our family's cash cow. We can't let outsiders take full advantage of him. Aunt Gus' eyes flashed with resolve. Good, then it's settled. You make the arrangements. We'll do it quietly without anyone else noticing. Uncle Gu slapped the table as if a decision had been made. Aunt Gu acknowledged, her eyes gleaming with scheming light. The two discussed their plan to marry her niece to Gu Ling Mo as a concubine, and use her to seize the Gu family's assets. They knew Lin Doudou and Gu Ling Mo were no ordinary people, but driven by greed, they decided to take the risk. A few nights later, Aunt Gu brought her niece Wang Yaqiu into the Gu residence. Gu Lingyu was already waiting in the room, overjoyed at her arrival. Aunt Gu gave him a wink, and Gu Lingyu led Wang Yaqiu into the chamber. In the following days, Gu Lingyu often sought opportunities to be alone with Wang Yaqiu. She already harbored feelings for him, and with his sweet talk their affection gradually deepened. Soon Wang Yaqiu discovered she was pregnant. Gu Lingyu was overjoyed and immediately informed Aunt Gu. Aunt Gu and Uncle Gu exchanged a knowing smile when they heard the news. Their plan had taken a successful step forward. Little did they know their well-laid scheme was about to be shattered. Inside Wang Yaqiu's room, the candlelight flickered, the atmosphere heavy. Wang Yaqiu sat on the edge of the bed, pale-faced, her eyes filled with Gu Lingyu stood before her, his expression cold. Aunt Gu then entered wearing a smile that concealed her calculating intent. Wang Yaqiu's voice trembled. Lingyu, tell me, do you really plan to give me to your cousin Gu Ling Mo as a concubine? Gu Lingyu replied coldly. Yes, it's for the benefit of our second branch. You should know how powerful Gu Ling Mo is in the capital now. Our branch needs his help. Tears welled in Wang Yaqiu's eyes. But I'm already carrying your child. Are you giving me away to your cousin for the sake of profit? Have you thought about my feelings? Or about our child? Gu Lingjia's face remained impassive. The child? So what? In this family, profit is what matters most. You should know your place and not harbor illusions. If it weren't for Gu Ling Mo's wealth, do you think I would have let you conceive? Wang Yaqiu shook her head in despair. No, I can't do this. I can't accept this arrangement. Just then, Aunt Gu stepped forward and said earnestly, Yaqiu, you should understand. This is for your own good, and for the good of our second branch. If you marry Gu Ling Mo and bear a child, you can use the child to take control of their assets. This is a tremendous boon for you and for us. Wang Yaqiu shouted angrily, a boon. What do you take me for? A pawn to be traded for gain. I tell you I won't agree. I won't marry Gu Ling Mo. Aunt Gus' smile faded, her tone turning icy. Yaqiu, think carefully. If you refuse, the consequences will be severe. Not only will our second branch reject you, but your standing in this family will be threatened. Besides, you are already a fallen woman. Who will want you after that? Wang Yaqiu, her face streaked with tears, looked at the mother and son. And I beg you, don't make me marry Gu Ling Mo. I love cousin, and I already carry his blood. Please, Aunt. Aunt Gus' expression darkened. She glared at Wang Yaqiu and snapped, this is not up to you. Tomorrow I'll find a matchmaker to arrange the marriage and get you married off as soon as possible. With that, she turned and left the room, leaving behind a heartbroken Wang Yaqiu and a resigned Gu Lingyu. The next day, Aunt Gu indeed brought a matchmaker to discuss the wedding between Wang Yaqiu and Gu Ling Mo. Meanwhile, Wang Yaqiu decided to flee the Gu household. She refused to be a sacrifice for their greed. Under the cover of night, she secretly packed a few belongings, preparing to leave. But as she reached the gate, Gu Lingyu caught her. He blocked her path. Lingyu, let me go. I don't want to marry Gu Ling Mo. Gu Lingyu barred Wang Yaqiu's way, his gaze turning ruthless and resolute. In that moment, he was no longer the genteel second young master of the Gu family, but a cold-hearted man who would stop at nothing for family profit. Yaqiu, do you think you can escape? He said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Wang Yaqiu froze, looking up at him in disbelief. Lingyu, you've changed. Is that so? Have I changed? Gu Lingyu burst into laughter. In this family, everyone changes. I'm no exception. Do you think you can escape this fate? Do you think you can avoid becoming Gu Ling Mo's concubine? I'm telling you it's impossible. A flicker of despair crossed Wang Yaqiu's eyes, but she stubbornly lifted her chin. Lingyu, you know I don't want this. You know my heart belongs only. Why are you forcing me? Forcing you? Gu Lingyu sneered. Yaqiu, you should understand. No one forced you. Did I force you to come to the Gu mansion? Did I force you to sleep with me? Did I force you to carry my seed? Wasn't it all your own choice? You should be grateful that you're my mother's niece. Otherwise, you'd never have entered the Gu household, born my child, or married Gu Ling Mo as a concubine. Don't be ungrateful. No. Wang Yaqiu shook her head vehemently. Stop it. Stop it, Lingyu. I don't believe you have no feelings for me. I don't believe all your promises were lies. Is uncle and aunt forcing you to do this? A flash of anger crossed Gu Lingjia's eyes. He grabbed Wang Yaqiu's wrist, pulling her close, his tone dripping with mockery and cruelty. Yaqiu, stop deluding yourself, alright? How could I, Gu Lingyu, ever love a woman like you? Don't think that carrying my child makes you worthy of being my lawful wife. I tell you, you're not fit. You should know that my mother and father will do anything for the family's interests. If you don't obediently marry Gu Ling Mo, my mother will surely marry you off to Scholar Zhang. He's over 50 now. If you bear him a son in his old age, don't you think he'll dote on you? Ha ha. Fear flickered in Wang Yaqia's eyes, but she still glared at Gu Lingyu defiantly, her voice trembling. Lingyu, have you never truly loved me? Am I really nothing to you? Have you been using me all along, getting me pregnant to trick Gu Lingmo out of his assets? Tell me, is all of this true? Gu Lingyu let out a cold laugh, his gaze growing even icier. Yes, you're right. I've been using you from the start. Did you really think I would fall for you? Did you think I would fight the family for you? You're too naive. In this family, only profit and power matter. You're nothing but a pawn in my hand. Despair filled Wang Yaqia's eyes as she finally saw Gu Lingjia's true face. She wrenched free from his grip, stepping back, her gaze brimming with grief and fury. Gu Lingyu, you have disappointed me so deeply. I always thought you were a man of honor and heart. I never imagined you could be so cold and ruthless. I tell you, I would rather die than be a tool for you. With that, Wang Yaqiu turned to leave. But Gu Lingyu blocked her path again, a cruel glint in his eyes. Yaqiu, don't think you can run. I'm telling you, you can't escape. Unless you agree to marry Gu Lingmo, my mother will marry you off to Scholar Zhang. The choice is yours. Wang Yaqiu froze, staring at Gu Lingjia's resolute expression, a wave of unprecedented despair and fury surging within her. She knew she had no way out. In this family, she was merely a puppet to be manipulated. In the end, I was wrong to give my heart, wasn't I? You never had any feelings for me. I kept wondering if Aunt forced you into this. I see now that I was mistaken. Gu Lingyu looked at her despairing eyes, a complex emotion stirring within him. He knew that his relationship with Wang Yaqiu had been steeped in exploitation and calculation from the very beginning. He slowly nodded, his voice low and cold. Yes, from start to finish, my mother and I were using you. We sacrificed your feelings and happiness for the family's gain. You were just a pawn in our hands to swindle Gu Lingmo and Lin Doudou. At this point, a hint of regret crept into his tone. But you did prove quite capable. In just a few days you conceived my child. Honestly, if it weren't for the fortune I'd hate to give you away to Gu Lingmo. Even if you couldn't be my lawful wife, you'd make a fine concubine for my pleasure and comfort. After all, your performance in bed was quite satisfying. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaqiu felt a profound humiliation. Anger and resentment flashed in her eyes, but they ultimately dissolved into deep. Wang Yaqiu bit her lip hard, tears glistening in her eyes, threatening to fall. She fixed a hateful glare on Gu Lingyu and cursed through clenched teeth. Gu Lingyu, you despicable wretch. Her voice was laced with despair and fury. Yet Gu Lingyu seemed utterly indifferent. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Despicable? It's just a way to survive. If you know what's good for you, you'll obey me. Otherwise. He left the threat hanging, but the menace was With that, Gu Lingyu turned around gracefully and walked away without looking back, leaving Wang Yaqiu standing alone, her body trembling as tears finally streamed down her face. Wang Yaqiu collapsed weakly to the floor, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face in them, sobbing silently. She felt as though her heart was being torn apart, all thanks to that detestable Gu Lingyu. After a long while, Wang Yaqiu slowly rose, wiped away her tears, and dragged her heavy steps back to her room. She lay down on the bed, closing her eyes, trying to calm herself. But Gu Lingjia's cold, merciless face kept surfacing in her mind, refusing to let her find peace. Night fell, and the world was enveloped in silence. Wang Yaqiu lay quietly on her bed, her heart filled with uncertainty and fear for the future. She didn't know how to face this cruel reality, nor whether she could ever escape Gu Lingjia's grasp. She hated her own naivety and recklessness. If she had only been more virtuous, she wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. The second branch of the family was secretly plotting to arrange a concubine for Gu Lingmo, believing their scheme was clever enough to solidify their standing within the clan while seizing Gu Lingmo and Lin Doudou's assets. Little did they know Gu Feng was about to expose their plans, mercilessly delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Early that morning, as the sky barely showed a hint of pale light, second Uncle Gu and second Aunt Gu hastened together to the Gu residence. They calculated that if they could extol the virtues of taking a concubine before Gu Feng, making him believe it was for the sake of the Gu family's lineage and Gu Lingmo's happiness, their plan would almost certainly succeed. However, the moment they stepped through the gates of the Gu residence, they sensed something amiss. The servants cast strange glances at them, as if aware of their purpose, or perhaps pitying their ignorance. Upon hearing of their arrival, Gu Feng immediately furrowed his brows. A cold sneer rose within him. The second branch was growing increasingly audacious, daring to scheme about arranging a concubine for Gu Lingmo. He was curious to see how they would justify this matter so glibly before him. Gu Feng sat in his study, awaiting the arrival of second Uncle Gu and second Aunt Gu. His mind was already prepared. No matter what they said, he would not let them succeed. How could the second branch interfere in the marriage of Gu Lingmo and Lin Doudou? The moment second Uncle Gu and second Aunt Gu entered Gu Feng's study, they launched into their pitch. Second Aunt Gu said with a sweet smile, "Elder brother, look, Lingmo and Doudou have been married for nearly a year now, and there's still no sign of a child. The Gu family's hopes rest on their generation." Gu Feng raised an eyebrow at this, but remained composed, motioning for them to continue. Second Uncle Gu took over. "Indeed, elder brother. We're thinking of the family's welfare. My wife's niece Wang Yakyu is renowned for her stunning beauty and extraordinary talent. If she were betrothed to Lingma, she would surely bear him children to expand the Gu lineage. Second Aunt Gu quickly added, yes, Yakyu is truly a rare gem of a girl. Not only is she beautiful, but she also knows how to manage a household. Marrying her would be a great blessing for the Gu family. Hearing this, Gu Feng fully understood their intentions. He let out a cold laugh and said, second brother, second sister-in-law, I appreciate your good intentions. But Lingmo's marriage is his own decision. As for children, that cannot be rushed. Besides, Doudou is a wonderful girl, and Lingma has vowed to have only her in this life. You should return now, and let this matter rest. Second Uncle Gu and Second Aunt Gu exchanged glances, clearly not expecting such a decisive refusal. They wanted to argue further, but seeing Gu Feng's resolute expression, they left the study in disappointment. After they departed, Gu Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. He decided to go and inform Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou about this matter. When he arrived at their quarters, he found them watering flowers in the courtyard. Gu Feng recounted the second branch's proposal, and Lin Doudou was astonished. Gu Lingma, however, firmly grasped Lin Doudou's hand, declaring that he would never take a concubine. Seeing this, Gu Feng smiled with relief. He deeply understood that the bond between Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou was as unyielding as iron walls, impervious to any hardship or attempt to tear them apart. This profound affection moved him, making him marvel at the rarity of such genuine love. In response to his father's concern, Gu Lingma patiently explained, Father, regarding the matter of children, for now we prefer to focus our energy on developing our careers and striving to make them thrive. Therefore we are temporarily setting aside the idea of having children, but that doesn't mean we've abandoned the plan. Gu Feng looked at Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou, his eyes reflecting a mix of seriousness and affection. He gently patted Gu Lingma's shoulder and said earnestly, Lingma, you must understand the intent behind your uncle. Gu Feng looked at Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou, his eyes reflecting a mix of seriousness and affection. He gently patted Gu Lingma's shoulder and said earnestly, Lingma, you must understand the intent behind your uncle and aunt's visit. They always try to meddle in your affairs. You must stay alert and guard against their mischief. Gu Lingma nodded firmly. Father, I understand. I will remain vigilant and not give them any opportunity. Lin Doudou also took Gu Lingma's hand and said earnestly, Father, please rest. We will also be cautious and not let the second branch succeed. Gu Feng looked at them with satisfaction and nodded. Good, with your words I am at ease. Remember, no matter how they try to sow discord, you must trust each other and uphold your marriage. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with determination and trust. They knew that as long as they were united in heart, nothing could destroy their happiness. The couple from the second branch returned to their residence in a fury. Upon entering, Second Aunt Gu sat down heavily on a chair, pounding the table to vent her anger. This is infuriating. How could elder brother treat us like this, showing us no respect at all? She shouted in rage. Second Uncle Gu, equally displeased, went to her side to console her. Oh, don't be angry. Elder brother has always been like this, oh, we know it well. But we cannot give up just yet. Of course not. Second Aunt Gu lifted her head abruptly, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. We must find a way to make Gu Lingma take Yakyu as his concubine. Only then can we seize Gu Lingma's assets. Second Uncle Gu pondered for a moment, then nodded. You're right. But we need a more cunning plan that won't raise elder brother's suspicions. Second Aunt Gu mused, a calculating gleam in her eyes as she schemed to overthrow the pair completely. After a moment's thought, she said, let's first approach those clan members who are on bad terms with elder brother and join forces with them. Second Uncle Gu frowned. Will that work? Elder brother is now the Grand Chancellor. Everyone in the clan wants to curry favor with him. Who would be willing to ally with us? Second Aunt Gu curled her lips into a sly smile. I know, but there are always those who harbor grudges or have other agendas. If we find such people and use some tactics, we can win them over. We can start with small matters and gradually build up our strength. Second Uncle Gu nodded in agreement. Then Second Aunt Gu continued. Next, we need to create discord between Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou, making them quarrel among themselves. That way, even if elder brother wants to protect them, he won't be able to. Second Uncle Gu thought this was a good idea, but still worried. But how do we do that? Second Aunt Gu sneered. Isn't it simple? We can spread rumors that Lin Doudou is improper and unworthy of being a Gu wife, or set up misunderstandings to make Gu Lingma doubt her. Once their trust is broken, we'll have our chance. Second Uncle Gu still found it problematic. Wife, this approach takes too long. Wang Yakia's condition cannot wait. Second Aunt Gu nodded. True, we must act quickly and not waste time. She furrowed her brow in thought for a moment, then looked up at Second Uncle Gu and said slowly, I have an idea, but your birthday is coming up. Let's throw a grand celebration. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou will surely attend. We can tamper with their food and drink, making them. Second Uncle Gus's eyes lit up, and he leaned in eagerly. Tamper? What do you mean? You're suggesting. Second Aunt Gu nodded and lowered her voice. Exactly, we make them lose their senses at that moment. Then we arrange for Yakyu to be waiting in the room. When they arrive, we catch them in the act. That way Gu Lingma will have no choice but to take Yakyu as his concubine. Second Uncle Gus' face broke into a triumphant grin. He clapped his hands in admiration. Brilliant. With this, Gu Lingma will be completely under our control. Our position in the Gu family will be even more secure. Haha, I can't wait to see that day. Second Aunt Gu also laughed, taking his hand proudly. Then let's start preparing. This time will make Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou realize that they are utterly helpless against us. The couple exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes brimming with cunning schemes. They began plotting, intensively determined to achieve their goal. They knew that this time they would make Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou pay a heavy price. On the day of second Uncle Gus' birthday, the Gu residence was bustling with activity and guests streamed in endlessly. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou also arrived with carefully chosen gifts to offer their congratulations. Polite smiles adorned their faces, and despite their wariness of the second branch's schemes, they maintained a harmonious facade. Gu Lingma held out an exquisite jade pot with both hands beaming as he presented it to second Uncle Gu. Uncle, happy birthday. I specially selected this jade pot for you. May your happiness be as vast as the eastern sea and your longevity as enduring as the southern mountain. Lin Doudou also offered a fine embroidered piece, saying gently, Uncle, happy birthday. I embroidered this 100 blessings tapestry myself. May you enjoy peace and good fortune year after year. Second Uncle Gu accepted the gifts, a flicker of smugness in his eyes. He patted Gu Lingma's shoulder with feigned warmth and said, Lingma, I'm truly delighted that you came to celebrate my birthday. Come sit down and let's have a good chat. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged a glance, then sat down together. They knew that the scene before them was merely surface harmony. In reality, their relationship with the second branch was already strained. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, they decided to remain polite and low-key. As they sat down, they sensed something unusual in the air. Exchanging a look, they both felt that this birthday banquet might not be as simple as it seemed. After several rounds of drinks, second Uncle Gus' plan began to unfold covertly. He had servants serve specially prepared wine and dishes to Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou, secretly laced with a drug. Unaware of the plot, Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou only noticed that the food tasted a bit odd, but out of propriety, they forced themselves to eat some. In reality, both had secretly drunk the spiritual spring water. As time passed, they pretended to feel unwell, their heads growing groggy. Seeing this, second Uncle Gu inwardly rejoiced, knowing his plan was half accomplished. He feigned concern, Lingma Doudou, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I send someone to escort you back to rest? Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou shook their heads weakly, knowing they couldn't leave just yet, wanting to see the second branch's trap through. They pretended to muster their strength, trying to stay alert. However, second Uncle Gu had no intention of stopping there. A sinister grin curled at the corner of his mouth as he continued his scheme. Lingma Doudou, you really don't look well. Why don't I arrange for you to rest in the guest rooms for a while, and then I'll send you home later? Second Uncle Gu said with feigned concern, but he was actually luring them into the trap. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged a glance, sneering inwardly. They knew that if they hadn't drunk the spiritual spring water and agreed to rest in the guest rooms, an unpredictable disaster would likely await them. No need, Uncle. We're just a bit tipsy. A short rest will be enough. Gu Lingma forced a smile, trying to hide his discomfort. Lin Doudou echoed. Yes, Uncle, we're really fine. We just drank a bit too much out of joy today. But second Uncle Gu was not about to let them off. He waved his hand, signaling for a servant to bring out Yakyu, who had been prepared in advance. Yakyu was dressed in alluring attire, a strange glint in her eyes. Following second Uncle Gus' instructions, she walked slowly toward Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou. Lingma Doudou, are you sure you want rest? Yakyu has already prepared a room for you. Second Uncle Gus' smile grew more sinister, eager to witness the drama about to unfold. Alarm bells rang in Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou's minds. They knew that second Uncle Gu was now at the critical stage of executing his plan. Uncle, we really are fine. We just want to go home and rest, so we won't disturb your banquet any longer, Gu Lingma said, struggling to stand up. Lin Doudou followed, closely gripping his hand tightly, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, Uncle, we'll take our leave now. Happy birthday. However, second Uncle Gu was not willing to let them go so easily. He let out a cold laugh and waved his hand, signaling for servants to block their path. Lingma Doudou, you're clearly drunk. Servants quickly escort the young master and his wife to the rear courtyard to rest. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou's hearts sank. They knew that this birthday banquet had completely turned into a trap of conspiracy. They decided to play. Seeing no way out, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma pretended to be exhausted. At that moment, Uncle Gu quickly signaled, and several servants stepped forward to support Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma away. Yakyu, go and attend to the young master immediately, Aunt Gu said to Wang Yakyu. Though reluctant, Wang Yakyu nodded reluctantly and hurried after Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma, who were being helped away by the servants. She knew that under these circumstances, she could not defy the orders of Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu. She had to take care of the young master first. Arriving at the resting place of Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma, where the servants had all withdrawn, Wang Yakyu saw the two lying on the bed, pale-faced, appearing genuinely exhausted. She sighed softly, knowing that her aunt and uncle must have tampered with their food. Now she would have to undress herself and Gu Lingma lie together and wait for her aunt to catch them in the act. This way she could marry Gu Lingma as a concubine. But she did not want this. She already belonged to Gu Lingyu and carried his child. How could she serve another? Though she now knew that Gu Lingjia's feelings for her were insincere, merely using her. As Wang Yakyu was tormented by inner conflict, Gu Lingma suddenly opened his eyes. In truth, he had never lost consciousness. He looked at Wang Yakyu, before him his heart filled with disgust. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking off your clothes? Gu Lingma said in an icy tone. Wang Yakyu was startled. She had not expected Gu Lingma to awaken suddenly. Young master. Wang Yakyu stammered, unable to form words. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know your plan, eh? Lin Doudou also sat up, pointing at Wang Yakyu. We won't let you succeed. With that, Lin Doudou struck Wang Yakyu unconscious with a palm. Then Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma grabbed the outer garments beside them, put them on, and together left the room, leaving Wang Yakyu alone on the bed. Soon the two discovered Gu Lingyu in a room at the back courtyard carousing with a maidservant. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma crept quietly to the window, their steps light, trying not to make a sound, so that Gu Lingyu would not notice. Inside the room was a mess with clothes scattered everywhere, and the air thick with a pungent smell of alcohol and an ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma exchanged glances, both filled with shock and disgust. Gu Lingyu was entangled with a maidservant, their clothes disheveled, clearly lost in their passion. Oblivious to the outside world. The candlelight flickered in the room as if even the air had become heavy and scorching. The maidservant gasped, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and unease, as if at this moment she both hoped for Gu Lingjia's sincere response and feared it was merely her own wishful fantasy. She asked softly, Lingyu, do you truly love me? Her voice trembled, revealing the fragility and anxiety within her heart. Gu Lingyu paused, looking down at the maidservant's delicate face, those eyes full of expectation, stirring an inexplicable impulse within him. He then smiled, saying, Of course, how could I not love you? Your body is so alluring, driving me wild. His voice was low and magnetic, tinged with a hint of teasing, as if these words were merely a playful jest rather than a sincere confession. The maidservant's heart leaped with joy, yet she still asked worriedly, But what if the madam finds out? Gu Lingyu reassured her, Don't worry, as long as we're careful, no one will discover us. Besides, I am the young master of this house. Even if we are found out, so what? As he spoke, his hands began to roam, caressing the maidservant's body. The maidservant playfully pushed his hands away, saying, No, this is too dangerous. If we're discovered, I'll be expelled from the Gu Lingyu laughed disdainfully, saying, Do you think I care about that? If you're afraid, leave this place at once, and stop pestering me. A flicker of disappointment passed through the maidservant's eyes, and she whispered, Lingyu, how can you say that? My love for you is sincere. Gu Lingyu looked into her eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said, Since you love me so much, then prove it to me. Stay with me well today. With that, he pulled the maidservant into his embrace again and kissed her lips. The maidservant shyly responded to his kiss, and their breathing gradually quickened. The maidservant's hands slowly encircled Gu Lingjia's neck, making the kiss more fervent and profound. Their bodies pressed tightly together, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat. This Gu Lingyu doesn't even spare the maidservant, Lin Doudou whispered to Gu Lingma, her eyes filled with contempt. She truly could not understand how a man could treat his own maidservant so shamelessly. Gu Lingma looked at his wife's angry expression, and a surge of affection welled up in his heart. He gently patted Lin Doudou's hand and comforted her, Don't be angry, my dear. Such a person is not worth wasting our emotions on. Lin Doudou nodded but couldn't help muttering under her breath, So disgusting. Gu Lingma smiled slightly, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. He leaned close to Lin Doudou's ear and whispered, Since he enjoys preying on those around him, let's grant his wish. That Wang Yakyu should also be to his liking. With that, Gu Lingma took a bottle of sleeping potion from his pocket, carefully opened the cap, and gently blew its contents toward the window. The potion drifted into the room with the breeze, and soon all sounds ceased inside. Gu Lingma waved his hand, and two hidden guards instantly appeared before him. The two bowed respectfully, and said in unison, Young master. Gu Lingmo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He pointed toward the room, and ordered, Move these two to the room where my wife and I were resting earlier. Oh, and remember to give them this. He handed the small bottle to one of the guards. The two guards took the bottle, exchanged glances, and swiftly entered the room to carry out the task. Soon they moved the unconscious Gu Lingyu and the maidservant to the room where Wang Yakyu was, and used the aphrodisiac, as instructed by. Once everything was arranged, Gu Lingma led Lin Doudou away, quietly leaving behind a scene set for a dramatic confrontation. At the same time, Aunt Gu and Uncle Gu, seeing that the time was right, began to execute their plan to catch them in the act. Everyone please continue eating. They'll go to the back courtyard to check on Lingma and his wife, and bring them some hangover soup, Aunt Gu announced loudly to the crowd, a sly glint in her eyes. The guests nodded in understanding and continued enjoying the feast. Aunt Gu then rose from the banquet and headed toward the back courtyard with a few. Her steps were light, yet urgent, as if she could hardly wait to unveil some secret. She tiptoed to the back courtyard and stopped before the room where Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou were resting. Instead of entering immediately, she paused, pressed her ear against the door, and listened intently to the sounds inside. Ayakyu, you little vixen, you delight me so. And your slender waist, young master, I like that too. You are all beautiful and charming. Indecent sounds came from the room, though not very clear. They were enough to prove what was happening inside. A triumphant smile spread across Aunt Gus's face, and she rejoiced inwardly. Success at last. She had thought the three would merely lie unconscious together, but they had indulged so wildly. Quickly fetch the master. Aunt Gu eagerly instructed a maidservant to summon the old master. She wanted everyone to know of this disgrace and bring them to ruin. Quickly fetch the master. Aunt Gu eagerly instructed the maidservant. She wanted everyone to know of this disgrace and bring them to ruin. The maidservant hurried away and soon reached the front hall, informing the old master of the events in the back courtyard. Uncle Gu was momentarily stunned, then realized that Aunt Gus's plan had succeeded. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he deliberately said loudly, "Very well, let me see who has committed such a disgraceful act in our mansion." With that, he intentionally called several other guests to accompany him to the back courtyard. "Everyone come along. Some matters require everyone's witness." The guests exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening, but seeing Uncle Gus's expression, they sensed something serious and followed him. As the group arrived at the back courtyard, the lewd sounds grew clearer, and the guests' expressions turned awkward. The old master feigned trembling with rage, glaring at Aunt Gu as if to say, "What is happening in this room?" But Aunt Gu was unperturbed. She smiled smugly, as if she could already see the scene of Gu Lingma being forced to take Wang Yakyu as a concubine. She said loudly to Uncle Gu, "Husband, I came to bring hangover soup to Lingma and his wife. But in this room. And my niece Yakyu is also inside." Before Aunt Gu had finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with murmurs and exclamations. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with shock and curiosity. This sudden turn of events disrupted the serene birthday banquet. "Your niece Yakyu is also in the room." Uncle Gu raised his voice and feigned surprise, his brows furrowed, as if in disbelief. He glanced at Aunt Gu, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, but quickly masked it. "Yes, husband." Aunt Gu replied with feigned composure, though her smugness was hard to conceal. "I merely intended to bring Lingma and his wife some hangover soup. I never expected to encounter such a situation. This is truly... Alas, the Gu family's reputation is utterly ruined." Uncle Gu pretended to tremble with fury, glaring at the door and taking a deep breath as if struggling to contain his anger. Then he said in a deep voice, "This matter must be investigated thoroughly. No matter who it is, they cannot tarnish the Gu family's name. Open the door now." The guests nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of this. Once the door was flung open by several servants, the scene inside left everyone stunned. There lay Gu Lingyu, Wang Yakyu, and another woman on the bed, their clothes scattered messily on the floor. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Hearing the door open, Gu Lingyu turned abruptly and saw Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu standing at the entrance. His face. Gu Lingyu quickly sat up on the bed, straightening his clothes in an attempt to hide his embarrassment. "Father, mother, you. Why are you here?" he stammered, panic flickering in his eyes. "Lingyu, how is it you? Wasn't this room supposed to be for Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou?" Aunt Gu said, her eyes filled with disappointment and anger. The maidservant also sat up in fright, wrapping a sheet around herself, her face ashen, as she cowered in a corner, her head bowed low, afraid to meet the gazes of Aunt Gu and Uncle Gu. She knew that her actions had violated the Gu family's rules, and severe punishment awaited her. She was filled with regret, but now it was too late. Meanwhile, Wang Yakyu was completely dazed. She only remembered being knocked unconscious by Lin Doudou, with no recollection of what happened afterward. Her eyes widened as she tried to recall the events, but her mind was a blank. She felt the world spinning, as if everything had turned upside down. Suddenly, Wang Yakyu's gaze fell upon her own naked body, and her expression turned to sheer terror. Her finger tremblingly pointed at the scattered clothes on the floor, and her voice quivered as she asked, "WH? What happened? Why am I here?" Her memory began to return, and she recalled what she had done with Gu Lingyu and the maidservant. "Ah!" Wang Yakyu screamed and fainted. At that moment, all the onlookers were somewhat shocked. Wasn't this room supposed to be for Gu Lingma and his wife? How did it become the second young master's? The crowd. Uncle Gu was inwardly furious at the scene, but could not understand how this had happened. Where had Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou gone? Now he could only say with deep regret, "Lingyu, you have disappointed us greatly. As the young master of our branch, how could you commit such a shameless act? Have you no respect for our ancestors?" Gu Lingyu hung his head, unable to meet his father's eyes. He knew that his actions were beyond redemption. He could only silently endure their reproach and the family's punishment. At this moment, Gu Lingyu was filled with remorse and self-blame. He regretted the impulsive mistake he had made and feared the negative impact it would have on the family. The pointing fingers of those around him made him feel utterly humiliated, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Yet since things had come to this, he had to face reality and shoulder his responsibilities. Gu Lingma led Lin Doudou by the hand through the crowd until they stood before everyone. What's going on? Lin Doudou asked, her face a mask of bewilderment, clearly puzzled by the scene before her. Yes, second uncle, second aunt, what happened? Gu Lingma also called out loudly, his gaze searching the crowd for answers. All eyes turned to them, filled with curiosity and suspicion. At that moment, second uncle Gu and second aunt Gu noticed their arrival. Seeing that Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou stood unharmed outside the door, their hearts churned with fury, yet they dared not show even a trace of it on their faces. Lingma, Doudou, weren't you in this room? When did you leave? Have you sobered up? Second uncle Gu struggled to maintain his composure, trying not to let his voice betray. We rested for a while and sobered up. Doudou felt bored in the room, so I took her for a stroll in the garden. We just got tired and came back to rest, but why are so many people gathered here? Gu Lingma replied, his sharp eyes sweeping over second uncle Gu and second aunt Gu, as if trying to catch something in their expressions. Oh, I see. Second aunt Gu forced a tight smile, but the panic in her eyes was hard to conceal. It's really nothing serious, it's just that Lingyu. He did something that shames the Gu family. Oh, something that shames the Gu family. What happened? Gu Lingmo's face showed confusion. Second aunt, what exactly happened inside? Isn't this the room where Doudou and I were resting? How could Lingyu be in this room? Faced with Gu Lingmo's blunt interrogation, second uncle Gu and second aunt Gu's faces instantly turned pale. They knew that Gu Lingma had already guessed the truth. Still, they struggled to maintain their calm, not daring to let their inner turmoil leak out. Lingma, what do you mean by that? Second uncle Gu asked, feigning composure. What I mean is, Gu Lingmo's gaze turned even sharper. Second uncle, second aunt, this room was supposed to be where Doudou and I were resting. Why did this disgraceful scene occur in our resting room? If Doudou and I hadn't woken up early and gone out, wouldn't it be us in that room instead of Lingyu? Could it be that someone wanted to use this opportunity to frame Doudou and me? I asked for an explanation from you, second uncle and second aunt. On hearing this, second uncle Gu and second aunt Gu's faces grew even paler, knowing they could no longer hide the truth. But they still strove to keep steady, not daring to let their inner panic fully show. Because they knew that as things stood, they could only let their son bear the consequences. If they didn't, angering Gu Lingma would bring them no good either. Lingma, you are overthinking. Second uncle Gu forced a faint smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. I think you must have gone out. Lingyu didn't know you were resting in this room. He must have been drunk and together with Yakyu, and that maid stumbled into this room by mistake, leading to this disgraceful scene. Second aunt Gu quickly chimed in, her voice tinged with entreaty. Yes, Lingma, Doudou, you know Lingyu usually loves to drink. When he drinks too much, he easily loses control. This time it was really an accident. He absolutely did not mean to invade your privacy. As she spoke, she gently patted Lin Doudou's hand, as if trying to comfort her. However, her gesture only made Lin Doudou feel nauseous. Lin Doudou abruptly pulled her hand back, staring coldly at them, her heart filled with anger and disappointment. These people clearly knew the truth, yet they were desperately excusing Lingyu, even twisting the facts. Gu Lingmo's eyes were as cold as ice, without a trace of wavering. He stared impassively at the two before him, his voice low and forceful, and second uncle, second, and I simply cannot accept such an explanation. If it truly was just an accident, why did it happen precisely in the room where Doudou and I were resting? More importantly, how could Lingyu so coincidentally bring Yakyu and the maid here? Can all this really be explained away with just the word accident? Without hesitation, Doudou stepped up beside Gu Lingma, her gaze resolute, her tone firm. Yes, second uncle, second aunt, we are not unreasonable people. But regarding this matter, there must be a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, how can we ever feel at ease coming to second uncle's home again? Second uncle Gu and second aunt Gu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. They knew that this time they could not simply brush it off with the word accident. But now they could only use Gu Lingyu as a scapegoat. Lingma Du, second uncle Gu pondered for a moment before finally speaking. I know this incident has made you very unhappy. But Lingyu is after all our son. He acted on impulse and did wrong. We will discipline him severely. At the same time, we will keep a tighter rein on this unfilial son to ensure such a thing never happens again. Would that be acceptable to you? Gu Lingma and Doudou exchanged a glance, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They knew they could not let this matter slide so easily, or more troubles would await them in the future. Second uncle, second aunt, Gu Lingma began slowly. We are not deliberately trying to make things difficult for Lingyu. But the impact of this incident is too great. It concerns not only our reputation, but also the honor of the entire Gu family. Therefore, we cannot simply let it go. We need a fair resolution to uphold our dignity, and that of the Gu family. At this point, the crowd began to murmur, voices rising and falling, filled with doubt and speculation. Some frowned, some whispered to each other, and others began to mutter under their breath. Yes, why didn't Gu Lingyu go to his own room? Why did he come to the guest room, where Gu Lingma and his wife were resting? How strange. One person scratched his head in confusion, unable to understand why Gu Lingyu appeared there. Exactly, and didn't second Madame Gu just say that her niece was taking care of Gu Lingma and his wife? How did she end up carousing with Gu Lingyu? It's really baffling. Another person chimed in, his brow deeply furrowed, as if trying hard to figure it out. Could it be that someone was trying to set up Gu Lingma and his wife, but they went out and escaped the trap, and then Gu Lingyu drunk came to this room and became the scapegoat? Another voice interjected, tinged with a hint of conspiracy. His eyes flickered as if hinting at something. All the affairs in these big families are so complicated. Who knows what schemes are hidden behind all this? A bystander shook his head and sighed. But come to think of it, Gu Lingyu is usually quite low-key. How could he suddenly do something like this? It's really unexpected. Another person also voiced his opinion. Maybe he's always been this dissolute, but just worked hard to maintain the image of a refined gentleman in public. These words like a sharp knife instantly cut through the already tense and awkward atmosphere. Everyone cast peculiar glances, some shocked, some disdainful, and most full of curiosity and inquiry. This remark plunged everyone into deep thought. Indeed, Gu Lingyu had always been perceived as gentle, refined, and aloof from worldly affairs. It was hard to imagine him doing such a thing. Some thought that perhaps he harbored unknown secrets or pressures deep inside that finally erupted. Others felt it was just a misunderstanding with perhaps other reasons behind it. The crowd buzzed with discussion, filled with various guesses and conjectures. Some said Gu Lingyu might have been provoked by something leading him to such extreme behavior. Others suspected someone was deliberately framing him to tarnish his image. Each had their own opinion, but no one could determine the truth of the matter. The whole scene was filled with chaos and speculation, as if everyone was trying to uncover a corner of the mystery. People whispered to each other, discussing in low voices, their faces showing confusion and curiosity. They looked forward to more information being revealed to unravel this puzzling enigma. Second Uncle Gu and Second Aunt Gu, hearing the crowd's comments, flushed red and white, feeling utterly ashamed and mortified. They wanted to resolve this matter quickly and put an end to this awkward situation. Just moments ago they had so wished for the crowd to come and watch the spectacle. Now they wished everyone would just leave and stop discussing it further. Second Uncle Gu clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He forced himself to suppress his inner anger and shame, striving to maintain an outward calm. He shot a sharp glance at the speakers, trying to stop the baseless speculation and slander with his eyes. His gaze flickered, looking around, as if searching for a savior who could end all this immediately. Second Aunt Gu, on the other hand, hung her head, twisting her hands together. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back forcibly. Her lips trembled slightly, clearly indicating the fierce inner struggle she was undergoing. In their hearts, they bitterly regretted this move. They had tried to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. Originally, they wanted to use this opportunity to embarrass Gu Lingma and his wife, but instead they had dragged their own niece and Gu Lingyu into such an awkward situation. This incident would surely become a topic of discussion among the nobles of the capital. Linjia's marriage prospects would be severely damaged. Moreover, the graceful image they had cultivated over the years had been destroyed, a loss far greater than the gain. Now they just wanted to end this quickly, make everyone leave so they could shut the doors and deal with this embarrassing mess. They silently prayed that this storm would subside as soon as possible. After a moment of silence, Gu Lingmo's lips curled slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He spoke unhurriedly. Since things have already happened, Second Uncle and Second Aunt must also consider the reputations of the two young ladies, don't you agree? He paused, then continued. In my opinion, why not make the best of a bad situation and have Lingyu marry both young ladies at once? This would solve the problem and create two beautiful stories. Second Uncle Gu and Second Aunt Gu's faces instantly turned extremely sour. They had originally planned to use this opportunity to pressure Gu Lingma, but they never expected him to propose such an absurd suggestion. However, they also knew clearly that if they did not agree to this condition, the news spreading about the second branch of the Gu family would be a disaster. Though unwilling to the extreme, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they could not refute. After all, the matter had become public knowledge. Everyone knew the truth. If they rejected Gu Lingmo's proposal, the people of the capital would surely gossip behind their backs, making life in the capital difficult for them. In the end, Second Uncle Gu gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Second Aunt Gu was so angry she nearly fainted. She had never imagined that her meticulously planned scheme would end this way. But since things had come to this, she could only accept it helplessly. Then Gu Lingma turned to the bewildered Gu Lingyu and said coldly, I will not pursue today's matter. But if there is a next time, don't blame me for disregarding brotherly bonds. Second Aunt, these two women are now half-naked in a very urgent situation. Please send someone to take them to a safe place and find suitable clothes for them. After all, they are Linjia's future wife and concubine. It would not be appropriate to let the public gaze upon them freely. You should also dismiss the crowd. Lin Doudou frowned, her expression. Hearing Lin Doudou's words, Second Aunt Gu suddenly woke up, as if from a dream. She realized that the crowd was still staring at the three half-clothed people inside the room. Embarrassment flashed across her face, and she hurriedly replied, Yes, you're right. He'll arrange it immediately. This must not be spread, or it will affect Lingyu and Yaki's reputations. Saying this, she quickly ordered the servants to fetch clothes, and began dispersing the onlookers. The crowd, being tactful, all headed to the front hall. Seeing this, the onlookers also dispersed. Second Uncle Gu and Second Aunt Gu looked helplessly at Ling Yu, their hearts filled with chagrin. Second Aunt Gu felt a pang of regret realizing that her negligence might have caused irreparable damage to Ling Yu Yakyu and that maid. She secretly vowed to handle this matter quickly and minimize the harm to them. After all, they would soon be her daughters-in-law of the Gu family. She hurried into the room, personally selected suitable clothes for the two women, and instructed the servants to dress them carefully. At the same time, she arranged for the room to be cleaned, removing anything that might leave behind traces of embarrassment. After dealing with everything, Second Aunt Gu went to the front hall and said to the crowd, "I hope everyone can keep today's events to themselves and not spread them. This also concerns the reputations of the two young ladies. We do not wish their names to be tarnished in any way." Everyone nodded in understanding. They knew Second Aunt Gu's temper well. If she found out who leaked the news with her fiery personality, she would surely cause a huge commotion. They also understood the sensitivity of the matter. They promised to keep the secret and not let it spread. Second Aunt Gu looked at them gratefully, knowing that although this matter was thorny, she would try her best to salvage the situation. The guests stayed for a while longer, then one by one rose to take their leave. Although they said nothing overtly, in their hearts they were filled with contempt and dissatisfaction toward the second branch of the Gu family. They felt that the second branch's attitude and actions in handling this matter were truly unacceptable. Especially when they thought of the two innocent women, their feelings became even more complicated. Nevertheless, they also knew that this was a family affair of the Gu family and outsiders should not interfere too much. They only hoped that the Gu family would handle it properly and give the two women fair treatment. At the same time, they reminded themselves and their families to be more cautious when dealing with the Gu family in the future to avoid getting entangled in similar conflicts. Xiaolong had cultivated within the space for about a year. From the initial awakening of intelligence to gradually mastering various cultivation techniques, his progress could be described as advancing with each passing day. At first, Lin Doudou had only tried letting Xiaolong enter this mysterious space on a whim, hoping he might evolve faster. Xiaolong himself had no idea that this would become a major turning point in his life. As time passed, Xiaolong gradually felt the benefits of cultivation. Both his body and mind underwent earth-shaking transformations. Awakening intelligence was merely the first step of cultivation. Xiaolong soon discovered that the spiritual energy in this space was astonishingly dense, far superior to any cultivation environment he had ever encountered before. He greedily absorbed this spiritual energy, feeling his cultivation base steadily rising. As time passed, Miao Miao began to let Xiaolong attempt to practice more profound techniques. Xiaolong realized that these techniques not only demanded an extremely high cultivation base, but also required a deep understanding of all things in heaven and earth. Thus he began to study even more diligently, constantly exploring this mysterious space. Although a year was not long for Xiaolong, it was enough to undergo a complete transformation, shedding his former self. His cultivation base had ascended to an astonishing level. He felt his body brimming with power, as if he could easily tear through space and command the heavens and earth. One day Xiaolong suddenly cultivated a human form. He walked lightly into the bedroom. Standing before the mirror, he gazed deeply at his own. In the mirror he stood tall with a handsome face, his eyes shimmering with determination and wisdom. His hair, silky and smooth, was casually draped over his shoulders, adding a touch of unrestrained charm. Xiaolong carefully examined himself, experiencing the novel sensation of a human form. He reached out and gently touched the image in the mirror, as if engaging in a silent conversation with another self. His heart was filled with emotion. Recalling that year of cultivation in the space, from the initial ignorance to the complete transformation, he had endured countless hardships and growth along the way. Looking at himself in the mirror, a confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew he was no longer the weak creature he once was, but a true powerhouse with immense strength and wisdom. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with infinite hope and anticipation for the future. That day Miao Miao gently stepped into the space, and the sight before her made her jolt in surprise. A graceful young man stood there elegantly. He was tall and straight, with a handsome face and deep eyes that seemed to contain boundless wisdom, and Miao Miao was startled. She muttered to herself, wondering who this extraordinary being was and how he had entered. She walked over and asked in confusion, "Who are you? How did you get into the space?" The graceful young man smiled and turned around. The familiar aura instantly made Miao Miao realize the truth. "It's me, Miao Miao. Don't you remember me? I'm Xiaolong." His voice was gentle and familiar, clearing all doubt from Miao Miao's heart. "Xiaolong, how did you become like this?" Miao Miao asked in astonishment. She simply could not connect the elegant young man before her with the former Xiaolong. Xiaolong shook his head with a smile and explained, "This is the fruit of my cultivation. I have cultivated a human form." "Miao Miao, do I look good like this?" Miao Miao's eyes widened as she looked Xiaolong up and down. She had to admit that his current appearance was indeed very charming. She nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, it really, but you suddenly transforming like this. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it." Xiaolong laughed heartily, walked over, and patted Miao Miao's shoulder. It's okay, Meow Meow. You'll get used to it gradually. But cultivating a human form is really great. Now we can communicate normally. Yes, congratulations, Xiaolong. From now on I'll have someone to chat with in the space. By the way, now that you've taken human form you'll need to eat cooked food instead of raw ones. From now on I'll have a companion for meals in the space. Meow Meow said happily. Xiaolong smiled, and replied, yes Meow Meow, you're right. Although cultivating a human form has deprived me of the convenience of directly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, being able to enjoy delicious food and experience the worldly pleasures is a brand new joy. Moreover, maybe I can try learning to cook and make you some tasty meals. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Meow Meow's eyes. Really? Xiaolong, you want to learn to cook? That's wonderful. We can study recipes together. I'm already looking forward to it. Xiaolong was infected by Meow Meow's excitement, his eyes shining with anticipation. Then it settled Meow Meow. From today on I'll not only cultivate, but also learn to become a good chef. Meow Meow jumped up, joyfully clasping her hands together. Great, Xiaolong. This will surely make our lives more colorful and exciting. Xiaolong nodded with a smile, his heart filled with warmth and happiness. He knew that no matter how difficult the path of cultivation ahead, as long as Meow Meow was by his side, everything would be worthwhile. Xiaolong, I wonder how happy Sister Doudou and Brother Gu will be to know you've taken human form. They never expected you to cultivate into a human, and neither did I, a 1,000-year-old system, imagine you could transform. Recently they've been busy dealing with the affairs of the Gu family's second branch in the capital, truly at their wits' end. Let me tell you, being human also has its troubles. The outside world is full of scheming and conflicts, far less peaceful and beautiful than our space. In the human world, people often resort to any means for power and wealth, plotting against each other. It's truly exhausting. Unlike our space, where it's just you and me, two little spirits, along with the spiritual herbs and beasts. Everyone is simple and happy. But now that you've taken human form, it's a brand new experience. Perhaps you can learn more in the human world and experience different emotions. Just remember to always stay vigilant and not be deceived by the complexity of human relationships. Keeping a pure heart is the most important thing. Xiaolong was deeply moved by Meow Meow's words. He understood that no matter where he was, staying true to his original heart was essential. Thus he nodded firmly and said, Meow Meow, rest assured. I will always remember my original intention and will not be led astray by external disturbance. Meow Meow looked at Xiaolong's determined eyes, a warm current surging in her heart. She gently patted his shoulder and said softly, Xiaolong, I believe in you. You have always been intelligent and persistent. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I believe you will stay true to your heart and not be swayed by outside temptations. Xiaolong looked at Meow Meow with gratitude and smiled slightly. Meow Meow, thank you. If it weren't for you accompanying me in cultivation in the space, I would never have been able to take human form. I might still be an ignorant little dragon. With you by my side, I have boundless strength. Now that I've taken human form, I will protect you from now on. Hearing Xiaolong's words, Meow Meow's face flushed slightly, and a warm current surged in her heart. She lowered her head, gently bit her lip, then looked up, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She gazed at Xiaolong, and whispered, Xiaolong, hearing you say that makes me really happy. Actually, I have always felt lucky to have met you in this space to cultivate and grow together. I have seen your progress and efforts, and I am proud of you. Do you know? The reason you could take human form is because of your firm determination and unremitting efforts. Those are the keys to your success. And I have only been silently supporting you, accompanying you through every day of cultivation. Now that you have taken human form, I am truly happy, and you say you want to protect me. That makes me feel very blessed. However, Xiaolong, I also want to tell you that I am not that weak. I can face challenges together with you. After saying that, Meow Meow's face showed a determined expression. Her small hand tightly grasped Xiaolong's, as if conveying boundless strength and confidence. Xiaolong looked at Meow Meow, his heart filled with gratitude and indescribable emotions. He knew that no matter how difficult the road ahead, as long as Meow Meow was by his side, he would have infinite motivation and courage. Just as the two were talking in the courtyard, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma also entered the space. Seeing Meow Meow chatting intimately with a man, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma were both very surprised. Lin Doudou's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed at Xiaolong and asked Meow Meow, who is this? How did he get into our space? Meow Meow turned around and saw the shocked expressions on Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma's faces. She couldn't help but laugh. She took Xiaolong's hand, walked over to them, and explained, Sister Doudou, brother Gu, don't be surprised. This is Xiaolong. He has cultivated a human form. What? Xiaolong has taken human form. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma exclaimed in unison, their astonishment deepening. Xiaolong smiled and bowed to them. Sister Doudou, brother Gu, hello. I am Xiaolong. Thanks to Meow Meow's constant help and companionship, I have finally cultivated a human form. Lin Doudou circled around Xiaolong, looking him up and down, and exclaimed, Xiaolong, you have truly amazed me. I never expected you to take human form so quickly, and you look so handsome. Gu Lingma also came to his senses. He patted Xiaolong on the shoulder, and praised Xiaolong, you have indeed surprised us both. Cultivating a human form is no easy feat. Achieving this goal so quickly shows that you possess extraordinary perseverance and talent. Meow Meow interjected with a smile. Yes, Xiaolong has worked very hard. To cultivate a human form, he practiced every day without ever giving. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma exchanged a smile, happy for Xiaolong's achievement. Lin Doudou took Xiaolong's hand and said warmly, Xiaolong, welcome to our space. From now on we are a family. We will work hard together and grow together. Xiaolong nodded with emotion. He deeply knew that his achievement today was due to the help and support of Meow Meow, Lin Doudou, and Gu Lingma. He silently vowed to cultivate even harder and not let their expectations down. To celebrate Xiaolong's transformation into human form, Lin Doudou decided to prepare a table of delicious dishes. She tied on an apron, used her mind to retrieve ingredients, and busied herself happily in the kitchen. The clatter of pots and pans, and the chopping of vegetables intertwined, playing a cheerful symphony. Soon a table of delicacies was presented before everyone: bright red sweet and sour spare ribs, fragrant braised pork, tender steamed fish, colorful stir-fried, seasonal vegetables, and a savory soup. Each dish was mouth-watering, filling the room with aroma. Everyone sat around the table, raising their glasses in celebration. Lin Doudou smiled at Xiaolong and said, Xiaolong, to celebrate your transformation into human form, I specially made this table of dishes. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Xiaolong looked at Lin Doudou with gratitude, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour spare rib, and gently bit into it. Immediately his mouth was filled with sweetness and fragrance. He praised without reservation, Sister Doudou, your cooking is amazing. This dish is sweet and sour, perfectly balanced. Although this is my first time tasting human delicacies, the flavor is truly wonderful. Meow Meow also picked up a piece of braised pork and said while eating, yes, Sister Doudou's cooking is always delicious. I can eat a lot every time. Gu Lingma interjected with a smile, Doudou's cooking is indeed extraordinary. I always get to enjoy a feast. But today's meal holds even more significance because it was prepared to celebrate Xiaolong's achievement. Lin Doudou smiled and suggested, how can we celebrate such a joyful occasion without drinks? Wait a moment, I'll get them. With that she closed her eyes, concentrated, and used her mind to select items from the warehouse. In a moment she smiled slightly, opened her eyes, and found several bottles of Coca-Cola and orange juice in her hands. Wow, Sister Doudou, you're amazing. Xiaolong's eyes widened, looking at Lin Doudou with admiration. It's nothing, Lin Doudou said with a smug smile, handing out the drinks to everyone. Xiaolong took a bottle of Coca-Cola, curiously examining this unfamiliar beverage. He imitated Gu Lingma and gently unscrewed the cap. A cool fizzing sound arose, accompanied by a sweet, refreshing aroma. He carefully took a sip. Instantly, an unprecedented, wonderful sensation surged through him. Wow, what is this? It feels a bit tingly on the tongue, but tastes great. Such magical water. Xiaolong's eyes widened, looking at Lin Doudou with delight. Haha, this is Coca-Cola, a very tasty carbonated drink. Lin Doudou explained with a smile. It's a very popular beverage where I come from. Xiaolong took a few more sips, savoring the unique texture and stimulating bubbles, his heart filled with novelty and joy. He turned to look at Meow Meow, who was also drinking orange juice with a look of satisfaction. Meow Meow, is this water also good? Xiaolong asked curiously. Of course, orange juice is a very fresh fruit juice, Meow Meow replied with a smile. Try it too, you'll definitely like it. Xiaolong nodded, picked up a bottle of orange juice, and took a sip. Indeed, the fresh orange aroma and sweet taste made him unable to resist taking several more gulps. He remarked with emotion, I never imagined human beverages could be so delicious. This is truly an eye-opener. Xiaolong, you know, Sister Doudou is from 1,000 years in the future. These drinks are all brought from that era. The current world doesn't have them, and only the four of us know about this space. We must keep it a secret. Okay, Meow Meow, I'll remember. Rest assured. Xiaolong patted his chest to guarantee. Everyone ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and joyful. Lin Doudou kept serving Xiaolong food, asking with concern about his cultivation progress and future plans. Xiaolong answered each question, sharing his joy and aspirations. Meow Meow and Gu Lingma chatted on the side, occasionally joining the conversation between Xiaolong and Lin Doudou, sharing each other's happiness and expectations. One day Meow Meow was preparing to go to the residence of Nangong, when she was stopped by Xiaolong just as she was about to exit the space. Xiaolong looked at Meow Meow with eager eyes and asked, Meow Meow, can you take me outside to see the world? Meow Meow smiled and replied, of course Xiaolong, let's go. She took Xiaolong and stepped out of the space, embarking on their journey to Nangong's residence. Along the way, Xiaolong's eyes sparkled like two gleaming gems as he looked around at the wondrous world, filled with curiosity about everything. He first looked up at the sky, where a few leisurely white clouds drifted across the azure expanse. He blinked curiously, as if trying to count the number of clouds. Then his gaze fell upon the flowers, grasses, and trees by the roadside. The vibrant blossoms and lush greenery amazed him, prompting him to reach out and touch the delicate petals and emerald leaves. He acted like a naive and curious child. When passing the marketplace, Xiaolong was captivated by the lively scenes. He looked curiously at the bustling crowd, listened to the noisy calls of vendors, and inhaled the enticing aromas of food, his heart brimming with curiosity and longing for this world. From time to time, he tugged at Meow Meow's sleeve, pointing at interesting things, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Xiaolong's enthusiasm, Meow Meow was also infected by his joy. She smiled at Xiaolong, saying, "Look, there are so many interesting things in the outside world." Upon hearing this, Xiaolong nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with endless yearning and anticipation for the unknown. As they passed a stall selling fried cakes, the enticing aroma made Xiaolong freeze, as if under a spell, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unable to move. Meow Meow glanced at him helplessly and shook her head. She took out some silver coins from her pocket and bought Xiaolong a bag full of fried cakes. Xiaolong joyfully received the bag, eagerly grabbing a freshly fried cake that was still steaming and stuffed it into his mouth. However, the scalding heat made him jump up, immediately stomping his feet while desperately fanning his mouth. Despite this, he still bit into the fried cake tightly, unwilling to spit it out, and swallowed it down. Seeing this, Meow Meow couldn't help but shout anxiously, "You silly boy. How can you swallow it down when it's so hot? What if you burn your throat and stomach?" Xiaolong, however, replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, I'm not afraid. This fried cake is just too delicious, I can't bear to spit it out." With that, a satisfied smile spread across his face, as if he had just tasted the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Thus Meow Meow led Xiaolong as they walked and looked around, enjoying this world full of novelty and fun. In the process, Xiaolong gradually felt the warmth and beauty of the human world, his heart filled with love and longing for this world. Soon they arrived at Nangong Yi's residence. Meow Meow took Xiaolong into the hall and immediately saw Nangong Yi sitting gracefully at the tea table, savoring fragrant tea. He looked up and saw Meow Meow, a warm smile appearing on his lips. However, when his gaze fell on Xiaolong behind Meow Meow, his smile instantly froze. "Meow Meow, who is this?" Nangong Yi stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaolong, filled with confusion. Xiaolong's handsome appearance and unique aura startled him, causing him to scrutinize him closely. He secretly speculated, could this be the man Meow Meow has taken a liking to? Is she bringing him back to let me, her master, see if this person is worthy of trust? Nangong Yi's feelings were extremely complicated. On one hand, he hoped Meow Meow could find someone to rely on, on the other hand, he feared that she might be deceived or harmed. Thus he began to observe Xiaolong carefully, trying to find some clues from Xiaolong's eyes and behavior. However, Xiaolong's gaze was filled with curiosity and innocence about this world, showing no signs of malice or ill intent. With this, Nangong Yi's worries eased a little. Meow Meow perceived Nangong Yi's thoughts at a glance, gently smiling as she hurried to explain, "Master, please don't misunderstand. This is Xiaolong, the little dragon that Sister Dodo and Brother Gu brought back from the secret realm a year ago. Now he has successfully cultivated into human form, and I thought to bring him out to see the world, so I brought him here to you." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yi's face changed drastically. He suddenly knelt down in front of Xiaolong, clasped his hands in front of him, and trembled as he said, "So you are a descendant of the dragon clan. Nangong Yi is blind and failed to recognize your identity at first sight. Please forgive me." Meow Meow and Xiaolong were startled by his action and rushed forward to help him up. "Master, what are you doing? Xiaolong is just a child, there's no need for this," Meow Meow urged anxiously. Xiaolong also looked a bit confused. He had only recently transformed into human form and was not familiar with these human customs. "Mr. Nangong, please get up. I am not any remarkable person, just..." But Nangong Yi stubbornly remained on the ground, refusing to rise. "No, you don't understand. For our Nangong family, a descendant of the dragon clan is a supreme being. The secret that our family has guarded for generations is related to the dragon clan. Now that you appear here, perhaps it is the fulfillment of that secret." Meow Meow and Xiaolong exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion and curiosity in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that Xiaolong's identity was so special that it was related to the secret guarded by the Nangong family for generations. "Master, please get up and tell us what this is all about," Meow Meow urged anxiously. Nangong Yi stood up, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and began to recount a long bit. "It is said that 1,000 years ago the ancestor of our Nangong family received a great favor from a dragon clan lord, vowing to guard a secret for generations, waiting for that lord's descendant to return. Now it seems that the secret may be related to you, Lord Xiaolong." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Xiaolong's eyes. "A secret? Is it related to me? Can you tell me more?" Nangong Yi nodded and continued to narrate the mysterious story. Meow Meow listened intently beside them. She hadn't expected that Xiaolong's identity concealed such an astonishing secret. Once Nangong Yi finished telling the story, the entire hall fell silent. Meow Meow and Xiaolong were both immersed in the mysterious tale, unable to extricate themselves. "So I actually have such a special identity," Xiaolong murmured to himself, a complex light flickering in his eyes. His heart was filled with shock and confusion, feeling utterly lost about his own origins. This sudden news left him at a loss, unsure of how to face his future life. Meow Meow gently held Xiaolong's hand and said softly, "Xiaolong, don't be afraid. No matter what your identity is, you will always be my good friend. I will always be by your side, supporting you and helping you." Her voice was filled with warmth and care, providing Xiao Long with endless comfort. Xiao Long looked at Meow Meow gratefully, a hint of tearfulness in his eyes. He knew that no matter what happened, Meow Meow would stand by him. Their friendship had transcended everything, becoming the most important existence in their lives. "Thank you, Meow Meow," Xiao Long said softly, tightly holding Meow Meow's hand. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Although he still felt confused about his origins, he decided to face reality bravely, to explore his past and seek his own answers. At this critical moment, Meow Meow's support gave Xiao Long tremendous strength. Together they would face the unknown challenges and grow together. And this special experience would become their most precious treasure in life, making their friendship even more unbreakable. Xiao Long looked at Meow Meow with gratitude, a warm current surging in his heart. "Thank you, with you by my side, I feel so warm." Nangong Yi also smiled at them, filled with appreciation. "It seems that the descendant of the dragon clan has found his companions. I believe you will uncover all the secrets together and create your own legend. So what should we do now?" Meow Meow asked. "Since Xiao Long has come of age, perhaps we can try to awaken the dragon power within him." Nangong Yi said thoughtfully. "Awaken the dragon power?" Xiao Long and Meow Meow asked in unison. "Yes, but I am not sure of the specific method. However, I remember there seems to be relevant records in the family's ancient texts. I will go find them," Nangong Yi said, turning to head to the study. Meow Meow and Xiao Long exchanged glances, deciding to follow him to see if they could help. The three of them searched in the study for a long time, and finally found an ancient book that recorded the method to awaken the dragon power, which required finding 3 treasures: dragon essence, stone dragon rain grass, and dragon spring holy water. "These 3 items sound very difficult to find," Meow Meow frowned. "No worries, we can search slowly. As long as we are determined, we will surely find them." Xiao Long comforted. Nangong Yi ordered and reminded. "I have decided to send someone to inquire about the whereabouts of those 3 treasures. Meow Meow and Xiao Long, you must be careful. These 3 treasures may attract the attention of other forces." "Rest assured, Master, we will be careful," Meow Meow confidently replied. "Yes, we will definitely find these 3 treasures," Xiao Long said with equal confidence. A few days later, the dispatch person brought back news. "There is news. Someone has discovered traces of the Dragon Eye Stone in an ancient mountain range," Nangong Yi said to Meow Meow and Lin Doudou in the... "Really? That's great. Let's hurry and set out." Meow Meow exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the news, jumping up in anticipation. Her eyes were full of expectation and determination, as if she could already see the Dragon Essence Stone in front of her. "All right, let's go find the Dragon Essence Stone," Xiao Long said excitedly, his eyes sparkling, as if he could already feel the power of the Dragon Essence Stone. "Make sure to be safe. The martial world is not very peaceful right now." Nangong Yi reminded, a hint of worry in his voice. He knew that this adventure might encounter many dangers, but he believed that Meow Meow and Xiao Long could handle it. Meow Meow and Xiao Long nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of this mission, as well as the perils of the martial world. But they had unwavering faith and strong abilities, believing they could succeed. Meow Meow and Xiao Long bid farewell to Nangong Yi and embarked on their journey to find the Dragon Essence Stone. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, crossed steep valleys, and overcame numerous difficulties. Using their space abilities and formidable strength, they repeatedly defeated the enemies that tried to obstruct them. After a long journey, Meow Meow and Xiao Long finally arrived deep in the mountains. The environment here was extremely harsh, with peaks soaring into the clouds and mists swirling around, creating a mysterious and oppressive atmosphere. They proceeded cautiously, alert to the sounds around them. Suddenly, a wild wind howled by, carrying a strong scent. Meow Meow and Xiao Long immediately became vigilant, sensing that something was approaching. "Be careful," Meow Meow whispered a warning. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of shadows surged from all directions. These shadows were agile, armed with sharp blades, and their eyes glinted with fierce light. They were clearly aiming for Meow Meow and Xiao Long, ready to seize the Dragon Eye Stone from their hands. "You want to snatch our Dragon Essence Stone? Not a chance," Xiao Long shouted angrily, drawing out the long sword at his waist and charging at the shadows. His sword technique was incredibly fierce, each strike infused with powerful sword energy, instantly slaying several shadows. Meow Meow also refused to be outdone, as she used her space skills to teleport behind the shadows. A sharp dagger appeared in her hand as she lunged at the back of a shadow. With several cries of agony, more shadows fell to the ground. Meow Meow and Xiao Long worked in perfect harmony, one engaging in close combat, while the other attacked from a distance, quickly eliminating the entire group of shadows. They continued forward, delving deeper into the mountains in search of the whereabouts of the Dragon Essence Stone. "Look, there's a hidden cave over there. Let's go in and take a look," Meow Meow said. Entering the cave, they discovered a stone radiating a mysterious glow. "This is the Dragon Essence Stone. We found it." Xiao Long happily held it in his hands. Learning that Meow Meow and Xiao Long had successfully found the Dragon Eye Stone, Lin Doudou and Guling Imo also decided to quicken their pace to help Xiao Long find the remaining 2 treasures: Dragon Rain Grass and Dragon Spring Holy Water. Lin Doudou utilized her expertise in ancient texts to delve into the ancient legends and literature related to dragon raingrass. After a hard search, she finally found a vague description of the growing location of dragon raingrass in a dusty ancient book. It was said that this magical herb only grew in a long-forgotten ancient forest where it was spring all year round, yet few people ventured there. Meanwhile, Guling Mo, leveraging his extensive connections in the martial world and knowledge of terrains, began inquiring about the whereabouts of Dragon's Spring Holy Water. After several twists and turns, he finally received a lead about Dragon's Spring Holy Water from a reclusive old man. The old man told him that Dragon's Spring Holy Water was hidden in a secret valley surrounded by mountains and could only be found by navigating a series of complex mechanisms and puzzles. Armed with these valuable clues, Lin Doudou and Guling Mo set out immediately, heading to the ancient forest and secret valley respectively. Their journeys were also filled with challenges and uncertainties, but with steadfast faith and mutual support, they overcame the hardships along the way. In the ancient forest, Lin Doudou, leveraging her keen perception of nature, finally found the legendary dragon rain grass by a hidden stream. It emitted a faint glow and its leaves seemed to be patterned like dragon rain, incredibly beautiful. Meanwhile, Guling Mo, after experiencing a series of thrilling challenges with mechanisms, finally arrived at the secret valley. There he found the clear dragon's spring, its water seemingly infused with endless vitality and wisdom, precisely the dragon's spring holy water they had been destined. With victory and abundant harvests in hand, the two returned to Xiaolong's side. They knew that although the process of finding the treasures had been fraught with hardship and challenges, as long as everyone worked together, nothing was impossible. Now that all three treasures had gathered, they looked forward to the next step, believing that Xiaolong's dragon power was about to be awakened, and they would collectively welcome an even brighter future. Now that the three treasures were gathered, Lin Doudou and the others studied the method to awaken the little dragon's draconic power. The space was bathed in sunlight that day, the sky as pure and blue as a gemstone. Meow Meow leaped up excitedly, waving its little paws, its eyes shimmering with light. I have pored over ancient texts spanning millennia, and finally found how to use the dragon essence, stone dragon rain herb, and dragon spring holy water, it exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this news, the little dragon immediately jumped up in excitement. Its eyes brimmed with anticipation. Meow Meow, does this mean I can awaken my draconic power? That's fantastic, it cheered. Lin Doudou looked at Meow Meow in astonishment, a hint of curiosity and excitement in her eyes. Really? That's wonderful. We should try it as soon as possible, she urged eagerly. Guling Ma also broke into a happy smile, his face. So the little dragon's draconic power is about to awaken, he said with heartfelt delight. Meow Meow nodded, its voice carrying determination and confidence. Yes, according to the ancient records, we must follow an age-old ritual to proceed, it explained. Lin Doudou felt a surge of urgency upon hearing Mio Mio's words. Then we need to prepare quickly. The little dragon's awakening is a momentous event, she said anxiously. Guling Ma agreed and offered his assistance. All right, I'll help arrange the treasures while Meow Meow chants the incantation, he said, actively joining the preparations. Lin Doudou, Guling Ma, and Meow Meow gathered around the little dragon. Following the ancient ritual, they placed the three treasures before it. Meow Meow softly chanted the incantation to awaken the draconic power, its voice gentle yet firm, as if it could pierce the boundaries of time and space. Meow Meow chanted softly. Ancient dragon god, bestow your power upon the little dragon. As Mio Mio's incantation echoed, the little dragon's body began to emit a faint glow. The glow grew brighter, gradually illuminating the entire space. Lin Doudou and Guling Ma sensed a surge of powerful energy. They knew the little dragon's draconic power was being awakened. A flicker of pain crossed the little dragon's eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. It knew this was a necessary step in its growth. Only by enduring such pain could it truly awaken and gain greater strength. As Meow Meow chanted the ancient mysterious incantation, the little dragon's body began to emit a faint light. Initially as dim as a bean, it spread rapidly, gradually brightening the entire space. Lin Doudou's eyes widened as she exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, the little dragon's body is glowing." She stared in disbelief at the wondrous sight, her heart filled with awe. Guling Ma was equally amazed, murmuring to himself, What is happening? Could it be that Mio Mio's incantation? He couldn't help but admire Mio Mio's abilities. Meow Meow continued chanting, its voice growing more impassioned and resonant. The little dragon's radiance intensified, as if it would consume the entire space. Guling Ma suddenly realized something and exclaimed excitedly, "This is a sign that the draconic power is being awakened. Wonderful. We've succeeded." His eyes sparkled with excitement, anticipating the miracle to come. Finally, as Mio Mio's incantation concluded, the little dragon's draconic power was fully awakened. Its body radiated a dazzling light as brilliant as the sun. At that moment, the little dragon seemed to have become a true dragon god descending upon the Lin Doudou, Guling Ma, and Meow Meow all felt the powerful aura emanating from the little dragon. They were awed by its strength and proud of their own efforts and courage. The little dragon opened its eyes, revealing a sense of majesty and confidence. It spread its wings and soared through the air, displaying unparalleled dominance. As Mayo's incantation gradually faded, the little dragon's body erupted in a brilliant light, illuminating the entire space. The light slowly receded, and the little dragon opened its eyes, revealing an unprecedented majesty and confidence. It gently fluttered its wings, and a powerful aura instantly radiated outward. "Wow, little dragon, you look so cool now," Lin Doudou shouted excitedly, her eyes gleaming with admiration. The little dragon smiled, faintly feeling the surging draconic power within, a strength it had never experienced before. It gently patted its wings, and its body floated up lightly, flying slowly toward the exit. "Let's go out, and let Senior Nangong see me now." The little dragon's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Meow Meow, Gulingma, and Lin Doudou exchanged smiles, and followed the little dragon out of the mysterious space. When they appeared in the hall of Nangong-Yi's mansion, he was anxiously awaiting their news. "Little dragon, you're finally back." Nangong-Yi rushed over excitedly as soon as he saw the little dragon. He scrutinized it carefully, noticing that its demeanor had changed completely, more majestic and powerful. "Have you awakened your draconic power?" Nangong-Yi asked, hardly daring to believe it. "Senior Nangong-Yi, I have fully awakened my dracon," the little dragon said proudly. "Excellent. I knew you could do it." Nangong-Yi clapped his hands in excitement, then turned to Meow Meow, Gulingma, and Lin Doudou. "You've all worked hard. Without your help, the little dragon couldn't have awakened its draconic power so quickly. Master, we were merely assistants." In the end, it was the little dragon's own cultivation and inner strength that enabled it to awaken its draconic power so swiftly, Lin Doudou said, looking at Nangong-Yi. "By the way, Master, what should we do now?" Gulingma asked. Although they had successfully awakened the little dragon's draconic power, they had no clear plan for what to do next. Nangong-Yi pondered for a moment, then said, "The most important thing now is to find the place where the dragon clan dwells in seclusion." "Then let's set out now," Meow Meow said, impatiently eager to search for the dragon clan's hidden abode. "All right. But before that, I think you all should focus on cultivating and improving your cultivation. Moreover, Doudou and Lingma should settle the business in the capital before joining. This time your master cannot accompany you. I have been away from Xiaoyao Valley for too long. I have already taken care of matters in the capital. The third prince's forces have been eradicated, and the Nangong family's businesses have returned to their former prosperity. I must return to Xiaoyao Valley. If I don't go back, your uncle Nangong Han will burn the place down," Nangong-Yi said jokingly. Without any hesitation or slack, Xiao Long and Meow Meow immediately embarked on an unceasing ordeal of rigorous training the moment they returned from Nangong-Yi's residence. Day after day, they immersed themselves in cultivation, striving to achieve perfection in both martial techniques and internal energy. Stimulated by the unique properties of this space, Xiao Long's dragon bloodline propelled his cultivation base to soar at an astonishing pace. As he wielded the martial arts of the dragon clan, every stance and every strike brimmed with power and dominance. Within this domain, Meow Meow also discovered the wellspring for her inner energy cultivation. She began to practice the ancient unique internal arts of the celestial race, and with the space's amplification, her inner force grew stronger and stronger. Her figure moved with agility, leaping and tumbling, each attack imbued with speed and swiftness. During the arduous training, whenever they felt thirsty, tired, or hungry, they would take a sip of the spiritual spring water. This spiritual spring water seemed to possess a miraculous power, not only nourishing their bodies, but also accelerating the enhancement of their cultivation base and inner energy. They felt their bodies undergoing constant transformation, their strength ceaselessly growing. Day after day, Xiao Long and Meow Meow spent a long month within this mysterious space. Their cultivation base and inner energy had reached an unprecedented level. Meanwhile, Lin Doudou and Gulingma had also resolved all major and minor matters within a month, entrusting the business in the capital to Lin Doudou's parents Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue. They also handed over all affairs of the Gu residence to butler Uncle Lu. With everything settled, Lin Doudou, Gulingma, Meow Meow, and Xiao Long decided to leave the capital and head northwest in search of the dragon clan's hidden sanctuary. "Sister Doudou, do you really think the dragon clan would be hiding in the northwest? That place is nothing but endless yellow sand. The environment is extremely harsh, terribly arid with scarce water sources. Even ordinary mortals would struggle to survive there. I just can't fathom why the dragon clan would choose such a place as their hidden sanctuary," Meow Meow asked, puzzled. Lin Doudou pondered for a moment before replying, "The dragon clan is a mysterious and powerful race with their own unique way of life and values. Perhaps to us the northwest environment is indeed unsuitable for human habitation, but it might not be the same for the dragon clan. Maybe there are special resources or environmental conditions there that attract them. After all, the wisdom and abilities of the dragon clan far surpass those of ordinary humans. Their choices must have profound meaning." Meow Meow nodded. Though she still couldn't fully grasp the Dragon Clan's thoughts, she understood that one couldn't judge them by ordinary human reasoning. Lin Doudou continued, moreover, the Dragon Clan has always been a mysterious existence. Their whereabouts and habitats are rarely known. Even if they truly are hidden in the northwest, they won't be easily discovered by the outside world. So finding the Dragon Clan's hidden sanctuary is no easy task. Meow Meow sighed and remarked, indeed, the world of the Dragon Clan is full of enigmas. I wonder when we'll be able to unravel these mysteries and learn more about their secrets. Lin Doudou smiled and comforted Meow Meow, don't lose heart. As long as we keep exploring diligently, I believe we will find them one day. Meow Meow nodded, firmly resolving to keep the task of finding the Dragon Clan at the forefront of her mind, persistently striving to unveil the Dragon Clan's mysterious veil as soon as possible. Utilizing the space's teleportation ability, the group traveled day and night, quickly arriving at the northwestern desert. This vast, boundless desert with its sky-obscuring yellow sand exuded an aura of desolation and mystery. They knew this was only the starting point of their journey to find the Dragon Clan. The true challenges lay ahead. In the boundless expanse of the desert, a fierce sandstorm would sometimes strike, without warning, blotting out the sun and disorienting travelers. Fortunately, thanks to the space, they were able to safely weather this crisis. Meow Meow demonstrated her unique spatial system abilities, moving through the desert with ghostly agility. Relying on her keen perception and mastery over space, she tirelessly searched for any trace of the Dragon Clan. Every step was fraught with danger, yet Meow Meow pressed forward fearlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Long used his own perception to summon the Dragon Clan. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and merged his consciousness. He felt the caress of the wind, the flow of the sand, and the pulse deep beneath the earth. In this state, Xiao Long seemed to hear the call of the Dragon Clan and sense their presence. After some time, Xiao Long finally captured a faint trace of Dragon Clan aura. He opened his eyes excitedly and told Meow Meow that they were close to their goal. Hearing this, Meow Meow quickened her pace and led the group in that direction. As time passed, the Dragon Clan's aura grew stronger, and Xiao Long's anticipation surged. They were about to uncover the mysterious veil of the Dragon Clan and find the dragons that had once vanished. In this process, Meow Meow and Xiao Long's special abilities would be the key. Meow Meow's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. She knew the moment to unveil the Dragon Clan's mystery was approaching. She would continue to walk steadfastly on this challenging path until she found the true dwelling of the Dragon Clan. The others were equally determined and courageous. They believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could stop their advance. Xiao Long's face flushed with excitement, his eyes shining. He exclaimed passionately, everyone look. The aura and symbols here are unmistakably the marks of the Dragon Clan. As he spoke, he pointed at the walls and floor around them, as if he had discovered a great treasure. Meow Meow nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Yes, Xiao Long is right. These must be clues left by the Dragon Clan. It seems we are getting closer and closer to unraveling the Dragon Clan's secrets, she said, her voice brimming with hope and joy, as if success was already within sight. But the road ahead may become even more treacherous, even perilous, Xiao Long said, his expression serious as he looked at everyone. Yet we must find the answers, unravel this mystery, and truly understand the history and fate of the Dragon Clan. His eyes revealed a resolute determination that moved everyone. After several days of arduous trekking, they finally discovered traces of the Dragon Clan in a hidden valley. The unique aura and symbols of the Dragon Clan confirmed that they were getting closer to their goal. Surrounded by mountains, the valley was lush with greenery, a babbling brook flowing through it. The scenery was picturesque, yet it was filled with an air of mystery. They cautiously entered the valley, feeling an unprecedented tension in the atmosphere. As they ventured deeper, they saw ancient Dragon Clan characters carved on massive rocks. These inscriptions seemed to record the history and secrets of the Dragon Clan. They examined the characters closely, trying to decipher their meaning. But due to the passage of time, the inscriptions had become blurred and difficult to read. Continuing onward, they arrived before a massive cave. The interior was dark and deep, emanating a powerful wave of energy. They knew this was the dwelling place of the Dragon Clan, the very target they had been seeking. However, facing such a mysterious and perilous place, a flicker of fear and unease crept into their hearts. Just as they hesitated, a deep, rumbling roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound was deafening, as if the entire valley trembled in response. They stared in terror at the cave, wondering what terrifying entity lurked within. But they understood that to find the answers, they must bravely step into that unknown realm. Taking a deep breath, they gripped their weapons tightly and resolutely entered the cave. Gu Lingma and the others retrieved flashlights from their spatial storage, preparing to enter the cave and investigate. Everyone must be careful. Lingma, let's hold hands. Meow Meow, Xiaolong, you two hold hands as well. If there's danger, we'll immediately retreat into the space, he said, and they entered the cave together. The cave was pitch black, and they could only move forward by the light of their flashlights. They advanced cautiously when suddenly a peculiar sound echoed from ahead. It sounds like the flow of water, Meow Meow whispered. Let's go check it out. Gu Lingma led the way toward the sound. The further they walked, the louder the water grew. Finally, they arrived before an underground. The lake water was crystal clear. Illuminated by the flashlight, they could see some glittering objects at the bottom. What is that? Xiaolong asked. Let's not get too close yet, there might be danger. As he spoke, Gu Lingma pulled Lin Doudou to observe from about 2 meters away from the lakeshore. Suddenly Xiaolong let out a cry of pain. He clutched his head, writhing in agony. Xiaolong, what's wrong? The others rushed over asking with concern. Xiaolong held his head tightly, his face twisted in pain, as if an invisible force were tearing at him. I see some images. He managed to utter his voice, trembling noticeably. His gaze was distant, as if immersed in a distant memory. It's scenes from my childhood in the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged a glance, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. They knew Xiaolong harbored unknown secrets, but they never expected them to erupt at this moment. Yes, I saw my life as a child in the Dragon Clan. Those images are so clear as if I just experienced them. Xiaolong's voice grew softer, as if he were struggling to recall those forgotten fragments of memory. The glow in the lake seemed to be the key that unlocked the door to Xiaolong's memories. Those deeply buried fragments surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. He saw his joyful times as a child in the Dragon Clan, and also witnessed scenes of departure for unknown reasons. Xiaolong calmed down. Try to take a deep breath and relax. Gu Lingma stepped forward and gently patted Xiaolong's shoulder. He knew that Xiaolong was undergoing an unprecedented shock and needed guidance to find his way out of it. Following Gu Lingmo's instructions, Xiaolong took deep breaths, trying to calm the storm within. Gradually the images began to blur, and his headache subsided. Much better. Thank you, Brother Gu. Xiaolong looked at Gu Lingma with gratitude, knowing that the other had helped him through this ordeal. It's nothing. But Xiaolong, it seems your secrets are piling up. Gu Lingma joked, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Xiaolong gave a wry smile. He knew his identity and past had always been a mystery. But now he was more curious about why the glow in the lake had triggered those fragments. Was there a greater secret hidden behind this? We need to leave here and find a safe place to talk properly, Lin Doudou suggested. He knew that the most important thing now was to ensure everyone's safety and uncover the truth. Carefully skirting the lake, they continued deeper into. Contrary to their initial expectations, the cave did not descend into profound darkness. Instead, it grew wider and brighter as they advanced. This is so strange, Lin Doudou murmured, her eyes darting around, curiously searching for the source of light. Usually caves get darker the deeper. Yes, this place is indeed unusual. Gu Lingma nodded in agreement. He observed their surroundings, vigilantly ready to respond to any unforeseen situation. As they ventured deeper, the scenery inside the cave grew increasingly bizarre. The walls shimmered with a faint fluorescent glow, as if illuminated by some mysterious force. The ground was covered in fine crystals, each step producing a crisp sound, as if they were stepping into a dreamlike world. Look over there. Xiaolong suddenly pointed ahead and shouted. Following his finger, they saw a vast expanse of space at the end of the cave, radiating brilliant light like a hidden paradise. They quickened their pace, eager to explore this unknown realm. As they stepped into that radiance, the sight before them left them utterly stunned. It was a colossal underground palace. The walls were adorned with exquisite carvings, each one so lifelike it seemed to tell an ancient story. At the center of the palace stood a high platform upon which rested a crystal ball, emitting a soft, gentle glow. What is this place? Lin Doudou exclaimed in awe, her gaze captivated by the platform and the crystal ball. I don't know, but there must be a great secret hidden here. Gu Lingma said in a low voice. He looked around, trying to find clues from the palace's layout and decorations. Xiaolong walked to the platform and cautiously reached out to touch the crystal ball. The moment his fingers gently brushed the crystal ball, a warm and powerful force surged into his heart like a tidal wave. That power seemed to tell him that this was the place he had been seeking all along. Xiaolong closed his eyes, immersing himself in that warmth, feeling the wondrous sensations it brought. Gradually, some hazy images began to flash in his mind. In those images, there were giant dragons soaring through the sky, mysterious ruins, and ancient rituals. These were fragments of memories belonging to the Dragon Clan, deeply buried in Xiaolong's heart, waiting to be awakened. I understand, Xiaolong murmured to himself. This place is the sacred ground of my Dragon Clan. This crystal ball is. His voice trailed off as if lost in thought. A glimmer shone in his eyes, revealing a sense of reverence for the past. He knew that everything before him was intimately connected to his origins, and this crystal ball might be the key to unraveling the mystery. Then where did the Dragon Clan here go? Why is there only a palace? Meow Meow asked in confusion. Did something happen? Lin Doudou looked at the enormous palace, also puzzled. Doudou, I think we should go inside and see if we can find some clues, Gu Lingma suggested. All right. Everyone chimed in unison. So they headed toward the palace. This palace was located in a picturesque area with a unique architectural style and magnificent grandeur. The palace faced south, backed by mountains and fronting a river, cleverly utilizing the natural terrain to create an atmosphere of majesty and solemnity. The entire palace layout strictly adhered to the principle of axial symmetry. The buildings along the central axis soared into the clouds, resplendent and magnificent, showcasing the supreme majesty of the Dragon Clan. The main gate of the palace was very wide and heavy, with exquisite Dragon Clan totems carved in front. These totems seemed to narrate the long history and legendary tales of the Dragon Clan. As they crossed the threshold, they felt as if they had entered a mysterious world. Upon entering the palace interior, the first thing that caught their eye was the spacious and open front court. In the center stood a towering dragon throne adorned with lifelike dragon carvings that made one marvel at the artisan's exquisite craft. Sitting on the dragon throne, one could almost feel the aura of the Dragon Clan, their power and majesty. Scattered around were various official workplaces for Dragon Clan officers, each exuding solemnity and mystery. These places not only displayed the power and status of the Dragon Clan, but also reflected their wisdom and cultural depth. Passing through the front hall, Lin Doudou and the others entered the rear residential area of the palace. Unlike the solemnity of the front hall, this area was relatively private, serving as the living quarters for the Dragon Clan royalty. The architectural style here was softer and more delicate, emphasizing comfort and warmth, offering a glimpse into another side of Dragon Clan life. The bedchambers were furnished with exquisite furniture and decorations, each piece exuding the aura and charm of the Dragon Clan, allowing one to sense their luxury and elegance. These items were not only practical, but also bore witness to Dragon Clan culture and history. On either side of the palace were the Dragon Clan's temple and altar. A mysterious aura permeated the temple, where the ancestors and deities of the Dragon Clan were enshrined, as if one could feel the protection and guidance of their forebears. On the altar, a blazing eternal flame burned, symbolizing the Dragon Clan's reverence and worship for all things in heaven and earth. The layout of this Dragon Clan palace was rigorous and orderly, every corner filled with their wisdom and power. Lin Doudou and the others strolled through the palace, feeling the aura and charm of the Dragon Clan, as if they could transcend time and engage in a spiritual dialogue with the ancient Dragon Clan. They were awestruck by the palace's grandeur and mystery, and their determination to uncover the secrets of the Dragon Clan grew even stronger. This place is truly magnificent. Everything is so captivating. Lin Doudou sighed. There should be nothing in this world more awe-inspiring than the Dragon Clan. Her words carried a deep sense of admiration, her eyes sparkling with boundless reverence for the palace and the Dragon Clan culture it represented. Indeed, Guilin agreed beside her. The wisdom and power of the Dragon Clan truly surpass our imagination. This palace is a testament to their advanced civilization. They continued exploring the rear residential area, each step taken with caution, as if afraid to disturb the peace and mystery that enveloped the place. They passed through delicate archways and walked along corridors paved with luxurious carpets, each step feeling like a journey through the river of history. Look, Lin Doudou suddenly pointed ahead. Is that painting depicting the history of the Dragon Clan? Following her finger, everyone saw a huge scroll hanging on the wall, illustrating the origins, development, and interactions of the Dragon Clan. Every stroke was filled with vivid detail, making it feel as if one could transcend time and witness those legendary moments firsthand. Incredible, Lin Doudou exclaimed. To figure out what had happened to the Dragon Clan here, they decided to split into two groups to thoroughly search the mysterious Dragon Clan palace. Lin Doudou and Guilin formed one group, while Miao Miao and Xiaolong formed the other. They searched for clues in different parts of the palace. Lin Doudou and Guilin moved through the palace's corridors and rooms, their sharp eyes capturing every possible detail, as if determined to uncover all its secrets. Lin Doudou asked softly, "Lingma, don't you think the layout of this palace is a bit strange? It feels like there are places we haven't explored yet." Guilin nodded. "Indeed, I feel something is off too. Especially around the study, it seems like there might be a hidden space." Hearing this, Lin Doudou's eyes lit up. "A hidden space? Let's go check it out quickly." The two hurried to the study. Lin Doudou carefully examined every corner and finally discovered a secret passage hidden behind a bookshelf. Lin Doudou exclaimed excitedly, "Lingma, look. There's a secret passage here." Guilin was also astonished. "Really? Let's go in." And they followed the secret passage for a while until their eyes were met with a sudden brightness. They had discovered a treasure room hidden behind the study. The treasure room was piled high with countless gold, silver, and jewels glittering with dazzling light. Lin Doudou's eyes immediately sparkled. "Wow, so much treasure. We're rich." Guilin gave a wry smile. "Doudou, don't get too excited. This treasure might be the legacy of the Dragon Clan. We can't just take it." Lin Doudou retorted bluntly, "Whether it's the Dragon Clan's legacy or not, this treasure is mine now. Otherwise someone else will come and take it all later." With that, Lin Doudou began to collect these precious treasures one by one into her own spatial storage, her face beaming with satisfaction and excitement. Guilin could only shake his head helplessly. He knew Lin Doudou's nature. Once she set her eyes on something she liked, she would never let it go. Meanwhile, Miao Miao and Xiaolong had also discovered significant clues on the other side of the palace. They entered an ancient study filled with dusty books and scrolls. Meow Meow curiously flipped through these ancient records and found that they documented the history, traditions, and cultivation techniques of the dragon clan. Xiaolong discovered some artifacts. He carefully studied the characteristics and uses of each one, trying to find clues related to his own origins. Meow Meow Xiaolong look at these ancient books and scrolls. They record the history and traditions of the dragon clan, and even cultivation techniques. It's truly amazing. Xiaolong, yes Meow Meow. But I'm more interested in these artifacts. Each one has unique characteristics and uses. Perhaps I can find clues related to my origins. Meow Meow, then let's split up. You continue studying the artifacts, and I'll go through these books to see what else we can discover about the dragon clan. Xiaolong, alright, let's do that. We'll surely piece together the complete history of the dragon clan here. As time passed, they gained a deeper understanding of the dragon clan's story within this palace. Each discovery left them more shocked and awestruck and further strengthened their resolve to uncover the secrets of the dragon clan. At that moment, Little Dragon discovered a secret, a rule only comprehensible to the dragon clan. Elated, he hurriedly summoned Meow Meow. With a puzzled expression, Meow Meow gazed at Little Dragon. Curiosity piqued as she asked what secret he had uncovered. Little Dragon excitedly pointed at the patterns on the stone, steely patiently explaining the hidden rules to Meow Meow one by one. It turned out that this mysterious stone stele was engraved with an ancient and powerful dragon clan formation. Only the dragon clan could decipher this formation, and its mysteries were truly astonishing. According to Little Dragon, only by triggering the array eyes in a specific sequence could the passage to the treasure be opened. However, the formation was exceedingly complex, so any misstep or deviation from the order could trigger deadly traps. Little Dragon was well aware of this, but he also knew that if they could successfully crack the formation, the treasure would be theirs. Thus, Little Dragon and Meow Meow decided to join forces and attempt to decipher the formation. They cautiously approached the stone stele, carefully examining every pattern, leaving no detail overlooked. Each line and symbol seemed to harbor profound meaning, requiring their heartfelt comprehension. Little Dragon and Meow Meow were utterly focused, daring not to be the least bit careless. They began to gently touch the array eyes, each contact as cautious as walking on a tightrope. Every step was fraught with danger and challenge, yet they did not retreat, but pressed forward resolutely. Time ticked by, and their clothes gradually became soaked with sweat, but they still refused to give up. Soon the ground began to shake. Hearing the commotion, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma rushed over. Little Dragon, Meow Meow, what are you doing? Why is this stele suddenly trembling? Lin Doudou asked urgently, her face filled with worry. We discovered the dragon clan formation on the stele, and are trying to crack it, Little Dragon replied, tensely, his fingers still lightly touching the array eye. This is too dangerous. The slightest mistake could trigger traps. You should stop, Gu Lingma admonished sternly. No, we found the key to cracking it. Just one more array eye needs to be triggered to open the passage to the treasure, Meow Meow said firmly, determination flashing in her eyes. Meow Meow spoke resolutely, her gaze shimmering with resolve. Her fingers gently touched the last array eye on the stone stele, as if she could feel the power within it. Little Dragon stood by her side, his eyes equally steadfast. He knew that this dragon clan formation concealed endless secrets and power. Once cracked, they would obtain unimaginable treasure. Meow Meow, are you sure? Gu Lingma asked again, his voice tinged with a tremor. I'm sure, Meow Meow answered firmly, then took a deep breath and pressed firmly on the last array eye. Suddenly the stone stele emitted a dazzling light, as if a powerful force was surging within. Meow Meow and Little Dragon waited nervously, uncertain of what would happen next. The light gradually faded and a massive crack appeared on the stele. Meow Meow and Little Dragon exchanged glances, then together they pushed the stele open. With a passage leading underground appeared before them, filled with a mysterious aura. Meow Meow and Little Dragon smiled at each other while Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma breathed a sigh of relief. Meow Meow and Little Dragon stepped into the passage first, with Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma following closely behind. Inside, the passage shimmered with light, as if countless stars were dancing, dazzling to the eyes. The four advanced cautiously, each step seemingly treading on the veins of history. On both sides of the passage, strange runes and patterns shifted constantly, recounting ancient legends. As they delved deeper into the passage, a warm current of air greeted them, starkly contrasting with the cold outside. Ahead, a beam of light illuminated their path, as if guiding them toward an unknown miracle. They continued along the passage, and the sight before them left them stunned. A resplendent palace appeared, filled with piles of precious treasures. How is there a palace here? The dragon clan actually built an underground palace. How incredible, Lin Doudou exclaimed in amazement. This is treasure. Meow Meow shouted excitedly. We did it. Little Dragon's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. However, as they attempted to approach the palace, an invisible barrier blocked their way. It seems there are more trials, Gu Lingma analyzed calmly. The four began searching everywhere for a way to dispel the barrier. Just then the runes on the ground suddenly lit up. The four gathered around the glowing runes, observing closely. Lin Doudou noticed that these runes seemed to form a puzzle requiring them to find the... This looks like an ancient mechanism, Meow Meow said. Little Dragon nodded. Perhaps we need to step on these runes in a specific order. They began trying different combinations, but each attempt ended in failure. Just as everyone was feeling perplexed, Gulingma noticed a mural on the palace. The mural depicted scenes of Dragon Clan battles, with some dragons' postures resembling the runes on the ground. I think this painting might be a clue, Gulingma said, pointing at the mural. After some study, they finally found the method to dispel the barrier. Following the dragon's postures in the mural, the four stepped on the corresponding runes in sequence. As the last rune was lit, the barrier vanished. With excitement and exhilaration, they stepped into this mysterious and solemn palace. The sight before them was overwhelming, dazzling gems, exquisite golden artifacts, and all kinds of precious treasures piled up like mountains. Yet amidst this dazzling wealth, one item caught their attention. It was a dragon orb emitting a unique radiance distinct from the surrounding gold and silver treasures. The dragon orb lay quietly among the heap of treasures, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if possessing a life of its own. The four approached it curiously and cautiously. As they drew nearer, they increasingly felt the powerful aura it exuded. The orb's surface flowed with resplendent, colorful light, like a beautiful painting. Its presence evoked thoughts of legendary magical artifacts, seemingly containing boundless energy and secrets. Lin Doudou lightly touched the dragon orb, and suddenly felt a surge of warmth flooding into her body like a tide, as if forming a mysterious and subtle connection. She couldn't help but tremble slightly, an indescribable feeling welling up in her heart. Little Dragon gazed at the orb, a flicker of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. This is our Dragon Clan's supreme treasure, the Life Dragon Orb. It contains the life force and wisdom of our clan. It is the very foundation of our existence. His voice was filled with reverence, as if facing an infinitely precious artifact. Meow Meow leaned in curiously, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, and asked, "Then why is it here? Is it connected to this palace in some special way?" Her voice carried a hint of doubt and anticipation. Lin Doudou gently caressed the dragon orb, feeling the life force surging within, and said slowly, "Perhaps this palace was once a habitat for the Dragon Clan. They placed the orb here to protect and pass on their power. But now it has been deserted for a long time, and the orb has lost its master." Her eyes revealed a trace of emotion and regret. Little Dragon nodded in agreement. "Perhaps that's why the orb chose you as its new master. After all, only those with immense life force can truly activate and harness its power." His gaze fell on Lin Doudou, full of trust and expectation. Lin Doudou took a deep breath, feeling the heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She resolved to protect the dragon orb, while preventing it from falling into others' hands, and to diligently explore its mysteries, letting it fulfill its proper role. She believed that as she continued to grow and improve, she would master the orb's power, bringing more help and opportunities to herself and her Gulingma pondered for a moment and speculated, this palace might have been built by the Dragon Clan to guard the Life Dragon Orb. The orb's power is so immense that it needed a safe place to be stored. "Then let's put it in the space which is filled with spiritual energy," Lin Doudou suddenly suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She knew her space was a place of mysterious power that might better protect the Life Dragon Orb. Gulingma nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your space is the best choice. This way we can ensure the orb's safety while studying its mysteries at any time." Meow Meow and Little Dragon also expressed their consent, trusting that Lin Doudou's space would provide a safer and more mysterious sanctuary for the Life Dragon Orb. The four carefully lifted the Life Dragon Orb, feeling its warm and powerful life force. Under Lin Doudou's guidance, they gently placed the orb into her space. Instantly, a soft light radiated from the space, as if the orb had formed a wondrous resonance with the spiritual energy within. The four exchanged smiles, knowing they had made the right choice. "We must keep this a secret. No outsider should know of the Life Dragon Orb's existence," Gulingma said solemnly. He was well aware that the orb's power could incite worldly strife and greed. "Of course, we also need to continue studying Dragon Clan history and secrets. Perhaps we can find clues about where the Dragon Clan migrated from the Life Dragon Orb," Lin Doudou added, her eyes filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown dragon world. Meow Meow and Little Dragon also voiced their agreement. Lin Doudou gently waved her hand, and an invisible force surged forth from her palm, quickly enveloping all the treasures in the palace. These treasures, as if drawn by a mysterious power, flew up and converged toward Lin Doudou's hand. In the blink of an eye, all the treasures vanished from their spots, collected into her space. Lin Doudou nodded in satisfaction, then turned to leave the place. However, at that moment, Little Dragon suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed, as if sensing something unusual. His gaze fixed on the depths of the palace, a hint of shock and confusion in his eyes. "Wait, I sense the presence of the Dragon Clan." Little Dragon's voice carried a note of surprise and bewilderment. Hearing this, the others also halted, turning to look back into the palace depths, their hearts filled with doubt and anticipation. They knew Little Dragon was highly sensitive to Dragon Clan auras, since he was so certain there might indeed be secrets or treasures related to the Dragon Clan hidden here. Suddenly the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone's heartbeats quickened. They exchanged glances, eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Perhaps this time, they would make an even greater discovery. Little Dragon frowned deeply, constantly following the Dragon Clan aura through his perception, each step unusually resolute. The others, though puzzled, immediately followed closely, trusting Little Dragon's senses and eager to know what lay behind this Dragon Clan presence. As Little Dragon advanced, they gradually delved deeper into the palace, and the Dragon Clan aura grew increasingly intense, as if something important awaited their discovery. Just then a sigh echoed from a room deep within the palace, a sound ancient and deep, laden with endless sorrow and vicissitudes. The group exchanged bewildered looks, a surge of inexplicable excitement and unease rising within them. Little Dragon stopped, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction of the sigh, as if there lay a destiny he must confront. Little Dragon took a deep breath and signaled the others to follow. They cautiously approached the room from which the sigh came, each step seemingly treading on the dust of history. A faint light seeped through the crack in the door. Little Dragon gently pushed it open, and an ancient mysterious aura rushed toward them. Inside the room, an elderly Dragon Clan member sat on a stone chair, his eyes closed, his visage haggard, as if bearing a heavy burden. Upon seeing Little Dragon and his group, the elder slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through them, which then transformed into profound melancholy. "You've finally come," the elder said in a low voice, his tone revealing boundless exhaustion. "I have been waiting for this moment for far too long." Little Dragon stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Senior, who are you? What happened here? Why do we sense such a strong Dragon Clan aura?" The elder sighed, slowly rose and walked toward a massive mural in the room. The mural depicted the Dragon Clan's former glory and honor, but now it seems somewhat dim. "I am the guardian of the Dragon Clan and a witness to this history," the elder said solemnly. "This mural records the rise and fall of our clan. And now the Dragon Clan faces an unprecedented crisis that requires you to save it." Little Dragon and the others listened, their expressions grave. They knew the mission they bore was immense, allowing no room for slack. "Senior, please tell us what exactly happened. How can we save the Dragon Clan?" Little Dragon asked firmly. The elder gazed at Little Dragon, a glint of approval in his eyes. He knew this young dragon possessed extraordinary courage and determination, the very hero the Dragon Clan needed. The elder's voice was deep and resonant, as if it could pierce through the barriers of time and space. "Children, do you know the fate of the dragon race?" the elder inquired. Lin Doudou, Lingma, meow meow, and Little Dragon exchanged glances, shaking their heads in ignorance. The elder sighed and began recounting the tale of the dragon race. Long ago, the dragons were the mightiest race on this continent, possessing the power to command the winds and rains. They coexisted harmoniously with humans, jointly safeguarding this land. However, as time passed, greed and the lust for power began to fester in human hearts. Some humans grew covetous of the dragon's strength, plotting schemes to seize their power. A great war erupted, a conflict between dragons and humans that raged for years. Though the dragons were formidable, humans were numerous and cunning. Ultimately, through an act of betrayal, the dragons suffered a devastating blow. Their leader was assassinated, and their power was sealed away. From then on, the dragon race vanished from the annals of history, leaving behind only scattered legends and ruins. Yet lore holds that should the sealed power ever be found, the dragons might once again emerge into the world. As he finished, the elder drew an ancient stone tablet from his bosom, etched with strange symbols. He handed the tablet to Lin Doudou, Lingma, meow meow, and Little Dragon. "This is the clue that will guide you to the dragon's power. Go, children, and may you unravel the mists of history to uncover the truth of the dragon race." Lin Doudou, Lingma, meow meow, and Little Dragon accepted the tablet, their eyes brimming with resolve. They knew this would be a journey fraught with challenges and dangers, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing was impossible. Following the elder's guidance, they embarked on an adventurous quest to find the dragon relics, determined to uncover the truth behind the dragon's plight and restore their former glory. After 6 grueling months of travel, Lin Doudou, Lingma, meow meow, and Little Dragon traversed countless mountains and forests, facing innumerable perils and trials. Guided by the clues on the stone tablet from the elder, they tirelessly sought the dragon ruins. Finally, on a stormy night, they arrived at the valley was shrouded in a mysterious aura, with surrounding peaks rising and falling like the spine of a colossal dragon. Illuminated by a flash of lightning, they glimpsed an ancient stone gate deep within the valley, its surface carved with symbols identical to those on. The four exchanged looks, a surge of inexplicable excitement welling within them. They sensed this might be the key to the dragon relics. Lingma stepped forward, cautiously pressing the tablet against the center of the stone gate. As the tablet adhered, the gate emitted a low rumble and slowly swung. Beyond the gate lay a winding stone staircase descending into the profound depths. They lit torches and ventured deeper underground. As they descended, the air grew increasingly damp and beads of moisture appeared on the walls. Eventually they reached a vast, subterranean cavern. At its center lay a colossal crystal pool, its waters so clear that the bottom was visible, emitting a faint blue glow. Within the pool rested a massive dragon-shaped stone sculpture, its surface veiled in a thin mist, as if it might awaken at any moment. "Is this the dragon relic?" Meow Meow whispered, her voice tinged with awe. "Look there." Little Dragon pointed above the sculpture, where a luminous crystal hung, seemingly containing immense power within. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma exchanged a glance, realizing this crystal might be the key to unlocking the dragon's power. They approached it cautiously, alert to any lurking dangers. Just as they were about to touch the crystal, a low dragon's roar echoed through the cavern. The four tensely scanned their surroundings as the dragon-shaped sculpture at the pool's center began to emit a dazzling radiance, causing the entire fall back. Gu Lingma shouted loudly. They retreated swiftly as the sculpture slowly rose, its dragon form gradually sharpening. Finally, a true dragon awakened from the stone, its eyes like two brilliant gems, its body covered in shimmering scales. The guardian of the dragon race had awakened after a millennium. As the dragon emissary slowly opened its deep star-like eyes, the entire cavern was bathed in a mysterious gentle light. Its gaze swept over Lin Doudou, Lingma, Meow Meow, and Little Dragon, as if peering into the depths of their souls. Then the dragon began a low melodious chant, its voice imbued with ancient potent magical power. As the chant progressed, the dragon's body underwent a wondrous transformation. Its form gradually shrank, scales and horns blurring, replaced by soft skin and human contours. The light grew ever more intense, nearly blinding to behold. As the radiance slowly faded, standing before them was no longer a majestic dragon, but a tall, handsome man. He possessed a cascade of silver hair flowing past his shoulders and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. His features were resolute, yet gentle, with a straight nose and tightly pressed lips, exuding an undeniable authority. He was clad in a robe formed from dragon scales, which shimmered faintly, as if retaining the glory and power of the dragon race. He smiled gently, his voice warm and powerful. "I am the guardian of the dragon race. You may call me Long Yuan." Lin Doudou, Lingma, Meow Meow, and Little Dragon stared in astonishment at the man who had transformed from a dragon, hardly believing their eyes. But soon they recovered from their shock, realizing that the man before them was the dragon descendant they had long sought. "Lord Long Yuan, we have finally found you," Little Dragon stammered, his voice filled with excitement and reverence. Gu Lingma, more composed, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Lord Long Yuan, we have endured countless hardships to uncover the truth of the dragon race, and hope to restore its glory." Long Yuan nodded, a glint of approval in his eyes. "I can sense your sincerity and courage. The dragon's plight is a sorrowful history, but your arrival may bring a turning point. Little Dragon, I am glad to see you. I wonder if you intend to return with me to the dragon realm, or remain in the mortal world. Since the persecution of our kind, the dragon chieftain led our people back to the dragon domain to recuperate. Now that I have awakened as the emissary, I must return. What are your thoughts?" Long Yuan asked. I wish to stay in the mortal world," Little Dragon said, gazing at Meow Meow. "Very well, then let us part here. Thank you for awakening me. I believe the dragon race has now regained its strength. But we will have no further dealings with humans. You need not seek the dragon race again. That place is beyond your reach, for it does not belong to the... I trust you have already visited the dragon's former dwellings. As a token of gratitude, those treasures of gold and silver are yours." With that, Long Yuan vanished. Lin Doudou felt somewhat resigned, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Since the dragon race no longer existed in the mortal world, he saw no need to persist in the search. Still, the gold and silver stowed away in his spatial ring were indeed a welcome boon. "Let us return to the capital," Gu Lingma declared. Guided by the mysterious power of the dragon abyss, Gu Lingma, Lin Doudou, Meow Meow, and Xiao Long sensed a strange fluctuation of energy. The air around them began to warp, as if being pulled by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light streaked by, and they found themselves standing in front of the Nangong residence in the capital. All of this felt unbelievable to them. The power of the dragon clan was indeed so formidable. The Nangong residence remained magnificent and grand, with the stone lions before the gate exuding an imposing dignity. The upturned eaves and soaring corners of the mansion gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Gu Lingma and the others were incredibly excited. They had finally returned to the familiar capital, back to Nangong East Side. They strode quickly into the mansion, passing through the familiar courtyards and corridors, heading straight for Nangong E's study. The study door stood open, and Nangong E was standing by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, and upon seeing Gu Lingma and the others, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Master!" Meow Meow cried out in excitement, practically sprinting into Nangong E's arms. Nangong E held her tightly, his eyes filled with affection and relief. "Master, we're back." Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma also shouted excitedly, their voices tinged with a hint of hoarseness. This year's adventure had put them through so much, seeing Nangong Yi again filled them with immense warmth and peace. Xiaolong also stepped forward, tears glistening in his eyes. "Senior, I missed you so much." Nangong Yi looked at them, a warm current surging in his heart. With one arm each he drew Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma into his embrace, and said softly, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Nearly a year had passed since he last saw them, and Nangong Yi's heart was deeply stirred. He knew that over the past year, they must have encountered numerous hardships and obstacles, yet their eyes still held the same determination and courage. He felt proud to have such a group of disciples. "What have you all experienced this year? Sit down and tell me about it slowly." Nangong Yi said gently, his eyes full of concern. Gu Lingma and the others sat around Nangong Yi and began to recount their experience, from the guidance of the old man to the search for the Dragon Clan's ruins and then to the incarnation of the Dragon Abyss. Every detail captivated Nangong Yi's attention. As Nangong Yi listened to their story, he nodded from time to time, his eyes filled with sympathy for the Dragon Clan's ordeal. But when he heard that the Dragon Clan had recovered their vitality only to be no longer in the mortal world, he felt both relieved and wistful. In the study of the Nangong residence, the conversation between Lin Doudou and the others and Nangong Yi gradually drew to a close. Nangong Yi praised their experiences highly and also offered valuable advice for their future plans. As night fell, the lamplight in the study illuminated their faces, and each person's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. "Master Doudou and I need to return to the Lin residence," Gu Lingma said softly, glancing at the sky outside the window. Lin Doudou nodded, her gaze revealing her longing to go home. Since embarking on the journey to find the Dragon Clan's ruins, she had been away for a long time. The yearning for home and the concern for her family had always lingered in her heart. "Master, we will take our leave now." Lin Doudou stood up and bowed to Nangong Yi. Nangong Yi smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Go ahead, your family must be missing you terribly. You can come again tomorrow." Lin Doudou's eyes shimmered with gratitude. She bowed again to thank her master, then left the study with Gu Lingma. The two crossed the courtyard of the Nangong residence, stepped out of the mansion gate, and set off on the journey home, heading straight for the Lin residence. Along the way, Lin Doudou's thoughts surged like a tide. She recalled the warm bed at home, the delicious meals, and the smiles of her family, and couldn't help quickening her. The night breeze brushed gently, as soft as silk, carrying a slight chill. Lanterns lining the streets emitted a soft glow like twinkling stars in the night sky, illuminating their path ahead. Lin Doudou's heart was both excited and nervous, beating wildly in her chest like a little rabbit. She clutched tightly the bundle in her hand, which contained gifts for her. She imagined the scene when her family would see her, and her heart was filled with anticipation. With each step, she felt the distance to home growing shorter, and the familiar warmth brought tears to her eyes. Soon they finally arrived at the Lin residence gate. The gate remained tall and imposing, adorned with exquisite copper rings that glistened with gold. The two massive stone lions in front of the gate appeared solemn and mysterious in the night, as if guarding the tranquility of the mansion. Lin Doudou took a deep breath, calming the ripples in her heart, and then gently knocked on the gate. Footsteps sounded from within, and soon the gate was opened. The servants in the mansion saw Lin Doudou, and their faces lit up with surprise, shouting, "The young lady is..." Their voices were filled with joy and excitement. Lin Doudou smiled and nodded to them, her eyes brimming with the happiness of returning home. She stepped into the mansion, and the familiar scent rushed toward her, making her feel immensely warm. Upon hearing the news, Lin Doudou's father and mother hurriedly rushed out from the inner hall. Their faces were a mixture of worry and joy, their eyes fixed firmly on Lin Doudou. "Doudou." Lin's mother Lu Tsuetsue was so excited that her voice trembled and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She stepped forward quickly and pulled Lin Doudou into a tight embrace. The embrace was so firm, as if she feared that letting go would lose everything in front of her. Lin's father Lin Ming also stepped forward, his eyes glistening with tears as well, and said softly, "Child, you have finally returned. We have been so worried about you during this time." Lin Doudou hugged her parents, tightly feeling the warmth of her family. The corners of her eyes also moistened and tears slid down her cheeks. "We have been so worried about you during this time." Lin Doudou hugged her parents, tightly feeling the warmth of her family. The corners of her eyes, "I missed you too," Lin Doudou said to her younger siblings. Gu Lingma stood quietly by the side, watching this heartwarming and touching scene, deeply moved inside. He deeply understood that for Lin Doudou, home was that eternal haven. No matter where she was, the love and care of her family were always her strongest support. And at this moment, he was fortunate to witness this deep familial affection, feeling immensely warm himself. In the reception hall of the Lin residence, the lamps were brightly lit, and a warm atmosphere permeated every corner. Lin Doudou sat between her parents, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her voice trembling slightly, as she began to recount her adventurous experiences over the past year. "Father, mother, over the past year I have experienced many things and learned a great deal," Lin Doudou said, her voice filled with emotion. Lin Ming tightly held his daughter's hand, his eyes full of concern. "Doudou, you have suffered these days." Although we have always been worried after hearing about your experiences, and seeing how much you have grown, we are truly gratified and immensely proud of you. Lin's mother Lu Tsetsu, it gently stroked her daughter's cheek, tears glistening in her eyes. Yes, our Doudou has finally grown up, become stronger and braver. Mother is so happy. Sister brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. I never expected you to have experienced so many dangers, and still returns. Lin Xiaohua exclaimed in amazement after hearing Lin Doudou's story. That's right, sister brother-in-law, next time you must remember to take me along. I also want to be like you, to go out and see the world, to experience some exciting and interesting things, Lin Yang said, his face full of excitement. Lin Doudou smiled, then turned to look at her younger siblings. How have your studies been this past year? Have you been reading diligently? Lin Yang and Lin Xiaohua exchanged glances, then lowered their heads sheepishly. We have studied hard, but sometimes we sneak out to play. Lin Yang whispered. Lin Doudou shook her head with a smile. You should still prioritize your studies, you know. But it's okay to play occasionally. Gu Lingma sat nearby, his gaze gentle yet firm. Occasionally he would add a few words when Lin Doudou spoke, and his presence made the atmosphere in the Lin family even more harmonious. Father-in-law, Mother Lin, how have you been this past year? Is the business going smoothly? Gu Lingma asked with concern. Lin Ming nodded, and looked at Gu Lingma. Lingma, you are both good children. Rest assured we are in good health. The restaurant and beauty salon are it's also thanks to the care of Chancellor Gu and Nan Gongyi. Then Lin Ming spoke again. Alright, today is a day of reunion, let's not talk about these things. Our family hasn't had a meal together for a long time. Tonight we must celebrate properly. Lin Doudou glanced at the sky outside the window, then turned to her parents. Father, Mother, we still need to return to the Gu residence tonight, so we won't trouble you to prepare a meal. Lin's mother felt reluctant, but nodded understandingly. Alright Doudou, you must be tired. Remember, no matter when, this is always your home. Come back whenever you want. Lin Ming also stood up and patted Lin Doudou's shoulder. Yes, you should go back now. If you need anything, let us know anytime. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou stood up, bowed to Lin Ming and his wife, and said, Thank you, Father and Mother. We will. They rode a carriage under the moonlight back to the Gu residence. The gates of the Gu residence appeared solemn and serene in the night, with lanterns emitting a warm glow that illuminated their path home. As soon as they entered the Gu residence, Chancellor Gu saw them return, and his joy was beyond words. Chancellor Gu, as Gu Lingmo's father and also a high-ranking minister of the court, was usually stern and dignified, but at this moment his face was beaming with a kind father. Lingma, Doudou, you are back. Chancellor Gu's voice was filled with evident excitement. He strode forward and embraced Gu Lingma. Gu Lingma felt his father's warmth and strength, and a surge of warmth flooded his heart. Father, we are back. Lin Doudou also smiled and bowed to Chancellor Gu. Father, long time no see. How is your health? Chancellor Gu released his embrace and carefully examined the two, his eyes full of affection. Good. Seeing you both return safely makes me happier than anything. This past year I have worried about you every day. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged a glance. They knew that Chancellor Gu's worries were not unfounded. Their journey had been full of uncertainty and danger, but returning safely was the greatest comfort to Chancellor Gu. Chancellor Gu wore a kind, fatherly smile as he gestured for Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou to sit on the guest seats in the study. Two intricately carved rosewood chairs that appeared dignified and comfortable. Come sit down and tell me slowly. Chancellor Gu said gently, his voice conveying warmth and concern. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou sat down as instructed, while Chancellor Gu slowly walked to the side table and personally poured tea for them. Every movement of his was unhurried, his gestures exuding the calm and elegance of an elder. His fair, slender hands steadily held the teapot handle, slowly pouring the tea into the cups with practiced ease. By the way, haven't you eaten yet? Chancellor Gu, as if suddenly remembering something, turned to look at them with a hint of concern. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged a glance, and then Gu Lingma replied softly, Father, we indeed haven't had time to eat yet. Chancellor Gu frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. How can you skip meals? You must maintain regular eating habits. With that, he immediately walked to the study door and called out, Steward Lu, please inform the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Lingma and Doudou haven't eaten yet. Also have the meals delivered directly to the study. Yes, master. He'll attend to it at once. The steward's voice came from outside, followed by the sound of receding footsteps. Chancellor Gu returned to his seat, his gaze shifting between Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou. You must be very tired. Have something to eat first, then go to your room and rest. Lin Doudou's face showed a grateful smile. Thank you, Father Gu. Gu Lingma also nodded, his eyes full of respect. After a while, the steward led several servants carrying steaming dishes into the study, arranging them on the dining table. These dishes looked exquisite, including stir-fries and various soups, each emitting an enticing aroma. Chancellor Gu smiled at the two and said, Come, let's eat first. Only when we are full can we have the energy to chat. He knew that the two must be starving, so he had specially asked the kitchen to prepare so many delicious dishes. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou exchanged a smile, nodded, and then sat at the table to enjoy the lavish dinner. They savored the food while chatting with Chancellor Gu, laughter continuously echoing from the study. The entire study was filled with a warm, homely atmosphere, making it exceptionally comfortable. After several days of rest, both Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma had regained their spirits and began readjusting to life in the capital. On this day, Lin Doudou felt it was time to host a gathering. Thus, she decided to hold a hot pot and barbecue gathering at the Lin residence, inviting Gu Zhang and Nangong Yi to share in the delicacies and joy. Lin Doudou personally prepared the invitations, writing the invitation words in her elegant handwriting. She had the servants deliver the invitations to the Gu and Nangong residences respectively. Before long, both esteemed elders replied gladly, accepting the invitation. On the day of the gathering, an exquisite pavilion was set up in the rear garden of the Lin residence with steaming hot pot and a fragrant barbecue grill placed inside. Lin Doudou took out pre-sliced lamb and beef slices from her space. The slices were as thin as cicada wings and vividly colored, clearly indicating top-quality meat. She also retrieved a butchered young lamb from her space, its meat tender and perfect for roasting. Lin Doudou also brought out some seafood from her space, including fresh shrimp, crabs, and fish, rare sights in the capital, whose appearance undoubtedly added much splendor to the gathering. Not only that, but she also produced various hot pot balls, including fish balls, shrimp balls, and beef balls, as well as bean products and fresh vegetables. These were all indispensable delicacies for hot pot and barbecue. Finally, Lin Doudou prepared a variety of dipping sauces, spicy, garlicky, and sweet and sour, to cater to different tastes. Gu Zhang and Nangong Yi arrived as promised, their presence making the atmosphere at the Lin residence even more lively. Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue personally welcomed them and led them to the pavilion. Prime Minister Gu, Master Nangong, please take a seat, Lin Ming said with a smile, his eyes full of gratitude. Prime Minister Gu smiled and nodded. Brother Lin, you sit too. Nangong Yi looked around and praised, the arrangement here is truly elegant. Gu Lingma also joined the conversation. Master, I've been causing you worry all this time. You rascal, treating your master like a stranger. Nangong. Gu Lingma stood before the barbecue grill holding several skewers of fresh lamb kebabs ready to begin his barbecue masterpiece. His movements were skillful and confident, evidently well-versed in barbecuing. The charcoal crackled beneath the grill, the flames casting flickering light on his face, deepening his features. Lingma, your skills are truly becoming more refined, Prime Minister Gu remarked, watching his son's focused demeanor. Gu Lingmo replied with a smile, Father, I prepared this especially for today's gathering. I promise everyone will be satisfied. Meanwhile, Meow Meow, Little Dragon Lin Yang, and Lin Xiaohua, along with several servants, were busy skewering lamb kebabs on the other side. Though their movements were not as deft as Gu Lingmo's, they were full of joy and enthusiasm. The lamb was cut into evenly sized pieces and threaded onto bamboo skewers with onions and green peppers interspersed between the meat, creating a tantalizing color combination. Little Dragon, you can't skewer them like that. The meat pieces must be even for proper roasting, Lin Yang instructed while demonstrating the correct method. Lin Xiaohua teased from the side. Yang, with skills like these you could set up a street stall. Amidst the busyness, cheerful laughter rang out frequently, the atmosphere relaxed and delightful. The finished lamb skewers were neatly arranged on plates awaiting the grill. As Gu Lingmo's deft hands flipped them, the lamb skewers gradually turned golden and crispy, with fat sizzling enticingly over the charcoal fire, emitting an irresistible aroma. He occasionally sprinkled on some cumin chili powder and salt, enriching the flavor of the skewers. Soon roasted lamb leg and roasted kidneys were also placed on the grill, gradually becoming crispy on the outside and tender within, their fragrance spreading far. The grilled vegetables were a colorful array, including corn, green peppers, eggplants, and mushrooms, slowly roasted over the fire until soft, preserving their natural flavors. Everyone has worked hard. Let's get ready to eat. Gu Lingmo announced, a hint of pride in his voice. Lin Doudou and the others who had prepared the ingredients also gathered around, gazing at the table laden with barbecue and hot pot delicacies, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Lamb skewers, roasted lamb leg, roasted kidneys, and grilled vegetables. Each dish was a feast for the eyes and palate, whetting everyone's appetite. In the steaming hot pot, various ingredients bobbed up and down in the rolling broth, emitting an enticing aroma. Lin Doudou stood by the hot pot, skillfully adjusting the heat with a pair of long chopsticks to keep the broth at the perfect temperature. In the hot pot, the fresh crabs and large prawns had turned a tempting red, their shells slightly open in the hot soup, revealing the snow-white meat, and the lamb and beef slices, briefly swished in the hot pot, became tender and juicy, making mouths water. Everyone come and try this hot pot. The flavor is absolutely amazing. Lin Doudou warmly invited everyone. Meow Meow, Little Dragon Lin Yang, Lin Xiaohua, and the servants, having just finished their lamb skewers, now gathered around the hot pot ready to enjoy another kind of culinary delight. Their chopsticks moved ceaselessly, searching for their favorite ingredients in the hot pot, each person busy and delighted. These lamb slices are so tender, Doudou. You really chose excellent ingredients. Nangong Yi couldn't help but praise after tasting a slice. Prime Minister Gu nodded, picking up a large prawn and saying with satisfaction, this prawn is exceptionally fresh, and the hot pot broth is perfectly seasoned. Lin Yang and Lin Xiaohua were devoted hot pot fans, constantly adding various ingredients to the pot, enjoying the pleasure of cooking for themselves. Lin Yang said with a smile, "The longer the hot pot simmers, the more fragrant it becomes. Each ingredient has its unique." Little Dragon, trying hot pot for the first time, found this cooking method novel and was full of praise for the rich variety of ingredients. Little Dragon exclaimed excitedly, "This hot pot is truly amazing. All kinds of ingredients can be cooked together, yet the flavors don't interfere. Instead, they become even more delicious." The aromas of hot pot and barbecue intertwined, creating a magnificent feast. Everyone sat together enjoying the food, while chatting freely about their experiences and future plans, the atmosphere warm and joyful. "Come, let's toast to this successful barbecue." Nangong raised his glass, and the others followed suit, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Since Lin Doudou and Gu Lingmo returned to the capital, their lives gradually settled back into a daily routine. Every morning when the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Lin Doudou would rise early, meticulously groom herself, and then head to the Gu residence to attend to affairs. Her intelligence and decisive actions earned her widespread admiration, and she became the esteemed young mistress managing the Gu household. As for the Mingwei residence, she managed it with great dedication. She carefully selected each dish, ensuring top quality that met the customer's needs. At the same time, she never forgot to monitor her employees' work, offering them ample guidance and encouragement. Furthermore, Lin Doudou frequently visited the beauty salon to inspect its operations and propose improvements, making it even more favored among the noble ladies of the... Despite her busy schedule, Lin Doudou always found time to return to the Lin residence to reunite with her family. Whenever she stepped through the door, her mother would greet her with a warm smile, her father would inquire about her well-being, and her younger siblings would eagerly share amusing anecdotes. This heartwarming atmosphere filled Lin Doudou with immense happiness and made her cherish every moment spent with her family. As the weather gradually turned cooler, a faint autumnal air began to permeate the streets of the capital, and people's demand for warm food steadily increased. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma sat at the desk beginning to discuss a new business venture. They observed that with the changing seasons, people had a particular preference for steaming hot dishes. Foods like hot pot and spicy malatang not only warmed the body, but also offered a delightful social experience. "Lingma, don't you think now is the perfect time to open a hot pot restaurant?" Lin Doudou asked earnestly while flipping through the account books. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if envisioning the future prosperity of the hot pot establishment. Gu Lingma nodded slightly in agreement with Lin Doudou's view. He replied with a smile, "Indeed, as the weather grows colder, people will surely crave hot food to warm. Moreover, we can open establishments at different tiers to cater to various customer segments and meet diverse needs." Lin Doudou's eyes lit up. "Exactly. We can open a high-end hot pot restaurant exclusively for the nobility and high officials. They are less sensitive to price and care more about ambience and service. At the same time, we can open a malatang shop to meet the needs of ordinary people. This way we can cover both the high-end and mass markets." Gu Lingma pondered seriously before adding, "For the hot pot restaurant, we can offer customers an exquisitely decorated environment and personalized service. For example, we can set up private rooms to cater to different client groups, along with customized menus that allow guests to choose their preferred combinations. This will greatly enhance customer satisfaction. As for the malatang shop, we can emphasize its speed, convenience, and affordability, ensuring customers feel they are getting great value for their money." Lin Doudou's eyes gleamed with approval upon hearing Gu Lingmo's words. She knew he always approached problems from multiple angles and offered practical suggestions. The two continued their lively discussion, delving into the hot pot restaurant's operational strategies, menu selections, and interior design details. They decided to first open a high-end hot pot restaurant in a bustling area, offering premium ingredients and refined service to attract consumers seeking a high-quality lifestyle. At the same time, they planned to open affordable malatang shops in other districts, allowing more people to enjoy steaming hot delicacies. Additionally, the duo planned to launch a series of signature broths and seasonings to cater to different tastes, such as spicy tomato and mushroom broths. The restaurant would also offer a variety of fresh vegetables, meats, and seafood, allowing customers to freely mix and match for a personalized dining experience. After an in-depth discussion, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma finally formulated a detailed plan for opening the establishments. They were confident that with their hard work and wisdom, they could create a unique hot pot restaurant that would become a shining gem in the capital's culinary scene. "We also need to consider the restaurant's decor and staff training," Lin Doudou said seriously. "Hot pot employees require professional service training, while malatang staff need to master fast and efficient workflows." Gu Lingma nodded. "Exactly. We also need to establish a comprehensive management system to ensure smooth operations for both establishments." In the Lin residence's kitchen, Lin Doudou was busy instructing a group of newly recruited staff. She knew that a successful restaurant needed not only delicious food, but also well-trained employees to provide excellent service. Thus, she decided to take the lead herself, ensuring every employee mastered the essence of making hot pot and malatang. For the hot pot staff, Lin Doudou began by teaching the art of stir-frying the broth base. She explained in detail the proportions of various spices and seasonings, as well as how to control the heat so that the base would emit an enticing aroma without being overpowering. Pay attention, the heat is crucial when stir-frying the base, Lin Doudou said as she demonstrated. If the heat is too high, the spices will burn. If too low, the fragrance won't be released. The employees gathered in a circle, intently observing every move Lin Doudou made, occasionally nodding or jotting down key points in their notebooks. Next, she taught them how to slice and arrange various ingredients from lamb and beef slices to seafood and vegetables, ensuring everything was fresh and visually appealing. The freshness of ingredients directly affects the hot pot's flavor, Lin Doudou emphasized. Presentation also matters. It's not just about aesthetics, but also a sign of respect for the customers. For the Malatang staff, Lin Doudou focused more on broth preparation and quick ingredient handling. She taught them how to select fresh ingredients and quickly skewer them to match the fast-paced nature of Malatang service. The Malatang broth should be rich, but not overpower the ingredients' natural flavors, Lin Doudou instructed while adjusting the taste. And skewering must be fast. The shorter the wait, the higher the customer's satisfaction. Under Lin Doudou's guidance, the employees began trying to make Malatang themselves, from selecting ingredients to skewering and boiling, striving for perfection in every. Throughout the training, Lin Doudou not only imparted skills, but also emphasized service attitude and hygiene standards. She required every employee to be customer-centric, provide warm and attentive service, and strictly adhere to food safety regulations. Remember, our establishment is not just about selling food, it's about selling service and experience, Lin Doudou concluded. Only by satisfying customers can our business thrive in the long run. No one in this era had ever tasted hot pot or Malatang before. The employees found the novel flavors intriguing during their first try. Wow, this hot pot broth is incredibly fragrant. The lamb slices cook in just a few seconds. The texture is amazing, one employee exclaimed after tasting the hot pot, his eyes lighting up. Another employee was full of praise for the Malatang. The Malatang broth is rich without being greasy, the ingredients are fresh, and the spice level is just right. It's absolutely delicious. Seeing the satisfied expressions on her employees' faces, Lin Doudou felt a deep sense of accomplishment. After her meticulous training, the staff gradually mastered the techniques of making hot pot and Malatang and understood the importance of providing quality service. On the bustling streets of the capital, in front of the Little Dragon Hot Pot restaurant, the festive atmosphere and vivid decorations of the eatery caught the eyes of passers-by. Early in the morning, the four of them, dressed in splendid attire, stood at the entrance, welcoming friends, family, and business partners who had come to offer congratulations. As the sound of gongs and drums rose, the lion dance troupe began a spectacular performance, while Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma held golden scissors ready for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Everyone, thank you for your presence. Our hot pot restaurant is officially open today, Lin Doudou announced in a loud voice, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the first batch of guests began to enter the restaurant one after another. Many of them were trying hot pot for the first time, with curiosity and skepticism written on their faces. How exactly do you eat this hot pot? Can these ingredients really be cooked by dipping them directly? Asked a curious customer. Meow Meow explained with a smile, of course. The charm of hot pot lies in cooking it yourself. By boiling the ingredients in the pot, you preserve their freshness while enjoying the fun of cooking. Lin Doudou then introduced the signature dishes in detail. Our sliced lamb and beef are made from premium cuts. The seafood and vegetables are purchased fresh daily, guaranteeing their quality. You can choose different dipping sauces according to your taste. The guests began to try placing ingredients into the pot. Soon the lamb and beef slices changed color rapidly in the bubbling broth, while the seafood and vegetables released an enticing aroma. Gradually, looks of surprise appeared on the customers' faces. This lamb is so tender. I've never tasted such delicious lamb before. Another guest praised the social atmosphere of hot pot. This feeling of everyone cooking together is wonderful. It warms you right up. As time passed, the atmosphere inside the restaurant grew more and more lively. Words of praise came from all directions, with customers commending the novel cooking method and the delicious dishes. This red oil broth is truly delicious, and the dipping sauces here are exceptional. Each one leaves a lasting impression, a diner said to their companion while eating. Seeing the customers so satisfied, Lin Doudou and the others were overjoyed. However, at that moment, a frantic shout came from the kitchen. It turned out that the chef responsible for slicing meat had accidentally cut his hand, and the backup meat slices were almost gone. Lin Doudou made a quick decision and personally went to the kitchen to help slice. Gu Lingma went to the dining hall to reassure the customers, promising to offer some special snacks as an apology. Meow Meow and Xiaolong busied themselves refilling tea for the guests and asking if they needed anything else. In the kitchen, Lin Doudou skillfully sliced the meat, her speed not much slower than that of a professional chef. Soon fresh meat slices were brought out. When the customers learned that the owner herself had cut the meat, they were even more amazed. As night fell, the restaurant welcomed a new peak of business. A long line even formed outside. The four of them were extremely busy but thoroughly enjoyed it. By the end of the day, despite a few minor hiccups, the first day of business was a great success. They knew this hot pot restaurant would establish itself in the capital and become a beloved culinary destination. Doubta, we've already opened so many stores now, and across this vast land of China our branches can be seen everywhere. Don't you think we should slow down a bit and relax? I want to take you to travel across mountains and rivers to personally experience the unique customs of each place. What do you think? Gu Lingma gazed deeply at the charming Lin Doudou before him, his tone filled with endless affection. Hearing this, Lin Doudou's big sparkling eyes lit up instantly. She nodded joyfully and replied, "Sure, Lingma. Actually, ever since I stepped into this colorful world, I never hoped to achieve anything earth-shattering. For me, the greatest wish is simply to live each day freely and without restraint in this world. Now we don't lack money and our family is doing well. I feel truly content. How about in a few days we entrust all these businesses to the shop managers? Oh, and there's something else I want to tell you. My uncle's family will be arriving in the capital soon. My father has already bought a house for them. As for me, I plan to let my uncle's family take over the Braised snack shop here in the capital. After all, they are experienced hands and will surely run the business prosperously. Lingma, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" Gu Lingma smiled gently and replied, Everything is up to you, my lady. I have no objections at all. As for the other businesses, I've already made plans. He'll entrust them all to Uncle Lu and Lu Feng to handle fully. That way we can travel the world with undivided attention and enjoy this leisurely time to the fullest. Great. Just thinking about that life fills me with joy. We have the space, so even if we're in desolate mountains far from civilization, we don't have to worry about shelter or going hungry. But Meow Meow and Xiaolong probably can't come out to play with us. A few days ago, I overheard Meow Meow mention that she plans to go to the Taiying Mountains with Xiaolong for cultivation. Look at how inseparable they are now. They're simply too happy. Lin Doudou spoke with animated excitement and playfully pouted, seeming a little envious. Oh, you. Meow Meow and Xiaolong are adults now. Let them handle their own affairs. Don't worry about them too much. Speaking of which, that Kitty Yang has made tremendous progress in his studies lately. He's deeply valued and loved by the teachers at the Imperial Academy. In my opinion, he will surely pass the Imperial exams with flying colors and rank first. Gu Lingmo replied with a smile. Indeed, Yang is very sensible and diligent. He never gives us any trouble with his studies. It's just that Xiaohua still hasn't found a suitable match. That really worries me. Lin Doudou frowned, slightly a trace of concern on her face. Doudou, there's something I've been keeping in my heart and never dared to tell you. But today I've decided to say it. However, I hope you won't get angry after I tell you. Is that okay? Gu Lingma looked at Lin Doudou with a worried and slightly nervous gaze. Lin Doudou blinked her lively eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting into a playful grin as she teased, "Oh, don't tell me you're thinking of taking a concubine." Hearing this, Gu Lingma quickly shook his head and waved his hands, explaining, "Oh, Doudou, what are you saying? Having you in this life is more than enough for me. I would never have such thoughts. Don't talk nonsense like that. What I want to tell you is about Xiaohua." He paused, then continued, "That Xiaohua, she's gotten together with Lu Feng." Lin Doudou was taken aback at first, then reacted with a surprised gasp. "What? When did they get together? I didn't notice a thing." "Ah, but that's good. Lu Feng has good character and is handsome too. He's really a good match for my sister Xiaohua." She finished speaking with a happy smile on her face. At that moment, Gu Lingma suddenly leaned in close to Lin Doudou, tightly holding her hand, and asked with jealousy, "Doudou, tell me who is more handsome, me or Lu Feng?" Lin Doudou was taken aback by his sudden question and didn't know how to answer, stammering, "Who? You? Who are you talking about?" Seeing her like this, Gu Lingma repeated his question, "Who is better looking, me or Lu Feng?" This time Lin Doudou finally understood what he meant. She couldn't help but laugh, gently tapped Gu Lingmo's chest with her small hand, and said with a coquettish tone, "You're such a jealous one. I just casually praised Lu Feng a couple of times. Do you have to be this jealous? Doudou, from now on don't praise others, especially other men." Gu Lingma kissed Lin Doudou's forehead as he spoke. "All right, I promise you." Lin Doudou replied helplessly, her heart. Within 2 days, Lin Hai had brought his family to the capital. Lin Ming had been waiting at the city gate every day, and finally he had welcomed them. The residence Lin Ming purchased for Lin Hai was located in the bustling heart of the capital, a tranquil haven amidst the noise. The main gate faced east, flanked by a pair of imposing stone lions exuding an air of majesty. Passing through the gate, one entered a spacious front courtyard paved with bluestone bricks. Several osmanthus trees stood on either side, filling the entire yard with fragrance each autumn. Beyond the front courtyard lay the main hall, and behind it a garden. Within the garden was a pond where lotuses bloomed in summer, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Various flowers lined both sides of the garden, making it seem like spring all year round. At the rear of the property was a backyard with several side rooms for the... Behind the backyard stood the kitchen, next to which was a storeroom piled high with grain and miscellaneous goods. The entire residence was well planned, compactly arranged, and picturesque, offering a most comfortable living environment. Upon entering the residence, Lin Hai's family was filled with awe. Lin Ming smiled and led them on a tour. In the main hall, chairs and tables were neatly arranged and several elegant ink wash paintings. Lin Hai caressed the carved chair back, marveling at how accomplished his younger brother had become. In the following days, the Lin family busied themselves settling into their new home. Zhang Hongmei directed the servants in cleaning the rooms and organizing the belongings. Lin Hai, along with his sons, inspected the storeroom and calculated the family's income and expenses. Lin Ti proposed cultivating a small vegetable plot in the backyard. The whole family eagerly responded, taking up hoes and heading to the field. They chatted and laughed while working, and soon seeds were sown in the vegetable patch. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma specially prepared a banquet to welcome their uncle's family, who had traveled from afar. As host and guests delighted in each other's company, the wine had already been passed around 3 times, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Seizing this convivial moment, Lin Doudou set down her wine glass and spoke with a smile. "Uncle, Aunt, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you both." She paused briefly before continuing, "I intend to entrust our braised meat shop to your management." Upon hearing this, her uncle's face showed a hint of surprise, and he quickly waved his hand in refusal. "Oh, Doudou, how can this be? We have just arrived. How could we shoulder such an important responsibility?" However, Lin Doudou seemed to have anticipated this and would not allow him any chance to decline further. She said with a smile, "Uncle, please don't be so modest. With your years of experience and skill, you will surely run the braised meat shop with great success." Seeing Lin Doudou so insistent, her uncle found it difficult to persist in refusing and could only nod, indicating his willingness to accept the kind offer. At this point, Lin Doudou continued, "Uncle, regarding the profit sharing, let's go with a 70-30 split. You take 70% and we'll only take 30. Hearing this, her uncle's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly said, "Doudou, this absolutely will not do. How can we take as much as 70%? If you ask me, 30% is already more than enough for us." Aunt Zhang Hongmei quickly chimed in, Exactly, Doudou. Our family's ability to enjoy such a stable life today is all thanks to your family's help and care. Your father not only bought us this residence, giving us a place to call home, but now you have generously provided such a wonderful livelihood. We are already immensely grateful. How dare we take any more advantage? Brother, sister-in-law, just listen to Doudou. Our business in the capital is thriving, and moreover our family's enterprises are spread across the entire, so feel free to run this braised meat shop with confidence, treating it as if it were your very own. In a few more years, once everything is running smoothly and maturely, this braised meat shop will be fully transferred to your name," Lin Ming said with utmost sincerity. Hearing this, Lin Hai's hands trembled slightly with emotion, his lips quivering as he was momentarily at a loss for words. How can this be, brother? This is truly too generous." His eyes wide with disbelief and overwhelming gratitude, Lin Hai was speechless. Seeing this, Lin Yang quickly interjected, "Uncle, please don't refuse any longer. Since my father has made this decision, it is out of a genuine desire to help you. If you keep refusing, my father will feel very bad." As he spoke, he cast an encouraging look at Lin Hai. Seeing this, Lin Hai took a deep breath, striving to calm the surging emotions within him. He then nodded solemnly and said with tearful gratitude, "Very well, then we will respectfully accept this profound kindness. In the days to come we will do our utmost, and not let brother's heartfelt intentions go to waste." At that moment, Lin Ming seemed to suddenly recall something, and asked with concern, "By the way, brother, how are father and mother doing lately? Is everything going well at home?" It's passable. I did exactly as you instructed. I left both the 2 courtyards at the village entrance and the corresponding land to father, mother, and third brother. They have now moved out of the old house. Father and mother are now living in the courtyard we used to occupy. Third brother has moved into the courtyard under your name. I even left them the cart pulled by our old ox. As it stands, they are living quite comfortably and well. Moreover, they seem to have realized the mistakes they made in the past. From time to time, they come to me muttering about how they have wronged you and your family the most." Lin Hai recounted slowly. "I'll let bygones be bygones. As a son, I believe I have done my duty by them," Lin Ming said with a soft sigh. He then turned his gaze to the 3 young people before him and asked with a smile, "So Lin Hung, Lin Xing, and Lin Rui, what plans do you children have in mind? Tell your second uncle." Hearing his uncle's question, Lin Hung blushed slightly, appearing a bit shy as he replied, "Uncle, for now, I just want to work hard as a shopkeeper and gain more experience. When the time is right, I plan to open a small shop of my own, and then marry a wife, have children, and live a stable life." After saying this, he unconsciously lowered his head. Next, Lin Xing mustered his courage and shared his thoughts. "Uncle, I want to become an apprentice at a pastry shop. I will learn the craft diligently from the masters, and eventually open my own pastry shop, creating all kinds of delicious treats." Finally, it was Lin Rui's turn. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice, "Uncle, actually, I still want to continue studying at the academy, but you know our family situation, so I'm not sure if this idea is too unrealistic." As he spoke, he instinctively lowered his head and tugged at his clothes. Lin Ming listened to his nephew's words and nodded with satisfaction. "You all have ambition. Your second uncle supports you. Lin Hung, you will be the manager at my spicy hot pot shop. Lin Xing, you will apprentice at your sister Douda's cake shop. Lin Rui, rest assured you can focus on your studies. Lin Rui, don't worry. Tomorrow I will speak with my father. You will also study at the Imperial Academy, Gu Lingma said. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Rui was overjoyed at the thought of attending the Imperial Academy. In the days that followed, Lin Hai's family quickly adapted to life in the capital and immersed themselves in their respective pursuits. After taking over the braised meat shop, the uncle, relying on his years of accumulated experience and honest character, soon elevated the business to new. Lin Hung stood behind the counter of the spicy hot pot shop, learning to keep accounts and greet customers, busying himself with great delight. Lin Xing entered a renowned pastry shop in the capital, diligently learning the craft from an old master, always covered in flour, but thoroughly enjoying it. Lin Rui went to the Imperial Academy daily, studying hard and steadily growing in knowledge. Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue often visited Lin Hai's family, each time bringing fresh trinkets or homemade pastries. Once Lin Ming joked, brother, at this rate your braised meat shop is bound to become the #1 meat shop in the capital. The uncle simply gave a simple, honest smile. As time passed, the Lin family grew increasingly prosperous and harmonious in the capital. Neighbors, upon mentioning the Lin family, would give a thumbs up, envying such a united and striving clan. Each member steadily advanced toward their dreams, and the Lin family was filled with hope and vitality. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma finally settled all affairs. They decided to embark on a journey of freedom meant just for the two of them. For this trip, they meticulously prepared a comfortable carriage. The interior was adorned with warmth and elegance, furnished with soft cushions and blankets, along with some simple provisions of food and water. At dawn, sunlight spilled over the streets of the capital. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma boarded the carriage with eager anticipation. The carriage slowly trundled forward, passing through the city gates, heading towards the fields and woodlands beyond the suburbs. As the carriage traveled through the countryside, fields, a refreshing breeze greeted them. Golden waves of wheat swayed with the wind, resembling a vast ocean of gold. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma opened the window to admire the beautiful scenery. Look, those wheat fields, how magnificent! Lin Doudou exclaimed. Gu Lingma smiled and nodded. Indeed. Every time I see such a view, it fills me with a sense of tranquility and joy. Lin Doudou turned to look at Gu Lingma, a trace of tenderness in her eyes. Lingma, seeing such scenery with you makes me feel I am the happiest person. Gu Lingma gently took her hand and said softly, Doudou, with you by my side, I too am the happiest person in the world. They stopped the carriage by the roadside, stepped down into the fields, and immersed themselves in nature's essence. A gentle breeze brushed past, making the wheat rustle softly, as if welcoming their arrival. Leaving the fields, the carriage entered a dense mountain forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The chirping of birds echoed through the woods, and the air was filled with the fragrance of earth and grass. It's so peaceful here, completely different from the hustle and bustle of the capital, Lin Doudou said, taking a deep breath to savor the serenity. Gu Lingma held her hand as they strolled along the forest path. Yes, everything here is so relaxing, as if all worries have been left behind. Lin Doudou leaned on Gu Lingma's shoulder and whispered, Lingma, I love the time we spend together. Every moment with you makes me feel like the luckiest person. Gu Lingma smiled softly, bent down, and kissed her forehead. Doudou, I feel the same. Every moment with you is my most precious memory. They found a grassy spot in the woods, spread out a blanket, and sat down to rest. Gu Lingma brought out the prepared food and water from the carriage. They enjoyed a simple lunch while basking in the tranquility. In the afternoon, the carriage arrived at a serene lake. The water was crystal clear, shimmering with ripples. Occasionally, water birds skimmed across the surface, leaving trails of concentric circles. The scene before them was like a vibrant, breathtaking painting. Lin Doudou couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this place is beyond beautiful. It's simply stunning. Why don't we take a short rest here? Her sparkling eyes gleamed with anticipation. Gu Lingma smiled and nodded in agreement. He skillfully brought the carriage to a gentle halt by the shimmering lakeside. Hand in hand, they found a flat grassy spot and sat down together. Lin Doudou gently leaned against Gu Lingma's broad shoulder, closing her eyes slightly, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. The warm sunlight fell upon her fair face, outlining a soft golden edge. A light breeze played with her hair, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass, intoxicating her beyond words. In this serene atmosphere, Lin Doudou suddenly opened her eyes and turned to look at Gu Lingma. She asked softly, Lingma, have you ever thought about the future? Like us, traveling together forever, exploring the world, and seeing many more fascinating places. Her voice was as melodious as a heavenly sound. Hearing this, Gu Lingma's lips curled into a gentle, doting smile. He reached out and lightly tapped her delicate nose. Of course, my little darling. Now that all family matters and business are settled, it's time for our sweet moments together. Wherever you want to go, even to the ends of the earth, as long as it makes you happy, I will always be by your side. With that, he tightly held Lin Doudou's hand, conveying endless love and warmth to her. Lin Doudou slowly lifted her head, her gaze meeting Gu Lingma's. Her clear, limpid eyes revealed deep affection. Her lips parted slightly as she uttered the words full of love in a soft voice, Ling Ma, I love you. A flicker of indescribable gentleness warm as the spring sun instantly passed through Gu Lingmo's eyes. He gently reached out and firmly grasped her soft, delicate hand, as if afraid that letting go would mean losing the beloved woman before him. Then in a deep magnetic voice, he responded, Doudou, I love you deeply too. No matter what hardships or storms we may face in the future, I will always be by your side, never leaving you. By now the sun was slowly setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and red like a colorful scroll unfurling before their eyes. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma contentedly packed their belongings and boarded the carriage for the return journey. With the rhythmic clatter of hooves, the carriage began to move slowly, gradually disappearing into the afterglow of the setting sun. The two sat closely together in the spacious, comfortable carriage, sharing the rare peace and beauty. The golden light streaming through the window fell upon them, painting a warm and touching picture. Today has been absolutely perfect. Lin Doudou let out a heartfelt sigh, her face beaming with a happy, satisfied smile. Gu Lingma held her hand tightly and agreed softly, indeed. Such wonderful moments are truly worth cherishing every Doudou, to me you are the most precious gift from heaven. To have you by my side in this life is my greatest fortune. Hearing this, Lin Doudou's body stirred slightly, and she leaned against Gu Lingmo's firm, broad shoulder like a gentle, obedient kitten. She closed her eyes, a smile lingering on her lips, and murmured dreamily, Lingma, as long as you are by my side, every day from now on will be incredibly beautiful for me. Time flowed like a river, years passing like a fleeting dream. The journey of freedom for Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma had now lasted for 6 full years. During these 6 years they traveled to many places, from the bustling capital city to tranquil countryside, from majestic mountains to picturesque lakes, their footprints spanning the vast lands of the north and south. Each journey brought them countless cherished memories and deepened their bond. Yet as time went on, their lives underwent tremendous changes. In the 2nd year after leaving the capital, Lin Doudou gave birth to triplets, 2 sons and a daughter. The arrival of these 3 little ones brought endless joy and warmth to their lives. As the children grew older, they began to understand things and grew curious about their family and elders. One day the 3 little ones gathered around Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma, asking curiously, Father, Mother, when can we meet grandfather and maternal grandfather and grandmother? The eldest son, Gu Mingxuan, clever and sharp with a hint of eagerness in his eyes, Mother, I really want to see maternal grandfather and grandmother. Are they very formidable? The second son, Gu Mingza, lively and active, chimed in, Father, I also want to see grandfather. Is he very majestic? The youngest daughter, Gu Mingyu, sweet and adorable, tugged at Lin Doudou's clothes and asked softly, Mother, is maternal grandmother very gentle? Hearing the children's questions, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. They also realized that the children were now old enough to meet their family elders and needed to begin their education. They decided it was time to return to the capital. Lin Doudou gently stroked the children's heads and said tenderly, My dears, father and mother also miss your grandfather and your maternal grandfather and grandmother. We will soon return to the capital to let you meet them. Gu Lingma nodded and added, Yes, children. Grandfather and your maternal grandfather and grandmother miss you all very much. This time we go back, well, let them see you properly. Hearing this, the children's faces lit up with expectant smiles. Gu Mingxian exclaimed excitedly, Then when do we set off? Lin Doudou smiled and replied, Soon, we just need to pack our things, and we can leave. Gu Lingma looked at the children's expectant eyes and felt a wave of emotion. These 6 years have passed so quickly. Now you've all grown up. Lin Doudou nodded, a tender glint in her eyes. Yes, during these 6 years we have experienced so many wonderful things and gained, the 3 of you, our little treasures. Returning to the capital this time is not only for you to meet the elders, but also a new beginning for us. The children became even more excited upon hearing that. Gu Mingza jumped up and cheered, Great. I want to bring grandfather and maternal grandfather and grandmother lots of presents. Gu Minghua followed. I want to bring them lots of delicious treats too. Looking at the children's innocent smiles, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma felt immense happiness. They knew that this return to the capital was not only the beginning of the children getting to know their family elders, but also a moment of reunion for their entire family. Over the next few days, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma busily prepared their luggage for the journey back to the capital. The children eagerly participated, excitedly selecting gifts for their elders. Gu Mingxian chose a delicate little sword, Gu Mingza picked a box of beautiful glass beads, and Gu Mingyue selected a string of colorful beads. Mother, I found this bead necklace by the seaside. It's very pretty. I want to give it to maternal grandmother, Gu Mingyue said, carefully placing the necklace into a small box. Lin Doudou looked at her daughter, her eyes full of affection. Of course, maternal grandmother will love it very much. Gu Lingma helped the children organize their luggage on the side. Watching them seriously choose gifts, he was deeply moved. Children, when we return to the capital, you must be well behaved and get to know the elders properly. Gu Mingxian nodded earnestly, Father, I will. I will behave well so that grandfather and maternal grandfather and grandmother will all like me. Gu Lingma smiled and patted his shoulder. I believe you will all do wonderfully. After everything was ready, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma boarded the carriage with the 3 children. The carriage slowly set off, heading toward the capital. The children chattered excitedly inside, discussing the elders they were about to meet. Gu Mingzi asked curiously, Mother, what is the mansion of maternal grandfather and grandmother like? Is it very, very big? Lin Doudou smiled and replied, Of course it's big and very beautiful. You will definitely like it. Gu Mingyue leaned against Lin Doudou's arms and asked softly, Mother, will maternal grandmother dote on me? Lin Doudou gently stroked her hair. Of course, she will. Maternal grandmother loves you all the most. Gu Lingma looked at the children, his heart full of anticipation. This time back in the capital, we will have a complete family and the children can grow up under the care of their elders. The carriage moved forward slowly under the sunlight, and the whole family's hearts were filled with hope and happiness. They knew that this return to the capital was not only the start of the children meeting their family elders, but also a moment of reunion for their entire family. After several days of travel, Lin Doudou, Gu Lingma, and their family finally arrived in the capital. The carriage slowly entered the city gates, and the familiar streets and bustling market atmosphere greeted them. The children excitedly peered out the windows, curiously observing the magnificent city. The carriage stopped in front of the Lin residence, and Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma stepped out with the children. The gates of the Lin residence were already wide open. Lin Doudou's father Lin Ming and mother Lu Tsitsi stood at the entrance looking at them with eager anticipation. Father, Mother! Lin Doudou hurried forward, tightly embracing her parents, tears glistening in her eyes. Lu Tsitsi gently touched her daughter's cheek, her eyes full of love. Doudou, you're finally back. We've missed you all so much these years. Lin Ming firmly grasped Gu Lingma's hand, a hint of emotion in his voice. Lingma, you've worked hard. These years of traveling with the children have not been easy. Gu Lingma smiled and replied, Father-in-law, it was all worth it. The children have grown up and are very sensible. Seeing their maternal grandparents, the children ran over excitedly. Gu Mingxian and Gu Mingzi threw themselves into Lin Ming's arms, while Gu Mingyue tightly held Lu Quicua's hand. Hello, maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. Gu Mingxian said loudly, his eyes full of anticipation. Lin Ming looked at the 3 children, a glint of fondness in his eyes. What lovely children. Lu Tsuetsue crouched down and looked tenderly at Gu Mingyue. Yeah, come, let maternal grandmother have a good look at you. You look just like your mother. Gu Mingyue snuggled obediently into Lu Quicua's arms and said softly, Maternal grandmother, I brought you a gift. She took out the colorful bead necklace from her pocket and handed it to Lu Tsuetsue. Lu Tsuetsue took the necklace, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. This necklace is so beautiful. Yaya is such a thoughtful child. Lin Ming also accepted the small sword from Gu Mingxian and praised, Mingxuan, this sword is fine. It seems you are a child with ambition. Gu Mingzi took out a box of glass beads from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ming. Maternal grandfather, I picked these glass beads from the seaside. Lin Ming accepted the beads and nodded with a smile. Good child, your maternal grandfather likes them very much. After lunch at the Lin residence, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma took the children back to the Gu residence. The gates of the Gu residence were also wide open. Gu Lingma's father Gu Feng stood at the entrance, a smile on his face. Father, I'm back. Gu Lingma stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Gu Feng approached and lightly patted Gu Lingma's shoulder, a note of relief in his voice. Lingma, Doudou, you're finally back. I've been looking forward to this day for years. Lin Doudou stepped forward and said with a smile, Father, thank you for your support all these years, which allowed us to travel with peace of mind. Gu Feng nodded and turned his gaze to the 3 children. Are these my grandchildren? Let me have a good look at you. The children rushed to stand before Gu Feng. He crouched down and examined them carefully. His eyes were filled with affection and pride. Mingxuan, Mingzi, Mingyue, you've all grown so tall. Let grandfather have a good look at you. Gu Feng said softly. Gu Mingxian mustered his courage and declared loudly, Grandfather, I brought you a small sword. I hope you like it. I also gave one to maternal grandfather. Gu Feng accepted the small sword and nodded approvingly. Good child, this sword is very nice. Your grandfather likes it too. Gu Mingzi also took out the glass beads from his pocket and handed them to Gu Feng. Grandfather, I picked these glass beads by the seaside. They'll give you 1 string and maternal grandfather 1 string. Gu Feng accepted the beads, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Good child, these beads are so beautiful. Your grandfather loves them. Gu Mingyue stood obediently to the side and said softly, Grandfather, I brought you a bead necklace. I hope you like it. Gu Feng accepted the necklace, his eyes full of affection. Yaya is so thoughtful. This necklace is beautiful. Your grandfather loves it. Gu Feng led the children into the Gu residence with Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma following behind. The living room of the Gu residence was warm and elegant. The family sat together in harmony. Where have you all been these years? Did you encounter any interesting things? Gu Feng asked curiously. Gu Lingma smiled and replied, We went to many places, from the bustling capital to the tranquil countryside, from majestic mountains to picturesque lakes. The children have also learned a lot. Lin Doudou added, Yes, these experiences have made the children more independent and resilient. They have also learned how to get along with others, and how to cherish life. Gu Feng listened to their stories, a glint of relief in his eyes. You have done very well, and the children are all very sensible. Now that you're back, our family is finally reunited. That evening, Lin Ming and Lu Tsuetsue also came to the Gu residence. The whole family sat together enjoying the long-awaited reunion. Under the affection of their elders, the children became even more lively and adorable. Grandfather, teach us how to write. Gu Mingxian and Gu Ming's ascetics. All right, grandfather will teach you calligraphy with a brush. Gu Feng replied with a smile. Gu Mingyue tugged at Lu Quicue's hand and pleaded, maternal grandmother, teach me how to make candied hawthorns. Lu Tsuetsue nodded with a smile. All right, maternal grandmother will teach you how to make candied hawthorns. Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou watched this scene, their hearts brimming with happiness. Though the journey had ended, their lives were just beginning. Under the care of their elders, the children would thrive, and Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma would continue to write their own beautiful story. From the moment Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma embarked on their journey, Miao Miao made a significant decision to accompany Little Dragon in his cult. She understood deeply that the path of cultivation was fraught with hardships and challenges, yet she was willing to exert every effort to stand shoulder to shoulder with Little. When bidding farewell to Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma, Miao Miao made a request, hoping Lin Doudou would release her identity as a space pet, allowing her to fully integrate into this world and live together with Little Dragon. Upon hearing Miao Miao's request, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma felt a surge of reluctance. Miao Miao had always been their closest companion, having accompanied them through countless trials and tribulations. Yet they also understood that Miao Miao had grown into a formidable cultivator entitled to pursue her own life and happiness. Miao Miao, have you truly made up your mind? Lin Doudou asked softly, a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Miao Miao nodded firmly. Doudou, I know you and Brother Gu have been good to me, but my decision is made. I want to live with Little Dragon, and I no longer wish to depend on the space. I trust in my cultivation. No one in this world can overpower me. Gu Lingma nodded as well, a note of relief in his voice. Miao Miao, you have grown so strong. We believe in your abilities. We will support your decision. Lin Doudou took a deep breath and finally nodded. All right, Miao Miao, I will release your status as a space pet. But remember, no matter what, we are your friends, and will always support you. A glimmer of emotion flickered in Miao Miao's eyes as she nodded gently. Thank you, Doudou Lingma. I will always remember your kindness. Within the space, Lin Doudou, Gu Lingma, Miao Miao, and Little Dragon sat together. Lin Doudou closed her eyes and began to cast the spell to release Miao Miao from her identity as a space pet. Her hands traced intricate runes in the air, golden light flickering around her. Miao Miao, remember, from this moment on you are no longer a space pet, but a part of this world. Lin Doudou said softly. As Lin Doudou's spell completed, Miao Miao felt a warm current flow out of her body. She shuddered slightly, then experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom. Then Miao Miao took one last look at the space and stepped out. I can feel it, I am no longer a space pet. Miao Miao exclaimed in surprise, a hint of excitement in her voice. Little Dragon held Miao Miao's hand tightly, his eyes full of affection. Miao Miao, rest assured, from now on I am here. I will protect you. After shedding her identity as a space pet, Miao Miao and Little Dragon began a new life. They cultivated together and explored this world side by side. Miao Miao's cultivation rapidly advanced. With Little Dragon's company, her spells became more exquisite and her power grew stronger. Miao Miao, your progress in spells is astonishing. Little Dragon exclaimed, his eyes brimming with pride. Miao Miao replied with a smile. It's all thanks to you. With you by my side, I have more motive. As time passed, the bond between Miao Miao and Little Dragon deepened. They supported each other not only in cultivation, but also in daily life. Miao Miao's innocence and vivacity brought endless joy to Little Dragon's life, while his steadiness and tenderness gave her immense peace of mind. Years later, Miao Miao and Little Dragon married and had children, building a happy family. Their son Long Xiaobao and daughter Long Xiaomei inherited their parents' excellent traits, rapidly advancing in cultivation and embodying their kindness and courage. Mother, I learned a new spell today. Look, Long Xiaobao said excitedly, waving his staff as beams of light flickered in the air. Miao Miao smiled and nodded. Good child, mother sees it. You did well. Long Xiaomei stood obediently by the side, speaking softly. Mother, I also learned a new spell. I want to show you. Little Dragon looked at the two children with adoration, his eyes full of pride. You are both wonderful children. Father is proud of you. Miao Miao and Little Dragon had weathered countless storms together, supporting each other and growing side by side. Now their cultivation had notably improved, making them leaders in their respective fields. Miao Miao's cultivation had reached a very high realm. Her spiritual energy was more profound and her spells more refined. She had not only achieved great success in cultivation, but also earned widespread respect in the cultivation world. Her personality remained lively and endearing, yet now tinged with maturity and composure. Little Dragon was not to be outdone. His cultivation also soared with his dragon lineage, granting him advantages in strength and speed. He not only excelled in cultivation but also took on an important role in the cultivation world, tasked with maintaining peace and order. Despite her high cultivation, Meow Meow still retained an innocent and carefree heart. Little Dragon's doting affection for her was meticulous. Whatever Meow Meow asked for, he would do his best to fulfill. Little Dragon, I want to eat candied hawthorns from the south of the city. Come with me. Meow Meow pleaded coquettishly. Little Dragon looked at her with adoration and nodded with a smile. All right, let's go together. Whenever Meow Meow wanted to try a new cultivation method, Little Dragon would patiently accompany her in research. Whenever she encountered difficulties, Little Dragon was always the first to stand by her side. Their affection grew deeper through the small moments of daily life. In this little family, every day was filled with laughter and joy. Meow Meow's innocence and Little Dragon's devotion imbued their home with warmth and happiness. Their love not only deepened with the passage of time, but also found continuation in their children. When they learned that Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma had returned to the capital with their children, Meow Meow and Little Dragon brought their own children to the Gu residence the next day. The two families gathered together, sharing a harmonious joy. Meow Meow, Little Dragon, your children have grown so big already. How time flies. Lin Doudou exclaimed in delight upon seeing Long Xiaobao and Long Xiaomei. Meow Meow replied with a smile. Yes, time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye they have grown up. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma watched the children from both families playing together, their hearts filled with contentment. Meow Meow, you are still so innocent after all these years. Little Dragon treats you so well, Lin Doudou remarked with emotion. Meow Meow smiled happily. Yes, Little Dragon is very good to me. I am very happy. Little Dragon gazed at Meow Meow with deep affection. Meow Meow, with you my world is complete. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma looked at the blissful couple, their hearts filled with gratification. They knew that Meow Meow's decision had been the right one, as she had found her own happiness. Meow Meow, you have truly grown up. We are all proud of you. Lin Doudou said softly. A glimmer of emotion sparkled in Meow Meow's eyes. Thank you, Doudou brother Gu. Without your support, I wouldn't be where. The two families sat together, savoring this rare reunion. The children chased and played in the courtyard while the adults shared their experiences and stories. At this moment, they knew that no matter what the future held, they would always stay together, guarding this happiness. Between the bustle and tranquility of the capital, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma lived a life of understated happiness. Their days were simple, yet fulfilling. Occasionally, they visited the Lin residence to see family, but most of their time was spent with their children, cherishing the warmth of home. Yet this peaceful existence was soon shattered by a sudden crisis. The border was under urgent threat, as northern nomadic tribes launched another invasion, leaving the frontier defenses in a precarious state. Simultaneously, severe floods struck multiple regions in the south, displacing countless people. The imperial court desperately needed vast amounts of grain and silver to support the frontline soldiers and provide relief to the disaster victims, but the national treasury was already depleted, unable to bear such enormous expenses. Within the palace, the emperor sat on his dragon throne, his brows deeply furrowed. Before him lay a mountain of memorials, each detailing urgent pleas from the front lines and the tragic conditions in the disaster zones. He let out a long sigh, his voice tinged with helplessness. My esteemed ministers, the border situation is critical. The south is ravaged by floods, yet our treasury is empty. I truly know not how to navigate this dire predicament. In the court, the civil and military officials were equally at a loss. Gu Feng, father of Gu Lingma, and a high-ranking minister stepped forward, his tone laced with concern. Your Majesty, until the border conflicts are resolved, our dynasty shall know no peace. With the treasury empty, lacking sufficient provisions and funds, how are our frontline troops to fight? Imperial censors Wei Yonglin also spoke anxiously. The floods in the south are severe, countless people are displaced. Without grain for relief, it may incite even greater unrest. Your Majesty, what is to be done? A heavy silence fell over the court. All ministers knew the gravity of the situation, yet none could propose a viable solution. The emperor waved his hand in resignation. My ministers, I know you each have your difficulties. But the situation presses upon us. I hope you can devise a plan swiftly to rescue our people from this dire strait. At the Gu residence, Gu Feng sat in his study, his brow furrowed. Father, what has troubled you these past days? Gu Lingma pushed open the door, stepped in, and asked with concern. Gu Feng looked up, a trace of worry in his eyes. Lingma, the border war and the southern floods have reached a critical point. The court urgently needs vast amounts of grain and silver, but the treasury is empty and no one in the court can offer an effective solution. I fear this crisis may trigger even greater turmoil. Gu Lingma was silent for a moment, then spoke with determination. Father, I understand your concerns. But with the situation so pressing, we cannot stand idly by. Doudou and I are willing to contribute what we can, perhaps it can alleviate the immediate crisis. Gu Feng nodded, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. I appreciate your intentions, but this crisis is no trivial matter. You must think carefully before acting. In the rear garden of the Lin residence, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma sat side by side. A cup of clear tea rested on the stone table before them, both their faces carrying a hint of gravity. Lingma, the border war, and the southern floods have reached a life-or-death juncture. The court urgently needs grain and silver, but we know the treasury is empty and no one in court has a solution. Lin Doudou said softly, her tone laced with helplessness. Gu Lingma nodded, a gleam of resolve in his eyes. Doudou, I know what you're thinking. We have accumulated some wealth and resources over the years. Perhaps we can ease the court's immediate crisis. But this is no small matter. We cannot rely solely on our own strength. Lin Doudou lifted her head, her gaze fixed firmly on Gu Lingma. Lingma, I know it's difficult, but if we don't act, what will become of the soldiers at the border and the people in the south? We have the responsibility and the ability to help them. Gu Lingma took her hand, his tone tender. Doudou, I support your decision. But we must act cautiously and not put our family in unnecessary jeopardy. Lin Doudou nodded, a resolute look in her eyes. I understand. We can take 1 million jin of grain from the space. The grain there is already beyond count. We can also take 1 million taels of silver from our accounts and donate some poultry and livestock. This might ease the court's urgent needs and provide some help to the people. Gu Lingma was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I support you. Let us go together to see father and tell him our plan. In the Gu residence study, Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma stood before Gu Feng. Lin Doudou spoke softly. Father, the border war and the southern floods have reached We wish to donate 1 million jin of grain and 1 million taels of silver along with some poultry and livestock, hoping to alleviate the court's immediate crisis. Gu Feng looked up, a flash of surprise and emotion in his eyes. Doudou, Lingma, you can actually provide so much grain and silver. Your generous contribution not only saves the soldiers at the border, but also countless disaster-stricken people. This is truly beyond my expectations. Excellent, excellent. I will go to the palace to see His Majesty immediately. The Gu family carriage slowly entered the imperial palace with Gu Feng in his court attire, his expression solemn. As a high-ranking minister, he knew well the responsibility he bore in this audience. The carriage stopped at the palace gate. Gu Feng strode quickly through the gates, passed through numerous halls, and finally arrived at the emperor's study. Inside the study, the emperor was reviewing memorials at his desk, his brows knit tightly. Gu Feng entered and bowed respectfully. Your servant, Gu Feng, pays homage to your majesty. The emperor looked up, saw Gu Feng, and nodded slightly. Minister Gu, what matter do you wish to report? Gu Feng said solemnly. Your majesty, I have come regarding the border war and the southern floods. I have learned that my son Gu Lingma and his wife Lin Doudou wish to offer a modest contribution to the nation. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Oh. Minister Gu, speak quickly. Gu Feng continued, my son and his wife are willing to donate 1 million jin of grain, 1 million taels of silver, and a large number of poultry and livestock from their household to relieve the court's urgent needs. Upon hearing this, the emperor's excitement was palpable. Minister Gu, this is a magnanimous act. I am well aware of the severity of the border war and the floods and the empty treasury. No one in the court could resolve this crisis. The actions of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou are truly a blessing for the nation and the people. Gu Feng bowed slightly. Your Majesty, my son and his wife are deeply committed to righteousness and have always harbored a desire to serve the country. They wish to share the nation's burdens and help the people, while I am also deeply gratified. The emperor stood up, walked over to Gu Feng, and took his hand. Minister Gu, on behalf of the people of this realm, I thank you, and Gu Lingma, and Lin Doudou. Such a virtuous deed shall be forever etched in my memory. Gu Feng smiled slightly. Your Majesty, when the nation is in trouble, every citizen has a duty. My son and his wife's actions are merely a small effort. I hope your Majesty will soon pacify the border and comfort the flood victims in the south. The emperor nodded. Minister Gu, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Return home first. I will issue an imperial edict to commend the righteous deeds of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou. Gu Feng bowed and withdrew, feeling a measure of relief. He knew that this donation might bring a glimmer of hope to the nation. The next day in the court, all civil and military officials gathered. The emperor's dragon throne stood in the center, and the atmosphere in the hall was tense. The reports of the border war and southern floods made the court's mood even more strained. The emperor swept his gaze over the ministers and said solemnly, my ministers, the border is urgent, the south is ravaged by floods, the treasury is empty, and no one in the court can resolve this crisis. Yesterday, Minister Gu reported that Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou are willing to donate 1 million jin of grain, 1 million taels of silver, and a large number of poultry and livestock to relieve the court's urgent needs. A buzz of discussion rippled through the court. Chief Minister of the Court of Judicial Review Sheng Manyun stepped forward, cupping his hands. Your Majesty, the act of Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma is truly one of great righteousness. Gu Feng also stepped forward, saying solemnly, Your Majesty, my son and his wife are deeply devoted to righteousness and wish to share the nation's burdens. I hope your Majesty will issue an edict to commend them to show this to the world. Minister Zhang stroked his beard and nodded. Your Majesty, the benevolent act of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou not only alleviates the court's urgent needs, but also sets an example for the people of the realm. I believe an edict of commendation should be issued to express our praise. General Li cupped his hands. Your Majesty, until the border war is settled, our soldiers shall know no peace. The donation from Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou is like charcoal in the snow, providing vital support to our frontline troops. On behalf of the border soldiers, I thank the Gu family. The Emperor was greatly pleased. What you all have said is very true. I will remember the good deeds of Gu Lingma and Lin Doudou. By my decree, issue an edict to commend their magnanimous act and bestow upon them a golden plaque as a token of honor. In the court, the ministers praised in unison, Your Majesty is wise. News spread, and the benevolent act of Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma quickly swept through the capital, earning praise from all citizens. In the streets and alleys, people talked about the generous contribution of the young couple. Young Master Gu and Miss Lin are truly great benefactors, donating so much grain and silver has saved countless lives, an elderly man exclaimed. Indeed, when the nation is in trouble, they stepped forward. It's truly admirable, another citizen chimed in. In front of the Lin and Gu residences, citizens gathered spontaneously to express their respect to the couple. Lin Doudou and Gu Lingma stood at the gate smiling and greeting the people. Dear fellow townspeople, when the nation is in trouble, every citizen has a duty. We have only done a small part. I hope everyone can work together to overcome this difficulty. Lin Doudou said softly. Gu Lingma also nodded. I hope everyone can join hands and overcome the border war and comfort the flood victims in the south. The people nodded, their eyes full of respect and gratitude.